You clearly awakened the Sharingan capable of summoning Susanoo. Yet your girlfriend is so furious she wants to hit you with a 1000 years of death on the spot. This is all because the anime asterisk Naruto asterisk doesn't exist in this world. Therefore, when the era of global ninjutsu arrived, everyone assumed that the 3 Tamo was the Sharingan's ultimate form. No one knows that it can actually be upgraded to the eternal Mangekyo. And because of the Sharingan's extreme chakra consumption, it is universally recognized as the most trash-tier ninjutsu talent. Right now, on your awakening panel, aside from the Sharingan, there is also the A-rank water release and the S-rank lava release available to choose from. Seeing your gaze fixed on the Sharingan, your girlfriend off stage, Liu Ryan, is stomping mad. What are you hesitating for? Even an idiot knows you should pick lava release. At this moment, the principal walks over and pats his shoulder. ZP's chakra reserves far exceed his peers. Even if he chooses water release, he will still have a very promising future. There's no need to worrying too much about him. As for their conversation, you pay it no mind, because right in front of you, next to the awakening panel, another asterisk Naruto asterisk character interface has unexpectedly appeared. The inheritance panel. Select the Keki Genkai, lava release, and inherit the abilities of Roshi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Select the 5 elements ninjutsu, water release, to inherit the abilities of Kisame Hoshigaki. Select the Keki Genkai, Sharingan, to inherit the abilities of a healthy Itachi Uchiha. Purely in terms of raw power, lava release is indeed superior. But if you factor in the power of the asterisk Naruto asterisk characters, it's a completely different story. Although Kisame Hoshigaki is known as the tailless-tailed beast, the fact that he always mutters to himself during missions is enough to prove that in the face of Itachi's Jinjutsu, he is nothing but a total novice. As for Roshi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Kisame seemed to have soloed him back in the day anyway. While you are pondering, the watching crowd is also heatedly discussing. What talent do you think Xiao will choose? Is that even a question? He's definitely going for the massive damage of the highly explosive lava release. Not necessarily. Given an abundant chakra reserve, water release actually has no weaknesses. It's a perfectly well-rounded talent. Right at this moment, you press the Sharingan option without hesitation. Xiao has successfully selected the E-rank talent, Sharingan. Hearing the awakening machine announce this result, everyone is dumbfounded. No one understands why you would make such a self-destructive choice. But only you know clearly that this is the absolute best decision. Successfully inherited the power of Itachi Uchiha. Obtained Itachi Uchiha's max level taijutsu experience, max level ninjutsu experience, max level genjutsu experience, max level ninja tools experience. Looking at your personal panel, with its nearly maxed out, all-rounded stats, you are instantly overjoyed. However, the only regret is that Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and Susanoo. These 3 abilities require you to level up before they can be gradually unlocked. You aren't too disappointed about this. After all, ninja ranks are divided into 6 major tiers. And currently, as a tier 1 genin, your chakra reserves are simply not enough to sustain Mangekyo level visual jutsu. Just as you are secretly rejoicing, a voice bordering on a mental breakdown pulls you back to reality. You didn't pick lava release. Why the hell did you choose the Sharingan? Which is stronger, S-rank or E-rank? Can't you tell the difference? Hearing this, you are momentarily speechless. With Itachi Uchiha's template backing the Sharingan, how could lava release even begin to compare? It stood absolutely no chance, yet unexpectedly. Before you can even explain, Liu Ryan's furious expression turns utterly gloomy. A year ago, when the school tested that you had a chance to awaken an S-grade talent, that was the only reason I agreed to be your girlfriend. From this moment on, we are breaking up. I, Liu Ryan, don't need a piece of trash for a boyfriend. The people around gloat as they watch the scene unfold. Hearing her words, you look completely indifferent. It was just a girlfriend. Breaking up is fine. How could that be nearly as satisfying as activating Susanoo later down the line? Just then, a luxuriously dressed young man steps forward. Liu Ryan, you've finally broken up with this loser. I awakened the rank lightning release talent. What do you say about me being your boyfriend? This person's name is Wang Gang, and he is one of Liu Ryan's many suitors. Hearing this, Liu Ryan puffs up proudly like a peacock. Your rank lightning release is somewhat acceptable. I'll give you a probationary period. Pass the evaluation, and I'll agree to it. Receiving a clear answer, the pure love warrior Wang Gang is immediately overjoyed. He eagerly wants to show off. Xiao, since you've already broken up with Ryan, why are you still standing here? Get the hell out of my face. With that, he forms hand seals, preparing to cast a ninjutsu to attack you. Seeing this, you are slightly startled. Why resort to violence over a single disagreement? Isn't this a bit too sudden? However, you instantly guess his motive. He likely wants to show off his strength in front of Liu Ryan. The bystanders are also shocked by this scene, because only those with a rank talents or higher, who also possess an extreme aptitude for learning, can cast ninjutsu right after awakening. Yet, looking at his clumsy technique, the corners of your mouth inevitably curl up. This hand sign speed is far too slow. Immediately after, your eyes morph into the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and your hands begin to weave the exact same seals. Why is Xiao weaving hand signs too? Didn't he awaken the E-rank Sharingan? Could it be the Sharingan's inside ability? Then Xiao's learning aptitude is way too incredible. Before the crowd can even finish speaking, a dazzling bolt of lightning transforms into a streak of light and shoots out. However, to their utter surprise, this lightning release was actually cast by you first. Wait, how does he know lightning release? Is he not even trying to hide it anymore? Not far away, the principal also notices the commotion. This is the copying ability of the Sharingan. To think that Xiao just awakened and immediately unlocked its strongest form, the 3 Tomo. What a waste of talent! The vice principal beside him also shook his head and sighed. It truly is a pity for such a good seedling. The Sharingan's highest form is only the 3 Tomo. His future room for growth is completely locked. Meanwhile, Wang Gang, who hadn't even reacted yet, was instantly shocked to a crisp. How could you? My ninjutsu! Hearing this, you rubbed his head and grinned. Don't you know I have a nickname called the Copy Ninja? Though I'm quite puzzled myself. Why do you weave signs slower than I do? Infuriated by your words, Wang Gang instantly turned red in the face. His hands rapidly weaved signs again, wanting to attack. Right at this moment, a slightly plump figure stepped between the two of you. This is no place for you to be fighting. If you keep causing trouble, I'll lock you both up. Seeing the dean's uncompromising attitude, no matter how displeased Wang Gang was, he could only back down. After all, the dean was a tier 1 Jonin expert. He was not someone that newly awakened rookies like them could afford to provoke. After the dean left, Wang Gang shot you a vicious glare. Damn you, Xiao! Sooner or later, I'll make you taste my lightning lariat. Seeing that he still hadn't given up, you decided to simply teach him another lesson. In the next second, Wang Gang suddenly felt his body freeze, unable to move. He couldn't even utter a single word. Endless fear surged into his heart, causing cold sweat to pour down his forehead. Immediately after, the dean abruptly appeared behind him, and the hand sign he was weaving was none other than the Hidden Leaf's secret taijutsu, 1,000 years of death. Wang Gang could no longer bear the psychological pressure. He cried out loudly, "Dean, don't use 1,000 years of death on me." Then his vision went black, and he fainted on the ground. The crowd was startled. Was he scared unconscious by the dean? Didn't the dean just say he was going to lock them up? Yeah, who said anything about using 1,000 years of death? The dean, who had already walked far away, looked equally depressed. I'll sue you for slander. What kind of respectable teacher uses 1,000 years of death on a student? Meanwhile, standing in the crowd, you were quite excited. This was the power of the Sharingan. No, to be more accurate, it was Itachi Uchiha's terrifying mastery over genjutsu. But this simple genjutsu alone had directly depleted more than half of your chakra reserves. When did I become so weak? Could it be that I even inherited God Itachi's frail body as well? This brief interlude did not affect the progression of the awakening ceremony. Soon, new students stepped onto the awakening platform. An hour later, all the students had finished their awakenings. Among them, Liu Ryan was the only one to awaken an S-rank talent. The majority ranged from D-rank to E-rank talents. Of course, you were the only one who had awakened an E-rank talent. In the closing stages of the awakening ceremony, the principal urged everyone to master their ninjutsu as quickly as possible, because the novice secret realm would open to all students tomorrow. Those with outstanding clearance times would receive generous rewards. After all the students had left, the dean leaned in close to the principal. Among this batch of students, are we still just going to focus on cultivating the S-rank and A-rank students? I actually think that Xiao Pi seems quite promising. Should we pay more attention to him? Hearing this, the principal waved his hand regretfully, although he just awakened, and immediately pushed the Sharingan to its highest form. This is already his absolute limit. There is no room left to cultivate him further. After leaving the school, you were in no rush to head home. Instead, you went straight to the ninja tools market, planning to buy some gear to prepare for the novice secret realm. After all, you didn't have any powerful offensive means yet. Many active attacks still relied on ninja tools to pull off. However, after strolling around for a bit, you realized that your pitiful bank balance couldn't afford a single thing. In the end, you could only buy some of the most basic shurikens and kunai. Specifically, 10 kunai and 20 shurikens. Early the next morning, the plaza was already packed with students. As soon as you arrived, you saw Liu Ryan being treated like a star, completely surrounded by a massive crowd. Goddess Ryan, can I team up with you? I awakened Earth Release. Team up with me. Goddess Ryan, you only need to focus on dealing damage. The novice secret realm did not strictly require solo participation. The sole judging criterion was the clearance time. The shorter the clearance time, the richer the rewards. Liu Ryan had Awaken Metal Release, which boasted explosive damage. Naturally, many people wanted to team up with her. At this moment, Liu Ryan and her group also noticed your presence. The ultimate simp, Wang Gang, strode right over. Xiao Pi, why are you here too? Do you really think anyone would team up with trash like you? Hearing this, you were instantly left speechless. This Wang Gang had just been taught a lesson yesterday. How had he not learned a single thing? In the future, you definitely had to let him experience the joy of Tsukuyomi. At this time, Liu Ryan also came over after hearing the commotion. Behind her followed 3 lackeys. Xiao Pi, as long as you're willing to kneel down and beg me, I can look past our previous relationship and let you tag along in my team. Her face was full of arrogance, as if even speaking to you was a form of charity. Great Emperor Ryan truly lived up to her reputation. It was just a shame her brain didn't seem to work very well. So, you completely ignored them, turned around, and walked into the Novice Secret Realm alone. Novice Secret Realm, Forest of Death, difficulty, low. Recommended level, Tier 1 Genin. Current fastest clearance record, 10 minutes 59 seconds. At this moment, 2 ninjutsu puppets appeared before you. The character for watermarked on their masks indicated that they both used water release ninjutsu. The Novice Secret Realm actually uses this kind of trash as mobs ... to deal with them. I don't even need to activate the one Tomo. Might as well save some chakra for the boss. With that said, you swiftly dashed toward the 2 puppets. When you were about 10 meters away, you quickly hurled to kunai. The puppets reacted instantly, hastily casting water style, water shield to block the attack. At the same time, you leapt into the air, vaulting right behind the 2 puppets. With a flick of your wrist, you threw to shuriken, piercing straight through them on the spot. These puppets required 0 skill to fight. They were probably just meant to waste time. I need to hurry to the boss. Thus, after retrieving the shuriken and kunai from the ground, you continued forward without stopping. Although you encountered many puppets of other elements along the way, you defeated all of them with ease. 5 minutes later, you finally reached the boss of the secret realm. Standing before you was a masked genin. Before you could make a move, he took the initiative and hurled over a dozen shuriken. But your reaction was just as fast. Activating your 3-Tamo Sharingan, you moved swiftly, successfully dodging every single attack. Seeing this, the genin immediately abandoned his ranged tactics, gripped his kunai, and charged at you. Not to be outdone, you met his charge head-on with your own kunai. Although the opponent was roughly a Tier 3 genin, your strength was not inferior in the slightest. Surprisingly, the battle fell into a brief stalemate. After a few breaths of deadlocked combat, you suddenly placed your right hand over your eye and let out a disdainful smirk. Activating your 3-Tamo Sharingan, you shouted, "Amaterasu!" The opposing genin was instantly stunned. What did Amaterasu mean? Was he about to unleash some kind of dojutsu? But the Sharingan didn't seem to have that ability. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, you delivered a vicious kick. Sent flying, the genin immediately realized what had happened. There was no such thing. He had been completely fooled by this so-called Amaterasu jutsu. Flying into a humiliating rage, he rapidly formed hand seals. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Seeing this, you grinned. A mere genin daring to compete with a master in the Grand Fireball Jutsu? Don't be so ridiculous. Instantly, an even more massive Grand Fireball erupted from you, completely swallowing him and his fireball whole. Boss successfully slain. EXP plus 500. Clear reward, 10 kunai, 50 shuriken. Successfully broke the record for the fastest Novice Realm clear time. Time, 8 minutes, 8 seconds. Awarded, 1 achievement chest. Hearing this, you were overjoyed, because these chests could drop ninja tools, ninjutsu, secret techniques, and other rewards. Any of them would be incredibly valuable. You immediately opened the achievement chest. Achievement chest opened. Obtained, Firestyle A Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Meanwhile, a system announcement of your broken record echoed throughout every isolated instance of the Novice Realm. Liu Ryan and her party, who were currently facing the Realm Boss, were completely dumbfounded. Xiao Pi? Didn't he enter the Novice Realm completely alone? How could he possibly clear it so fast? This sudden turn of events was completely unacceptable to Liu Ryan. After all, given their team composition, they were the ones with the highest chance of breaking the record. Sure enough, with a flying kick from Wang Gang, the boss crashed to the ground. However, their clear time was locked at 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Liu Ryan immediately gnashed her teeth in anger. That damn Xiao Pi. He must have used some kind of cheat. Otherwise, there's no way he could be that fast. Over 10 minutes later, everyone finished their runs and returned to the Realm Plaza. The moment Wang Gang saw you, his face flushed red with rage. You were the only one in the entire school who didn't form a team. Yet you were the one who broke the record. You definitely cheated, you bastard. You looked at him like he was an idiot, then patted his head. Do you think this is a game? If you're trash, go practice, little bro. Don't make excuses for your own garbage skills. Those 2 sentences choked Wang Gang so hard he couldn't speak. Hearing this, Liu Ryan also ground her teeth in fury. Stop being so arrogant. Even if you upgraded your Sharingan to the B rank 3-Tamo, I have the S rank lava style. You will never be worthy of me. You completely ignored her. This self-righteous, entitled princess. Had I known, I would have decisively struck her before she brought up the breakup. I might have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan right then and there. Afterward, under the furious glares of Liu Ryan and Wang Gang, you walked toward the outside of the city with a look of utter disdain. Since the Novice Realm was now closed, the only way to farm EXP was to hunt wild monsters outside the city. That damn Xiao Pi actually dared to ignore me. I'm so furious. Liu Ryan stomped her feet in anger. At that moment, a sinister smile appeared on Wang Gang's face. Don't be angry, Goddess Ryan. I've already secretly arranged for some people to deal with him. Once he's out of the city, I'll let him know who's really boss. A dozen minutes later, you arrived at the relatively unpopulated Sunset Forest Zone. The monsters here were generally Tier 1 genin level, goblins. It was the perfect place to rapidly farm EXP. Amidst the continuous shrieks of goblins, you quickly leveled up to tier to genin. And finally, on your personal status panel, you saw the requirements to unlock the Mangekyo's abilities. Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu could be unlocked at tier 1 Chunin. As for Susanoo, it required advancing to Jonin. You found this perfectly understandable. After all, while the visual prowess of the Mangekyo Sharingan was immensely powerful, its chakra consumption was equally terrifying. Even if you unlocked Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu at the Chunin level, you'd likely only be able to use them once per battle. Now armed with a clear goal, you were highly motivated, ready to continue farming monsters to hit tier 3 genin. Right at that moment, two shurikens suddenly shot towards you. Looking up, you saw a group of people marching aggressively in your direction. The one leading them was none other than Wang Gang. You sure showed off back there in the novice realm. But did no one tell you that surviving out here depends on your background and strength? It wasn't convenient for me to act inside the city, but out here there aren't so many rules. You raised an eyebrow. So you mean you want a one-on-one duel with me? Hearing this, Wang Gang immediately blushed, suddenly recalling how you brutally beat him up yesterday. Of course not. I'm not going to duel you one-on-one. Yesterday you sneakily ambushed me with Jinjutsu. This time, I brought Brother Dai, who awakened a grade 1 Jinjutsu talent. You'd better kneel and apologize to me right now. Otherwise, just wait to be put in your place. By now the people nearby were also drawn to the two of you, and began murmuring among themselves. Isn't that the Wang family's Wang Dai, who has the potential of a great emperor? I heard he only awakened his grade 1 Jinjutsu talent last year, and he's already a tier 3 Chunin this year. Did you think a grade 1 Jinjutsu talent was a joke? It's stronger than many ordinary Keki Genkai. Hearing the crowd's conversation, the corners of Wang Gang's mouth couldn't stop rising. But you didn't take him seriously at all? Instead, looking at the blonde-haired Wang Dai, are you the one standing up for him? My brother says you're quite arrogant, and have humiliated him multiple times. Although he is a bit of a disappointment, he isn't someone a random nobody like you can bully. Wang Dai stared dead at you with his cold eyes, wearing an incredibly arrogant expression. I know your Sharingan can also cast Genjutsu. I just wonder how long your Sharingan can last against my Jinjutsu. Hearing this, you grinned. I have to say, you've got some nerve, kid, to dare play with Jinjutsu in front of me, the spokesperson for God Itachi. Wang Dai acted as if he had just heard a joke, bursting into loud laughter. You really are confident, aren't you, little brother? But soon, you'll be trapped in my Jinjutsu wishing for death. With that said, his hands quickly formed hand seals, and a cloud of smoke rapidly spread out in all directions. Genjutsu binding illusion. At this moment, the scenery around you instantly changed, and Wang Dai's figure before you gradually faded away. The next second, you felt your entire body become immobilized, without realizing when you had been bound to a tree by vines. At the same time, Wang Dai phased out of the tree trunk above your head. Immediately after, a cold gleaming dagger was pressed against your neck. Little bro, your Sharingan cannot see through my Genjutsu at all. Now just properly enjoy it, don't worry. The injuries you receive in a Genjutsu won't carry over into reality. However, it will make you remember this pain for the rest of your life, because Genjutsu is a ninjutsu that disrupts the flow of chakra, plunging the awakened into a hallucination. Aside from intense mental stimulation, your physical body in reality will not be harmed. Just as Wang Dai's kunai was about to strike down, you suddenly broke into a grin. Is this your Genjutsu? You'd better take a good look at your own situation first. Hearing this, Wang Dai's pupils violently shrank, because he realized that what was meant to bind you had entirely shifted onto his own body. What is going on? You actually rebounded the Genjutsu back at me. He stared at you in terror, his gaze involuntarily drawn to those Sharingan eyes. But you ignored his question, simply giving a sinister smile. Although I can't quite pull off the 72-hour Tsukuyomi yet, torturing you for 72 minutes is still a breeze. Then reflected in Wang Dai's horrified eyes, countless copies of you wielding kunai slowly approached him. Meanwhile, in the real world, Wang Gang watched the completely dazed Wang Dai with deep confusion. "Brother Dai, why haven't you made a move yet? Didn't you say you'd help me teach him a lesson?" Right at that moment, Dai dropped straight to his knees, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Wang Gang instantly paled in shock. "Brother Dai, what's wrong?" But he paid no heed to Wang Gang's concern, instead struggling to look up at you. "You actually ... Before he could even finish his sentence, he passed out cold. The surrounding crowd was instantly dumbfounded, having no idea what had just happened, because from a bystander's perspective, you and Wang Dai simply stood there doing nothing. Yet in less than a few seconds, he fell unconscious. But someone quickly realized the truth. It's Jinjutsu, it has to be Jinjutsu. It looked like they weren't doing anything, but they had actually already clashed within a Jinjutsu. As soon as this was said, the spectating crowd finally snapped to their senses, followed by a tsunami of shocked gasps. Does that mean Wang Dai actually lost to a genin in Jinjutsu? That's impossible, right? A genin actually defeated a chunin. Why does that feel so fake? Wang Gang also came to his senses, immediately grabbing the cuffs of Wang Dai's pants to run away. "Damn you, genin! Don't get too arrogant. I'll be back." After they ran far away, you finally couldn't help but let out a long breath. Skipping an entire major tier really takes a massive toll in combat. Over 10 minutes later, when Wang Gang dragged the unconscious Wang Dai back to the Wang family estate, all the clan members were alarmed. The Wang family patriarch rushed over immediately to ask what had happened. When Wang Gang recounted the events with heavy exaggeration, the patriarch's face turned incredibly grim. "Whether he provoked this first or not, anyone who dares lay a hand on our Wang family must pay the price. Notify all clan members to hunt him down." That very night, several trending topics surged to the top of the forums. Shocking, the genius illusionist of the Grand Wang family actually lost to a trash who awakened the Sharingan. Discussion how a genin instantly killed a chunin across realms. Inside a certain villa, a high school girl muttered to herself while looking at her phone. "Isn't this the Wang family's Jinjutsu genius? To think he was defeated by a newly awakened genin. I didn't expect my batch of awakened to have someone like this. It seems an introduction is in order." At this moment, you were still frantically grinding monsters in the Sunset Forest, paying no heed to whatever was happening in the outside world, because only by raising your level to chunin could you unlock Itachi's Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu abilities. Just as you advanced to stage 3 genin, a barrage of shurikens suddenly shot toward you. You hurriedly activated your Sharingan to dodge. Before you could even catch your breath, 6 figures completely surrounded you. The leader was none other than the so-called pure love warrior, Wang Gang. "Brat, you dared to provoke the Hai Wang family. Today, we'll execute you right here." The moment Wang Gang's voice fell, one of his men charged out, swinging a long saber viciously at you. But you had already seen right through his movements. As you parried the strike with a kunai, you simultaneously delivered a brutal kick that sent him flying. At the exact same time, Wine style, great breakthrough. Water style, water shockwave. Earth style, rock gun jutsu. One jutsu after another blasted toward you from different directions. Although your evasions appeared somewhat frantic, you managed to dodge them all, judging by their methods of attack. These were all at least chunin-level ninjas. Xiao, stop your stubborn resistance. You think a mere genin like you can fight against 5 chunin. Wang Gang's face was filled with smugness. He was absolutely certain he had you dead to rights today. Hearing this, you fired back without hesitation. You still have the nerve to show your face. You were quite careless last time, my friend. I bet you still haven't recovered from it even now, have you? Do you want a taste of my Jinjutsu too? As soon as those words were spoken, Wang Gang suddenly felt a wave of apprehension. Thus, he immediately ordered the 5 chunin to attack. Wine style, Gale Palm. One of the Wind attribute ninjas was the fastest, raising his hand to blast a furious gale toward you. You quickly formed hand seals, using fire style, fireball jutsu to block the attack. The moment the 2 jutsu collided, billowing waves of heat erupted, splitting the entire battlefield in 2. Seeing this, you formed seals once again, unleashing the Phoenix Age Fire Jutsu to spit out over a dozen small fireballs, halting the others' advance. Then, you immediately slipped away, fleeing rapidly toward the depths of the forest behind you. Fighting 5 Chunin simultaneously was pushing it too far. You had to see if there was an opportunity to separate them and take them down one by one. Wang Gang led the 5 Chunin in relentless pursuit, determined to make you lose your life here today. One of the Chunin flicked his wrist, throwing a dozen shurikens. In an attempt to cut off your escape route, you returned fire with a few kunai, knocking away the most dangerous shurikens. Taking advantage of this brief opening, another Chunin had already circled around to your front, slashing his long saber down mercilessly. But the moment the blade descended, your body instantly dispersed into a murder of crows. Where did all these crows come from? The Chunin was completely bewildered, having no idea what was happening. The next second, he felt a strange sensation on his chest. Looking down, he finally realized that an explosive tag had somehow been slapped onto his chest. With a deafening explosion, he was blown into a charred crisp on the spot. This sight left Wang Gang trembling in fear. After all, from his perspective, that Chunin had clearly circled in front of you. But just as he was about to strike, he inexplicably froze in place, allowing you to casually stick an explosive tag on him. The moment you looked into my Sharingan, you were destined to be lost in Jinjutsu. With that said, you smoothly snatched the long saber from his grip and continued fleeing into the depths of the forest. Must you all play the fool and send yourselves to the slaughter? Marching up one by one to die? Bombard him with everything you have. Blow him to pieces. Wang Gang roared in exasperation at the 4 remaining Chunin. 5 against 1, yet they had actually lost a man. This was a result he simply could not accept. Wine style, Beast Wave Palm, Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, Explosive Tags. The 4 Chunin immediately unleashed a ferocious barrage. Even if the dense flurry of Jutsu missed, it severely hindered your escape route, forcing you to dodge frantically left and right. Eventually, a kunai rigged with an explosive tag landed right at your feet. The resulting shockwave from the blast violently threw you to the ground. Wang Gang and his men immediately surrounded you. Keep running. I thought you were a fast runner. With that, Wang Gang raised a long saber and viciously slashed it down at your body. However, just as the blade was about to strike, your living, breathing body suddenly transformed into a solid log of wood. Substitution Jutsu. Wang Gang froze on the spot, and even the nearby Chunin wore expressions of utter shock. They never expected you to pull off a substitution Jutsu right under their noses. Before Wang Gang and the others could react, a kunai attached with an explosive tag dropped squarely into their midst. A chain of explosions detonated instantly, kicking up thick clouds of smoke. When the smoke finally cleared, one of the Chunin, having shielded Wang Gang, had taken 80% of the explosive damage and died on the spot. The 3 remaining Chunin were left in disarray. Who exactly was the prey here? And who was the hunter? Wang Gang, however, cared little for their thoughts. Pointing in the direction of your escape, he demanded they continue the pursuit. As you fled, you analyzed the situation. After those first 2 rounds of combat, my chakra is down to only a third. Even though I inherited all of Uchiha Itachi's combat techniques and skills, I'm still just a genin. The biggest difference between a genin and a chunin is the sheer volume of chakra. Otherwise, I wouldn't be forced into such a frustrating position, relying on all these hit and run tactics. Just as you were deep in thought, an earth attribute chunin formed hand seals, erecting a massive earthen wall, blocking your path forward. Water style, Wild Water Wave, Wine style, Divine Wind. The other two chunin immediately followed up, launching to powerful jutsu attacks that surged toward you with terrifying momentum. The combined assault of the 3 chunin was highly effective. Though you managed to evade the direct hit, you were still knocked to the ground by the resulting shockwave. You're nothing but a lowly genin. If we actually let you get away, where would that leave the Wang family's reputation? Wang Gang sneered at you repeatedly. He was certain you had no strength left to resist. You struggled to your feet, pretending to be furious. You prepared to go all in with your chakra when they weren't looking, to cast a mass genjutsu. But right at that moment, a sharp, feminine shout rang out from nearby. Lava release, melting apparition technique. A glob of highly corrosive liquid flew over rapidly, blocking Wang Gang and his 3 men. The Grand Wang family of Huaihai, dealing with a mere genin. And you actually deployed this many chunin. It really makes me laugh my head off. Looking up, you saw a sweet-looking girl in a JK uniform. Where did you come from, you wretched brat? How dare you interfere with the Wang family's business? The girl grinned at Wang Gang. What a coincidence, the Wang family's business is exactly what I want to ruin. As she spoke, over a dozen figures instantly appeared around her, completely surrounding Wang Gang and his men. This sudden turn of events made Wang Gang's expression change. All these people exuded the aura of chunin. This girl was definitely no simple character. Who are you? There shouldn't be anyone like you in Huaihai. Before the girl could speak, a wine-style chunin nearby let out a gasp. As she is from the Luo family of Jinghai. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Gang's expression grew even uglier. The Luo family of Jinghai was an entire tier stronger than the Wang family, because the Luo family possessed a cage-level expert, while the strongest expert in the Wang family was only at the Anbu level. Realizing this, Wang Gang did not hesitate. He immediately retreated with the remaining 3 chunin. However, before leaving, he didn't forget to drop a harsh threat. You despicable Xiao Pi. I will definitely be back. After Wang Gang had gone far away, you quickly cupped your fists and thanked the girl. Thank you for your help, miss. May I ask who hired you to help me? I don't know anyone from the Luo family at all. It could only be someone else who asked for their help. However, the girl stated that no one had sent her. She just happened to see an injustice on the road and drew her blade to help. Later, you learned the girl's name was Luo Yi. She was the eldest miss of the Luo family. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Luo. I will definitely repay you in the future if given the chance. With that said, you prepared to turn and leave. But Luo Yi just chuckled at you. No need to wait for the future. You can repay me right now. Hearing this, you were momentarily stunned. She doesn't want me to offer myself to her, does she? Wouldn't that make me a kept man? No, absolutely not. I am the calm and collected Itachi, not some love-brained boss Dai. Seeing your extremely resistant expression, Luo Yi knew you had gotten the wrong idea, so she opened her mouth to explain. I'm not going to do anything bad to you. I don't need you to sell your soul and body. Besides, you are currently being ruthlessly hunted by the Wang family. Do you really think you can still return to Huaihai City? Hearing Luo Yi's assurance, you went along with the flow and agreed. After all, with your current strength, you still couldn't fight the entire Wang family single-handedly. Therefore, going to Jinghai City was indeed the best choice. However, in your heart, you had already put the Wang family on your extermination list. An hour later, you followed Luo Yi to her villa. Miss Yi, can you tell me what you want me to do now? Luo Yi gave you a playful smile. What I need you to do is very simple. Just accompany me to participate in the Chunin exams 10 days from now. You were quite puzzled by this. Everyone takes the Chunin exams individually. How am I supposed to accompany you? Luo Yi replied capriciously. You don't need to worry about that. Anyway, for the next few days, you just need to train obediently. My only requirement is that you must pass the Chunin exam. Hearing this, you didn't say anything more. And just like that, you stayed at the Luo family. Meanwhile, Wang Gang of the Huaihai Wang family was standing furiously before the family head. Are you saying Xiao Pi was rescued by the Luo family? Could he have some relationship with them? The Wang family head pondered for a moment before continuing. Send someone to investigate his connection to the Luo family. Dispatch a few more people to monitor his movements. If you catch him alone, execute him on the spot. The next day, Luo Yi came to your bedroom bright and early. Xiao Pi, accompany me to clear some dungeons today. Let me see if your tier 3 genin strength is the real deal. Last night, when she learned your level was Tier 3 Genin. She was so angry she couldn't sleep all night. After all, despite her Grand S rank, bloodline limit, her lava release talent had only just advanced a tier to Genin not long ago. Hearing this, you gladly accepted. After all, clearing dungeons was very easy for you. Soon, the two of you arrived at Jinghai's Dungeon Plaza. There were visibly far more dungeon portals here than in Huaihai. There were also many more awakened ones. Right at that moment, a boy with dyed blonde hair walked over, followed by several Chunin guards. He was presumably a young master from some prominent family, but Luo Yi clearly despised him, immediately turning her head away. Is he the guy you brought so many Chunin to save yesterday? He doesn't look like much. I heard he's just some trash who awakened the Sharingan. Hearing this, your head filled with question marks. Why suddenly drag me into this out of nowhere? I haven't even said a word. What I do is none of your business. Ku Yang, you'd better just take care of yourself. Luo Yi planted her hands on her hips, looking extremely annoyed. However, Ku Yang didn't care about her attitude at all. You have S-rank lava release, and I have S-rank ice release. If we were together, it would be a union of the strong. Besides, no one else is worthy of you but me. Hearing this, Luo Yi gave a sly smile. Actually, I already have someone I like. Saying that, she intimately wrapped her arms around yours, even feigning a shy and timid expression on her face. You were completely dumbfounded by this shock. No way. Why is such a cliché plot happening to me? This blame fell on you far too suddenly. Su Yang didn't say much in response. He merely locked his threatening gaze dead onto you. Kid, I know you're just Yi's meat shield. After all, there's no way she would ever fall for a piece of trash. But you'd better pray I don't catch you outside the city. Otherwise, I'll give you a good taste of the true terror of my ice style. With that, he let out a cold snort, and left with several Chunin guards in tow. You felt incredibly helpless about the whole situation. It was true, the prettier the girl, the more dangerous she was. You had only just met her, yet you had already been dragged into this mess. Once Su Yang was out of sight, Luo Yi finally released your arm. She gave a playful smile. Xiao Pi, why are you still standing there like an idiot? Let's hurry up and clear that dungeon. Over 10 minutes later, you and Luo Yi arrived in a dense, lush forest. Xiao Pi, once we clear this dungeon, I'll be able to reach stage 3 Genin. So we absolutely have to succeed. Hearing this, your expression turned serious as well. This was because Luo Yi had used a mysterious token to unlock this hidden dungeon. Its difficulty would be far higher than a standard Genin dungeon, but the rewards would naturally be much more lucrative. Right at that moment, two masked ninjas materialized in front of you. Without a single word, they drew their ninjato and charged forward. You and Luo Yi shared a perfect tacit understanding. Each of you picked a target to engage. Luo Yi's hands blurred as she formed hand seals, and she spat out a pool of highly corrosive liquid. The ninja was instantly melted down on the spot. Seeing this, you couldn't help but freeze in shock. As expected of Emi Terumi's Keki Genkai, the damage was absolutely insane. In contrast, since you currently lacked any powerful ninjutsu, you could only rely on standard taijutsu to defeat your opponent. This made you crave unlocking Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi even more. Once you acquired those abilities, battles would become effortlessly simple. Further along, groups of 2 or 3 ninjas would appear at regular intervals. However, you and Luo Yi handled them all with ease. Soon enough, you arrived at the boss area. Standing before you was a masked, yellow-clad teenage ninja. Stage 3 Genin dungeons aren't as hard as I thought. Let me handle this boss. Luo Yi stepped in front of you, brimming with confidence, requesting to take it on alone. Hearing this, you grinned, and stepped back to the sidelines. This boss was clearly modeled entirely after Naruto. As a replica, Luo Yi's lava style, damage output probably wasn't going to be enough. After all, Naruto was infamous for being an unkillable cockroach. But why would a secret realm in this world feature bosses mimicking Naruto characters? Before you could ponder any further, the battle between Luo Yi and the boss had already begun. The yellow-clad ninja's hands blurred into hand seals, instantly creating dozens of shadow clones. Luo Yi was instantly dumbfounded. How can a genin summon this many shadow clones? Even a jonin shouldn't have this much chakra. However, she quickly regained her composure and hastily unleashed a wide-range skill. Lava style, melting apparition jutsu, she cried, suppressing the field. As a massive wave of highly corrosive liquid surged forth, it immediately melted away a dozen shadow clones on the spot. Yet, a massive number of clones remained completely unaffected, charging at Luo Yi from every direction. Seeing this, Luo Yi was forced to weave hand seals while desperately dodging, relying on her lava style to destroy the oncoming clones. But instead of dwindling, the number of shadow clones seemed to multiply. In no time at all, the clones had completely overrun the entire boss arena. You don't seem to be a match for him. Do you need my help? You shouted with a smile. You had anticipated this exact situation. No need, I can handle this myself. But the moment the words left her mouth, one of the clones formed a swirling blue orb in its hand and slammed it directly into her abdomen. A Rasengan, a genin actually new in a rank ninjutsu. The tremendous impact sent Luo Yi flying dozens of meters away. You quickly rushed over to help her up, then activated your Sharingan. You stared intently at the sea of shadow clones, trying to pinpoint the true body among them. However, you realized that every single clone was identical. There was virtually no difference between them. I completely forgot. The Sharingan can't see through shadow clones. So how are you supposed to break this stalemate? Charging in blindly would just result in him wearing you down to death. Suddenly, a stroke of inspiration hit you. Sasuke, what are you doing here? As soon as the words left your mouth, sure enough, one of the clones reacted abnormally. Seizing the perfect opportunity, your hands immediately blurred into hand seals, blasting a fire-style fireball jutsu straight at him. With the explosive blast of the fireball, the boss's true body had its HP completely emptied on the spot. Successfully defeated the dungeon boss. Dropped ninjutsu scroll. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. It seemed that even a counterfeit Naruto still rigidly adhered to the Naruto Sasuke bond setting. Beside you, Luo Yi was panting heavily. She was utterly bewildered as to how you had pinpointed the true body. Pi, how did you know that was the real one? Every single shadow clone looked exactly the same to me. And what did you mean by Sasuke? You just grinned at her. Sasuke is a good bro of mine. He's also a top-tier master who specializes in pose style. Luo Yi was rendered somewhat speechless. Who would even have such a weird name? And what in the world is pose style? She merely assumed you were spouting nonsense. However, she didn't press the issue any further. Instead, she happily led you out of the dungeon. After all, she had successfully leveled up to stage 3 genin. The goal of their trip had been accomplished. Over 10 minutes later, the two of you returned to the Luo family estate. You immediately headed back to your bedroom and began learning the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Although it required massive chakra reserves to truly bring out its full potential, you figured that with the Chunin exams right around the corner, having more skills never hurts. It certainly couldn't be a bad thing. Meanwhile, Luo Yi was in her own bedroom, staring at her phone, with her face flushed bright red from anger. Dozens of trending topics had suddenly exploded across the city's forums, all of them revolving around her. Shocking! The eldest miss of the Luo family has a boyfriend. The sky is falling. Wealthy heiress Luo Yi. The beauty is already taken. Luo Yi suddenly announced her boyfriend. This person was actually the ex-boyfriend of Liu Ryan, the daughter of the Liu family. The next day, Luo Yi suddenly burst into your bedroom. Pin, my dad wants to see you. Hearing this, you blanked for a moment. A girl suddenly saying her father wanted to see you. Usually, this sort of situation ... Luo Yi hurriedly interrupted your wandering thoughts. Stop letting your imagination run wild. It's about the Chunin exams. Hurry up and follow me. Soon, the two of you arrived in the living room. There, you finally met the legendary head of the Luo family. Luo Lin was a cage-level powerhouse with an S-rank lightning release talent. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, It gave you the feeling that he could see right through you. Even though you only have a level 1 Sharingan talent, you still managed to reach tier 3 genin before Yi. That shows you are a hard-working young man. I heard from Yi that you will be representing our Luo family in the Chunin exams. Your face instantly filled with question marks as you looked at Yi. Didn't you say I was just participating alongside you? You never mentioned anything about me representing the Luo family. Besides, does your Luo family even need me to represent them? She just playfully stuck out her tongue. I didn't have time to tell you yet. Isn't telling you now the same thing? At these words, Luo Lin offered you an awkward smile. This Chunin exam is not an ordinary one. It is an exam where only cage-level experts and disciples of elite families are allowed to participate. In other words, those competing on the same stage as you will be the geniuses of every major family. My most important goal right now is to quickly reach Chunin and unlock the Right Eyes Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu abilities. Participating in this kind of exam is just unnecessarily increasing the difficulty for myself. Thinking of this, you politely declined. Your Luo family should have plenty of capable people. I only awaken the most trash-tier Sharingan. Why have me represent your family? Luo Lin continued to explain. This exam is taking place 20 days earlier than the regular Chunin exams. It is essentially a competition comparing the number of geniuses each family produces annually. But this year, our Luo family only has Yi alone, who has reached tier 3 genin. So, you understand. Hearing this, you roughly understood the situation. For these big shots and major families, actual strength wasn't always the most important thing. Face was what truly mattered. But you still wanted to refuse. Mainly, I don't share the Luo surname, so me participating wouldn't be appropriate. Hearing this, Luo Lin burst into laughter. Didn't you and Yi already go public with your relationship? Just participate as her boyfriend. I only did that to piss off Kuyang. Z-Pin and I aren't in that kind of relationship. Luo Lin replied with a look of utter indifference. The outside world thinks you two are in that kind of relationship anyway, so you might as well take the Chunin exams while you're at it. You originally wanted to refuse again, but Luo Yi suddenly looked at you. With pitiful eyes, you promised me you would participate. You're not going to back out now, are you? Seeing this, you could only agree. After all, when you were being hunted by the Wang family back then, she had genuinely helped you. Luo Yi was instantly overjoyed. But then, she cast a slightly resentful glance at you. By the way, in this Chunin exam, the Liu family from Huaihai will also be participating. When the time comes, you'll end up running into your ex-girlfriend, Liu Ryan. You immediately broke out in a cold sweat. She is an ex-girlfriend. We don't have any relationship anymore. At this moment, Luo Lin suddenly spoke up, since you've already agreed. Next up is my test for you. I need to verify whether you truly have the strength to pass the Chunin exams. Luo Yi's expression drastically changed. Dad, you're a cage-level expert fighting a genin. Isn't that bullying him way too much? Luo Lin ignored Luo Yi's complaints. Instead, his burning gaze fixed onto you. This kid actually dared to take advantage of my daughter. I have to teach him a proper lesson today. Yi has really grown up, already taking an outsider's side. You, on the other hand, met Luo Lin's gaze, and gladly accepted. After all, opportunities to spar with a cage-level expert were incredibly rare. At that moment, your Sharingan quietly manifested, your crimson eyes fixed intently on Luo Lin. So this is your Sharingan. It doesn't look any different from the others. I remember the strongest person to awaken the Sharingan so far is only a tier 1 Jonin. Hearing this, you grinned. My Sharingan is completely different from theirs. At the same time, a thought suddenly flashed through your mind. That's right. I'm not the only one in this world with a Sharingan. They just don't know the method to awaken the Mangekyo. Perhaps I could learn a thing or two from Danzo and get myself an entire armful of Sharingans to play around with Izanagi. Luo Lin's laughter pulled you back to reality. What a bold young man. I can hardly wait to see your true strength. You didn't hold back upon hearing that. Your hands immediately formed hand seals to unleash the fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. This massive fireball, far exceeding the scale of anything at the same level, made Luo Lin's eyes light up. To think this kid's attainment in fire release is so high. A great fireball of this size is something even some jonin couldn't unleash. But this poses no threat to me. He casually enveloped his hand in lightning release and effortlessly shattered the fireball with a single punch. However, the moment the fireball dispersed, several kunai came shooting right at him, following up a ninjutsu immediately with a kunai strike. Good line of thought, but the attack is far too direct. It would only work once or twice against peers of the same level. Just as he prepared to swat the kunai away with lightning release, you suddenly threw several shuriken with tremendous force. They accelerated and caught up to the previously thrown kunai. The two types of ninja tools collided in midair. More than half of them unexpectedly altered their original trajectories and shot toward Luo Lin from different angles. This couldn't help but startle him. Such exquisite shuriken jutsu. Is he really just a newly awakened genin? But Luo Lin was a cage-level powerhouse, after all. With a few agile dodges, he evaded all the incoming attacks. Fire style, Phoenix Age Fire Jutsu. Another of your fire style jutsus followed closely behind. Yet Luo Lin, his fists enveloped in lightning style, effortlessly shattered every single fireball. But suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. The surrounding environment had inexplicably changed, and your figure was nowhere to be found. Is this a genjutsu? But when did I fall for it? Was it when I looked at his Sharingan? As a cage-level expert, Luo Lin reacted instantly. Yet in the next second, his eyes suddenly widened. What kind of monster is this? Whatever, take my lightning lariat. Meanwhile, in the real world, Luo Yi covered her mouth in disbelief. Luo Lin's body stood completely still, allowing you to thrust a kunai straight toward his kidney. But with a sharp clang, a layer of lightning armor abruptly surged over Luo Lin's body, shattering the kunai in your hand on impact. To think you could force out my ultimate defense. Your genjutsu is quite something. Luo Lin finally opened his eyes slowly, looking at you with a solemn expression. Seeing this, you smiled helplessly. This junior can only go this far. I truly have no way to break through your lightning armor. In contrast to your modesty, Luo Lin's eyes were filled with profound admiration. The fundamental principle of genjutsu is to create illusions by disrupting a ninja's chakra. The larger the opponent's chakra reserves, the lower the chance they will fall for a genjutsu. For Xiao Pi to trap me in a genjutsu with only the strength of a genin, that means if his opponent were a chunin or even a jonin, they likely wouldn't be his match at all. This kid's future is limitless. At this thought, Luo Lin patted your shoulder and grinned. You have successfully passed my test. By the way, Xiao Pi really is quite something. For the next few days, the two of you should train well together. Hearing this, Luo Yi's small face flushed red, instantly understanding Luo Lin's underlying meaning. At the same time, in the Liu family of Huaihai, Liu Ryan took a deep breath, her hands rapidly forming hand seals. Immediately after, several massive pink crystal pillars descended from the sky, smashing the ninja puppets in front of her to pieces. Then, she formed another seal. The three puppets behind her were instantly encased in crystal. Following a series of explosions, the puppets and the crystals were completely reduced to ashes. Liu Ryan wiped the sweat from her face, her eyes revealing fierce determination. This time, I will definitely suppress the other cage-level families and win glory for our Liu family, especially that Luo Yi from the Luo family. I'll make you realize who the true number one female genius is. In the Wang family of Huaihai, the Wang family patriarch patted Wang Gang's shoulder with a beaming smile. Gangzi, this time you are entering as Liu Ryan's boyfriend, to fight on behalf of the Liu family. Remember to perform well. Let our Wang family make a name for itself in front of the great cage-level clans. Also, you must maintain a good relationship with Liu Ryan. With the Liu family support, it's only a matter of time before our Wang family rises to become a cage-level family. Wang Gang wore an expression brimming with confidence. Rest assured, patriarch, I, Wang Gang, believe I am second to none. Whoever comes will have to eat my general's dropkick first. A week later, the Chunin exams arrived as scheduled, and the exam venue was in the city of Dark Night, located at the border of Jinghai and Huaihai. By now, the arena within the city of Dark Night was already packed to the brim with spectators. After all, the genin participating in this exam were all geniuses from the major cage-level families. The matches were bound to be spectacular. Meanwhile, the vehicles escorting the participating disciples from the various major families arrived at the arena one after another. At this moment, Yu and Luo Yi were the first to arrive, immediately sparking discussions among the surrounding crowd. Isn't that Xiao Pi? Why is he with the eldest miss of the Jinghai Luo family? Isn't he Liu Ryan's boyfriend? Damn, did you miss the previous episodes or something? Xiao Pi and Liu Ryan broke up ages ago. He belongs to Luo Yi now. Soon after, the second cage-level family arrived. Leading them was the one who had awakened her bloodline limit, the crystal-style user, Liu Ryan. Following behind her was the pure love general, Wang Gang. The third to arrive was the Tsai family. Their entire family consisted of water-style masters. Every single one of them was a well-rounded combatant. Following them to the scene was the Ke family. The violent aura faintly radiating from the two of them indicated that their wine style was incredibly sharp. Soon, the Luo family's mortal enemies, the Ku family, also arrived. Leading them was Ku Yang, who had always harbored a grudge against you. At the same time, outside the arena, the 5 great cage-level patriarchs gathered together. On the surface, they all seemed amiable and polite, but in the shadows, hidden currents were already surging. However, the appearance of Zhangfeng, president of the Southern District Awaken Management Association, shattered this tense and explosive atmosphere. Patriarchs, there's no need to be so tense. Let me confirm the exam roster with you now. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive screen suddenly materialized in the center of the arena, displaying your information alongside the other participants. Aside from the Ke family, who had 2 S-rank talents, the other 3 families all paired 1 S-rank with 1 A rank. Only the Luo family was a bizarre exception. They actually paired an S-rank lava style with a level 1 Sharingan. The Ke family patriarch immediately spoke in a mocking tone. Old Luo, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Why? Did you send a level 1 little piece of trash to participate in the exam? Is the Luo family completely out of people? Luo Lin simply grinned. I just felt there was no need to send anyone else. A level 1 is more than enough. The moment these words were spoken, the other families assumed Luo Lin was just being stubbornly defensive, all of them revealing fake, plastic smiles. But deep down, Luo Lin was secretly laughing. Even I couldn't block that kid's genjutsu, paired with Yi's explosive lava-style damage. Securing the top 5 and fighting for the top 3 won't be a problem at all. This feeling of playing the pig to eat the tiger is absolutely thrilling. At the same time, Zhangfeng began explaining the exam rules to everyone. This Chunin exam is divided into 3 rounds. The first round involves hunting mutated beasts within a time limit. The second round will require you to choose between ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, and battle an examiner. The final round is the battle for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. The maximum score for each round is 100 points. A combined score of 150 points across the 3 rounds is considered a passing grade for the first round of the exam. Hunting a single mutated beast awards 10 points. The time limit is 1 hour. If your life falls into danger, your score will be cleared to 0 and the Chunin exam will immediately end for you. The first round begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, a portal abruptly appeared before you. After stepping through the portal, your vision flashed for a brief moment, and you found yourself standing in the middle of a dense forest. All the other examinees beside you had vanished. Even Luo Yi, who had been standing right next to you, was nowhere to be seen. It was obvious that they did not want us fighting each other too early. After all, if everyone started clashing right from the beginning, there would be no need for a 3-round exam. With this in mind, you stopped hesitating and headed deeper into the forest to hunt for mutated beasts. Meanwhile, back at the examination venue, the giant screen had been divided into 10 small windows, clearly broadcasting the real-time status of the 10 examinees. President Zhang. What is the primary focus of this first round? It mainly tests their tracking and searching abilities. There are only 30 ordinary mutated beasts in the examination area. The remaining 70 are highly skilled at camouflage. In other words, they must see through the disguises. In order to achieve a high score in this first test, Zhang Feng explained to the patriarch of the Tsai family. After all, to become a chunin, the ability to track and see through disguises was absolutely essential. Over 10 minutes quickly passed. The examinees gradually realized that something was wrong. Did they realize we're hunting them and decide to hide? But I can clearly feel the auras of mutated beasts nearby. Realizing this, you decisively activated your Sharingan to observe your surroundings. Soon enough, you spotted a strange bird hidden among the branches. Its feathers were the exact same color as the leaves. You might be able to camouflage your body, but you can't erase your chakra signature. Saying this, you casually flicked your wrist and threw a kunai. The audience outside the venue was shocked. How did he spot that strange bird? Even with a bird's eye view, I didn't notice it at all. Could it be the power of his Sharingan? To think a level 1 talent would actually be useful here. Zhang Feng also noticed your performance. You better score as much as you can in this first round. The next 2 rounds will be far too difficult for you. Inside the examination forest, after finding the first camouflage beast, you continued your relentless search. You quickly succeeded in hunting 10 mutated beasts, securing a perfect score of 100 points. The patriarch of the Ka family stared at the leaderboard on the giant screen, burning with fury. He never expected that this brat, who possessed the most garbage talent, would hold the greatest advantage in this first round. Hearing this, Luo Lin grinned and spoke with mocking sarcasm. I told you that sending a level 1 awakened would be more than enough. You didn't believe me earlier. Do you believe me now, my dear brother? The Ka family patriarch's face darkened. He turned his head away, completely unwilling to speak to Luo Lin. Soon, there were only 20 minutes left until the first round ended. While strolling around, you happened to run into Luo Yi. Xiao Pi, how are you still in the mood to just wander around? I've only hunted for mutated beasts so far. I'm dying of anxiety. Luo Yi's expression was incredibly frantic, and her forehead was covered in beads of sweat. I've already found my 10 beasts. They are all very good at hiding. But in front of my Sharingan, all camouflage is useless. Come on, I'll help you find them. Seeing this scene, the patriarchs of the other for great families outside were displeased, and immediately voiced their protests. Luo Lin, on the other hand, was blooming with joy inwardly, because he knew that in this first round of the exam, their Luo family would undoubtedly take a massive lead. However, he still put on a serious face and said to the other 4, the exam rules never stated that mutual assistance was forbidden. Besides, isn't the reason awakens strive to grow stronger, so they can better help others? The 4 patriarchs were momentarily at a loss for words, their faces turning beet red from anger. Over 10 minutes later, Luo Yi excitedly hopped and skipped in front of you. Xiao Pi, I'm only 1 beast away, and I'll have a perfect score. We are definitely coming in first this round. You also smiled gladly. We still have plenty of time. The last 5 minutes are more than enough to find 1 more mutated beast. Soon, the 2 of you spotted a camouflaged beast and hurriedly rushed over to it. But right as you hurried over, 2 other figures also dashed toward the exact same spot. Physical Trash and the Luo family vase. Gold Digger Ryan and her Simp Warrior. The 2 groups clashed face to face. The moment Wang Gang saw you, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Are you here to steal our mutated beast? I suggest you get lost right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting rough. Hearing this, you chuckled softly. Don't you know, you've survived the longest out of all the brainless little villains. And that's only because I never took you seriously to begin with. Seeing Wang Gang get humiliated, Liu Ryan immediately stepped forward. Trying so hard to prove yourself. Isn't it just because you want to come back to me? Let me tell you right now, You will never have that chance. She raised her fair chin, as arrogant as a proud swan. At this moment, Luo Yi also joined the fray. I never expected you to be this narcissistic. Do you really think you're worthy of Xiao Pi? Only someone like Wang Gang shares your foul stench. Hearing this, Liu Ryan was not enraged. Instead, she spoke with absolute icy calm. This mutated beast belongs to me now. You all should just give up. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you taste the power of gold release. Luo Yi immediately retorted angrily. Then why don't you guys give up instead? You say that as if I don't have an S-rank bloodline limit too. Do you think your broken glass can block my lava release? Liu Ryan coldly snorted and stopped wasting words. After giving Wang Gang a look, her hands rapidly formed hand seals. Gold release emerald gold hexagonal pillars. Immediately after, dozens of massive hexagonal pillars descended from the sky, smashing toward your and Luo Yi's position. You and Luo Yi lost the initiative, and could only quickly dodge through footwork. Yi, I will hold off the two of them. You go hunt that mutated beast first. Saying so, you formed hand seals, and spat out over a dozen small fireballs, attacking Liu Ryan and Wang Gang. Gold release crystal gold shield. Liu Ryan immediately created a massive crystal shield, blocking these small fireballs with ease. Taking advantage of this opening, Luo Yi seized the opportunity and dashed toward the mutated beast. However, Wang Gang immediately noticed her intention and hastily coated his legs with lightning release, preparing to intercept her. But you appeared one step ahead of him, blocking him and Liu Ryan. Did I say you could pass? Wang Gang immediately revealed a teasing expression. You want to stop the two of us by yourself? Bro, do you have a fever? You grinned, the Sharingan in your eyes spinning wildly. The surrounding environment changed rapidly. Immediately after, Liu Ryan turned into a crow and flew into the sky, leaving only you and Wang Gang on the field. Genjutsu again. Do you think I'd fall for the same ninjutsu twice? Take my Shogun flying kick. Saying so, his lightning-coated foot kicked straight at your face. At the same time, in the real world, Liu Ryan watched Wang Gang suddenly kick toward her, with a bewildered expression. Just what are you trying to do? Of course, I'm going to kick you to a pulp. In the next second, Liu Ryan, who had no time to react, was directly kicked several meters away. Her body was even subjected to the lightning release coated on Wang Gang's legs, scorching it pitch black. Meanwhile, Wang Gang, still immersed in the genjutsu, was full of pride. You didn't expect you would see this day, did you? Last time you used 1,000 years of death on me in a genjutsu. This time, I will also let you taste what it's like to suffer 1,000 years of death. Saying so, his hands rapidly formed the tiger seal. Liu Ryan watched Wang Gang slowly approaching, in sheer horror. Don't come over here. If you come any closer, I will never talk to you again. Hearing this, Wang Gang smirked wickedly. Screaming louder won't help you. Even if the Heavenly King himself came today, you still have to take my 1,000 years of death. Watching the show from the sidelines, you suddenly felt a chill behind you. You didn't expect Wang Gang to be so obsessed with 1,000 years of death. Since that's the case, then I will satisfy you. You quickly flashed behind Wang Gang and sent him flying into midair with a direct 1,000 years of death. On the other side, Luo Yi also successfully took down the mutated beast. The first round of the exam is over. Now all candidates will be teleported back to the central examination hall. Immediately after, the figures of your group gradually faded from the forest. At the same time, inside the central examination hall, everyone's scores were listed on the screen. Aside from you and Luo Ye getting perfect scores, everyone else's scores were around 50 points. The teleported candidates looked at the large screen, all shocked, because during the exam, they didn't know the scores of others. The observing audience was also discussing fervently at this time. Zipin and Luo Yi taking first place was completely expected. After all, the Sharingan was practically made for this test. However, Xiao Pi was a bit lacking in tact. Compared to Wang Gang getting hit with 1,000 years of death, I actually wanted to see Liu Ryan get hit with 1,000 years of death by Wang Gang more. These discussions reached Liu Ryan's ears, making her instantly turn red with rage. She turned and immediately gave Wang Gang a few hard slaps. Wang Gang had a wronged expression, muttering softly, "I didn't do it on purpose. Wasn't I caught in a jinjutsu?" Kuyang was in an equally foul mood as Liu Ryan. He never expected your score would actually be this good. Zipin, don't be too smug. The first round of the exam has only just ended, but the Chunin exam is far from over. Facing the resentful glares coming from both sides, you chose to simply ignore them. At this moment, Zhang Feng walked over, breaking the somewhat tense and awkward atmosphere. Congratulations on completing the first round of the exam. The second round of the exam will begin immediately. The content of the exam is very simple, which is to choose from ninjutsu, taijutsu, and gen jutsu, these three directions, the subject you believe you excel at most, and engage in a specialized battle with the examiner. As his voice fell, everyone besides you chose the ninjutsu path without exception. After all, their talents were all related to ninjutsu. As for you, just to be safe, you chose the genjutsu you were best at. Seeing everyone had made their choices, Zhang Feng immediately announced the start of the second round. Immediately after, a portal slightly different from before suddenly appeared in front of everyone. After you and Luo Yi cheered each other on, you walked in without hesitation. Then you arrived at a spacious field, with a young female examiner standing in front of you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Qingqing. The genjutsu test is very simple. There are only two phases. The first phase involves me casting a genjutsu on you, to see how much time you need to break it. The second phase is for you to cast an illusion on me. Let's see if you can successfully catch me in your illusion. I will evaluate your performance in these two phases to determine your score. Understood. Let's begin. You grinned. As for the Sharingan, it had already been activated at some point. Hearing this, Su Qingqing also smiled warmly, very confident. Kid, I've heard the Sharingan also has some illusionary capabilities. I just wonder how long your illusions can last against me. With that, her figure turned into smoke and disappeared. Meanwhile, your body was covered in explosive tags, deliberately using conversation to distract me. Teacher, your illusion is quite low level. The next second, Su Qingqing's pupils shrank drastically. She realized that the explosive tags had transferred onto her own body. The moment you cast your illusion on me, I reflected it right back at you. By the way, teacher, let me educate you a bit. This is the Sharingan's demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change. After saying that, you finally released her from the illusion. Su Qingqing panted heavily, breaking out in a cold sweat. This was her first time experiencing the feeling of being caught in an illusion. Does this mean I passed the first phase? Then next, it's my turn to cast an illusion on you, teacher. Hearing this, Su Qingqing instantly turned pale. There's no need for a second round. I'll give you full marks right now. But once we're out, you are not allowed to say you counter-killed me. Being counter-killed by a genin is quite embarrassing. At this, you grinned and gladly agreed. Soon, you were teleported back to the central exam hall. And on the big screen, your score was immediately updated. Seeing this score, the audience went entirely wild. How did Xiao Pi get full marks again? Did he pull strings? For the third round of the exam, even if he gets a 0, he'll still pass the Chunin exams directly. Could it be that the Sharingan isn't a trash talent? Or is it that there are no trash ninjutsu talents, only trash awakeners? Meanwhile, Zhang Feng looked at the returning Su Qingqing in some confusion. Just how good was this VP's performance? For you to give him full marks? Su Qingqing coughed twice, pretending to be calm. This kid is a very promising seedling, or rather, a top-tier genius in the field of illusions. Hearing this, Zhang Feng looked at you through the glass, muttering to himself, though it was unclear what he was mumbling. 10 minutes later, the other candidates gradually completed the second round. However, their scores were all around 70 to 80 points. After seeing that you got full marks again, Everyone except Luo Yi was somewhat dumbfounded. Of course, a few individuals were visibly flushed with anger. Right at this moment, Zhang Feng appeared before you all once again. Congratulations on completing the first 2 rounds. As long as you complete the final round, you will become a chunin. These are the items to be used in this round. Hold on to them well. Immediately after, a scroll appeared in every candidate's hands. Your scroll had the character for heaven written on it, while Luo Yi's had the character for earth. These are the heaven and earth scrolls. Out of the 10 of you, 5 have the heaven scroll, the other 5 have the earth scroll. You must collect both scrolls simultaneously to pass. This also means that half of you 10 will be eliminated. Now, the battle for the heaven and earth scrolls begins. As his voice fell, everyone's figures were completely teleported into the exam realm. At this moment, you and Luo Yi were teleported into a forest. Soon after, a more detailed set of exam rules appeared before you. It turned out that besides the scrolls held by the candidates, there were also 10 heaven and earth scrolls hidden within the exam grounds. Luo Yi looked at the earth scroll in her hand, her brows tightly furrowed. It seems the difficulty of collecting them has decreased a lot, but it added a new requirement to reach the clearing destination within 24 hours. Time is clearly even tighter now. Hearing this, you did not say much, but instead opened the dungeon map and began checking the locations of each scroll. The closest scroll was less than 2 kilometers away. Therefore, you immediately took Luo Yi into action, rushing toward that direction. Soon, the 2 of you arrived at the location shown on the map. However, aside from the dense trees all around, there was absolutely no sign of a scroll. Just as you and Luo Yi were feeling somewhat puzzled, a giant black python suddenly darted out, opening its bloodthirsty maw and lunging at you. Fortunately, both of your reaction speeds were very fast. You immediately leapt into the air to dodge the attack. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Lava style, Melting Rock Rain. A massive fireball smashed directly into the python's head, while corrosive acid fell rapidly like rain, cutting off its path for a continued attack. Z-Pi, look quickly. There's an earth scroll tied to its back. Luo Yi pointed excitedly at the giant python's back. But before she could think further, the giant python completely ignored the acid rain's damage and lunged at her with its gaping maw. In a moment of desperation, you quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire technique. However, the barrage of small fireballs smashing into its body only left a few scorch marks on its forehead, failing to successfully stop its attack. But fortunately, Luo Yi used the substitution jutsu in time, narrowly dodging the fatal strike. This giant python likely had some sort of super armor mechanic. Normal ninjutsu couldn't interrupt its attack at all. It seemed the only way to defeat it was to rely entirely on pure burst damage. Realizing this, you immediately turned to Luo Yi and said, "Forget about positioning and tactics for this thing. Just nuke it with our highest damage output." Hearing this, Luo Yi immediately formed hand seals, Lava style, Acid Slime Jutsu, and you closely followed up by unleashing Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. But just to be safe, you threw out a barrage of over a dozen kunai wrapped with explosive tags. Facing such a fierce offensive, the giant python remained completely fearless and continued charging at you head-on. The acid from the Acid Slime Jutsu didn't seem to deal much effective damage, but the visible festering on its scales indicated that its defenses had dropped sharply. Immediately after, amidst the explosions of the Great Fireball and explosive tags, the giant python was blasted into charred remains. Seeing this, Luo Yi instantly cheered and jumped for joy. This 3-star beast wasn't as hard to deal with as I thought. Even with a much higher level than us, we still took it down easily, because beasts were ranked from Tier 1 to 6, corresponding to awaken ranks from Genin to Super Cage. In other words, its level was equivalent to a Jonin tier awakened. You told Luo Yi to calm down a bit. Of course, it was easy with the 2 of us bullying it, Besides, our strength can't be measured by standard genin standards. So we definitely can't afford to be careless when facing other beasts. But upon hearing this, Luo Yi merely pouted, not taking your words seriously at all, then happily skipped over to the charred python corpse to retrieve the earth scroll from its back. You could only smile helplessly at the sight, before opening the dungeon map to check the location of the nearest heaven scroll. To your surprise, out of the 10 scroll markers initially on the map, only 7 remained. Furthermore, the 2 scrolls taken by others were both heaven scrolls. Yi, we need to hurry. Right now, the heaven scrolls held by the beasts have dwindled down to just 3. If we delay any further, we'll probably have to snatch them from other teams. With that said, the 2 of you moved out, rushing toward the closest scroll location. 2 hours later, you and Luo Yi stopped in front of a beast made entirely of rock. Tied to its chest was one of the few remaining heaven scrolls. This one should be a defensive type beast. Yi will use the usual method. Burst it down. Lava style. Molten grenade jutsu. Hearing this, Luo Yi wasted no time, spitting out volleys of acid bullets directly at it. And your great fireball jutsu followed closely behind. However, this stone golem wasn't as slow-witted as it appeared. Seeing your fierce offensive, it immediately turned around and fled at a surprisingly fast speed. Seeing this, you and Luo Yi hurriedly gave chase, absolutely refusing to let this sitting duck fly away. Just as you were about to catch up, a familiar voice rang out from nearby, ice style, deep freeze jutsu. Subsequently, the fleeing stone golem was completely encased in biting ice. You and Luo Yi looked toward the voice, only to see Ku Yang slowly walking over with his teammate. You were quite familiar with Ku Yang, knowing he had awakened the bloodline limit, ice style. As for his teammate, Kuchia, you vaguely remembered that he had awakened an earth-style talent. Xiao Pi, I've finally found you. Today, I'm going to make you suffer the full wrath of my ice style. And Yi, if you leave this guy and be with me, I promise I won't take your scroll, so your Luo family won't end up with 0 clears. Hearing this, you didn't back down in the slightest. I admit ice style is a powerful bloodline limit, but it all depends on who's using it. As for you, I've never even considered you a threat. Just as your voice faded, Luo Yi immediately followed up with a verbal jab. Ku Yang, I've already rejected you so many times, yet you still shamelessly chase after me. Do you know why I don't like you? Because you don't even amount to a single finger on ZP's hand. Ku Yang was instantly enraged by your trash talk jutsu. Boiling with rage, ice style, ice dragon jutsu. Spouting no more nonsense, he directly summoned an ice dragon that charged right at you. Luo Yi was just about to step in and block it, but Kuchia made his move on the other side, using earth style, falling rock jutsu to interrupt her ninjutsu. Meanwhile, to dodge the incoming ice dragon, you were forced to leap into the air, separating yourself from Luo Yi. The battlefield was instantly split in 2. Kuchia pinned down Luo Yi, while Ku Yang faced off against you. Ice style, swallow snowstorm. Ku Yang gave you absolutely no room to breathe, following up immediately with a barrage of flying ice spikes. Seeing this, you quickly threw several kunai, blocking every single ice spike. However, Ku Yang spammed ninjutsu as if they cost 0 chakra, sending one after another hurtling toward you, leaving you with no choice but to passively dodge, with absolutely no time to form hand seals. Weren't you supposed to be tough? Everyone out there calls you a genius, so why are you scurrying around like a stray dog now? Ku Yang shouted as he relentlessly attacked, frantically venting all his pent-up frustration. But to you, he just looked like an idiot. His fighting style lacked any real strategy. He was just recklessly squandering his chakra to cast ninjutsu. His absolute limit was probably only Chunin tier. Very quickly, the spreading frost sealed off all your avenues of movement, leaving you with nowhere left to dodge. Xiao Pi, you've got nowhere left to run now, do you? If you have any last words, spit them out. Though, if you're willing to kneel down and beg me right now, and break up with Luo Yi, I might just let you suffer a little less. But you didn't say a word. You merely looked at him calmly with your Sharingan. This unhurried expression thoroughly annoyed Kuyang. Asterisk, the advantage is clearly mine. Asterisk. Asterisk, why isn't he afraid? Asterisk. Asterisk, at a time like this. Asterisk. Asterisk, what is he still pretending for? Asterisk. Since you love acting tough so much, then you can go do it in the afterlife. With that, Kuyang formed hand seals, ready to strike. However, right at that moment, you flashed him a grin. Bro, did you really think you had me dead to rights? Take a look behind you. At that instant, Kuyang suddenly realized he couldn't move his body. He didn't know when, but wooden stakes had been driven into him. When he looked back at you, you had already turned into a crow and flown into the sky. Asterisk W, what is going on? Asterisk. Asterisk, is this Genjutsu? Asterisk. Asterisk, but he clearly didn't leave any signs. Asterisk. Just then, your voice suddenly rang out from behind him. That's right, from the moment you looked into my Sharingan, you were already caught in my Genjutsu. Saying so, you pulled out a kunai and pressed it against his back. Hand over the heaven scroll obediently. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the kunai version of 1,000 years of death. Hearing this, Kuyang instantly broke out in a cold sweat. His expression was twisted in agony and conflict. Meanwhile, in the real world, a massive earthen hand suddenly burst from the ground. It grabbed Kuyang in one swift motion and dragged him beneath the earth. Although Luo Yi rushed over immediately, Kutia still managed to rescue Kuyang. This guy's earth style is too cowardly. He dives underground at the drop of a hat. My lava style can't stop him at all. Luo Yi looked at you, full of self-blame. In response, you patted her on the shoulder. You grinned. It's no big deal. The scroll on the rock monster is enough for us to pass. But just as the words left your mouth, both you and Luo Yi's expressions changed. The rock monster was gone. You forcefully slapped your forehead, filled with regret. It must be because Kuyang fell under my Genjutsu, causing the freezing spell's effect to heavily diminish, allowing the rock monster to escape in the chaos. Now it was Luo Yi's turn to comfort you. She pointed out that it was getting late, and that you needed to find a place to rest. After all, only by restoring your stamina and chakra to peak condition could you handle whatever emergencies lay ahead. Very quickly, the two of you found a cave. Although it wasn't very spacious inside, it was just enough for two people to rest. Luo Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to recover her chakra. Meanwhile, you opened the instance map to check the latest updates. It showed that only 4 scrolls remained. 2 heaven scrolls and 2 earth scrolls. Time was growing tighter by the minute. If worst comes to worst, we'll have to camp at the clearing point and directly hijack the scrolls from other squads. Hearing this, Luo Yi opened her eyes. Whether we take scrolls from mutated beasts or snatch them from other squads, we need ample stamina and chakra. Z-Pin, hurry up and get some rest. Early the next morning, you and Luo Yi rushed toward the location of one of the heaven scrolls. Soon, the two of you spotted the trail of a heaven scroll on a wild boar. Yi, let's finish this quickly. Burst it down. As your words fell, lava style, melting apparition, and fire style, fireball jutsu were unleashed simultaneously. They instantly sent the clueless wild boar straight to its maker. Luo Yi danced with excitement. I didn't expect it to be this easy. Z-Pin, now all we have to do is hurry to the clearing point, and we can be promoted to Chunin. But there was no joy on your face. Something felt off. Just then, a sharp bolt of lightning shot toward you. You and Luo Yi hurriedly dodged out of the way. Looking up, you saw the attackers were none other than Liu Ryan and Wang Gang. Z-Pin, we meet again. Wang Gang's gaze was cold and sinister, filled with intense resentment. Hearing this, you flashed him a grin. You really never learn, do you? Do you want another taste of my 1,000 years of death? At these words, Wang Gang immediately flinched. The agonizingly familiar sensation instantly rushed back to his mind. Seeing Wang Gang deflated, Liu Ryan stepped forward with arrogant pride. Hand over the scrolls you're carrying. Otherwise, we'll cripple you today. Seeing this, Luo Yi didn't back down an inch. You managed to narrowly escape during the second round of exams. Do you honestly think your metal style can beat my lava style? Before Liu Ryan could speak, another familiar voice came from behind you, and Luo Yi. And what if you add us to the mix? Ku Yang and Kutia walked out from the forest, both wearing wicked smirks of successful trickery. You suddenly understood everything. They had intentionally placed this heaven scroll here. No wonder it was so easy to acquire. They were using it as bait. Yi, you deal with Liu Ryan. Your lava style perfectly counters her metal style. Take her down as quickly as possible. As for the other three, I'll hold them off. A trace of worrying flashed through Luo Yi's eyes, but the tacit understanding forged through countless battles made her unconditionally follow your strategy. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Lava style, melting apparition. The two of you instantly launched an attack on both squads, then swiftly dashed in opposite directions. Wang Gang, go help Ku Yang and the others take down Z-Pin. That useless vase will be dealt with by me. I'll make her realize that her lava style is pure garbage. With that, the battlefield was split in two. You were simultaneously facing off against Ku Yang, Ku Tia, and Wang Gang. Meanwhile, Luo Yi and Liu Ryan engaged in a one-on-one duel. Z-Pin, do you choose to duel us one-on-one? Or would you prefer a group fight? Before you could speak, Wang Gang chimed in with a wicked smirk. Do you want to fight the three of us by yourself? Or should the three of us gang up on you? As soon as the words fell, the three of them burst into manic laughter, as if you were already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In response, you just gave a teasing grin. Immediately, your crimson Sharingan began to spin rapidly. Why don't you take another look at what's behind you? Hearing this, the trio instantly felt a chill run down their spines. They all knew your favorite move was the 1,000 Years of Death. So, as if acting on reflex, they all immediately shut their eyes tight. This evil rascal is trying to use Genjutsu again. Don't look into his eyes. But when the three of them opened their eyes again, their surroundings had already changed entirely. Your massive figure appeared in midair, gazing down at them with crimson eyes. Damn it, we got caught in his Genjutsu again. Doesn't Genjutsu require preparation time? Why does he cast it instantly every single time? Isn't this completely broken? How are we supposed to play against this? The next second, a pair of giant hands hovered in the air, releasing 3 chakra threads that pierced into their bodies. At the same time, the battle between Luo Yi and Liu Ryan also began. Lava release, melting fluid bullet jutsu. Crystal release, jade crystal wall. Over a dozen acid bullets smashed heavily against the crystal shield. Although they didn't deal any actual damage to Liu Ryan, the crystal shield was dissolving at a visible rate. Seeing this, Liu Ryan frowned. Does her lava release really counter me? We both have S-rank bloodline limits. There's no way I'm weaker than her. With that, Liu Ryan prepared to form hand seals to cast another ninjutsu. However, Luo Yi's second wave of attacks had already arrived. Highly corrosive acid instantly drenched her entire body. But immediately after, Liu Ryan's body turned into a wooden log. So she used a substitution jutsu. Then she definitely wants to strike from behind. Thinking of this, Luo Yi quickly drew a kunai and slashed behind her. With a sharp clash of metal, she successfully blocked Liu Ryan's sneak attack. Immediately after, the two girls instinctively distanced themselves from each other. After all, neither of them was very skilled in taijutsu. Lava release, melting apparition jutsu. Luo Yi launched a new wave of attacks first, then charged closely behind the acid with her kunai in hand. Seeing this, Liu Ryan scoffed disdainfully. What a crazy woman, only knowing how to attack brainlessly. I'll first block your ninjutsu with my crystal shield, then attack your real body with my crystal release, hexagonal pillar jutsu. Let's see you survive that. With that said, a pink crystal shield instantly materialized in front of her, successfully blocking the erosion of the melting apparition jutsu. Following that, a massive hexagonal pillar descended from the sky, crashing heavily toward Luo Yi. The battle is over. Luo Yi, you useless vase, today I'll show you that there's a gap in power even among bloodline limits. But the next second, Liu Ryan froze completely, staring at the scene before her in disbelief. Luo Yi, who should have been crushed flat, had also turned into a wooden log. The battle is indeed over. Luo Yi's figure abruptly appeared behind her. Before Liu Ryan could react, a sharp kunai was pressed directly against her waist. Seeing this, Liu Ryan turned pale. She could only close her eyes and await her fate. When she opened her eyes again, she was securely tied up and thrown onto the ground. I hope I didn't take too long. I need to hurry and support Z-Pin. Luo Yi didn't show any joy of victory on her face. Instead, she rushed toward your direction with a worried expression. But when she arrived, her anxious little face was filled with disbelief. Ku Yang and the other two were standing motionless with their eyes rolled back, while you stared intently at them with your Sharingan. Z-Pin, you actually know Ao Genjutsu. Isn't that an ability only Jonin who master Genjutsu can unlock? Hearing this, you gave a bitter smile. Can we talk about this later? Tie them up first. My chakra is about to hit rock bottom. Luo Yi scratched her head and chuckled awkwardly. She quickly took the three of them, who were immersed in Genjutsu, and tied them up tightly. Seeing this, you finally deactivated your Sharingan while panting heavily. Yi, you, go and loot all the scrolls from their bodies. Let's give them a big fat 0 for this exam. Hearing this, Luo Yi wore a wicked smirk, walking toward the 4 bound captives like a little devil. 1 hour later, you and Luo Yi were smoothly teleported back to the central exam arena. Aside from the two of you, the squads from the Ke and Sai families were also present. The spectators in the crowd were discussing animatedly, because there were only a dozen minutes left in the exam. Yet not a single person from the Liu and Ku families had come out. In the viewing room on the 2nd floor, the 5 family heads watched the arena with varying expressions. Patriarch Ku, are the 2 juniors from your family lost? Why haven't they come out after so long? Luo Lin feigned confusion, though anyone with eyes could see he was being sarcastic. Patriarch Ku coldly snorted, clearly displeased. The time isn't up yet. What's the rush? Don't you know that geniuses always make their appearance last? However, despite acting tough on the outside, his heart was racing with panic. But it wasn't until the exam time officially ended that the 4 bound members of Ku Yang's team were teleported back. This instantly caused an uproar throughout the arena. I didn't expect the Ku and Liu families to score 0 in the 3rd round. That's just absurd. Actually, I'm more interested in who tied them up. They didn't leave any room for mercy. Aren't they afraid of retaliation? You don't understand. They are all from cage-level families. Who's afraid of who? At this moment, on the large screen in the central arena, the scores of everyone prominently appeared, except for Wang Gang and Kutia. Everyone else had passed the Chunin exam. Zhang Feng walked into the arena with a chuckle. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he untied Ku Yang and the others. Congratulations to the 8 of you who reached a total score of 150. Starting today, you are officially Chunin. As his voice faded, you and Luo Yi exchanged a smile. Fighting side by side so many times had forged an even tighter bond between you two. However, not everyone was as happy as you were. Aside from Kutia and Wang Gang and their miserable faces, Ku Yang and Liu Ryan wore expressions of sheer resentment. At the same time, the inheritance panel's voice echoed in your mind. Successfully advanced to Chunin. Unlocked bloodline limit, Mangekyo Sharingan. Unlocked ability, Amaterasu. Unleashes a large-scale black flame. It will not extinguish until the target is completely burned to ashes. Hailed as the strongest physical attack. Unlocked ability, Tsukuyomi. Drags the enemy into the world of Tsukuyomi. Grants absolute control over all time, space, and mass. Furthermore, the damage the enemy takes in the Tsukuyomi world will be 100% reflected on their physical body in reality. You were instantly overjoyed. You had finally unlocked these 2 divine skills. Aside from Susanoo, which required reaching Jonin to unlock, you also saw on the panel the abilities that could be unlocked at the cage tire. Izanagi and Izanami. Following the end of the Chunin exams, you and Luo Yi followed Luo Lin back to the Luo family. That night, Luo Lin threw a grand banquet to celebrate for you both. After all, this was the first time the Luo family had ever overpowered the other cage-level families in the Chunin exams. Meanwhile, all sorts of gossip regarding the exams instantly blew up the entire Southern District's forums. At the Liu family in Huaihai, Liu Ryan flew into a rage as she looked at the trending searches on her phone, her fair face flushing completely red. These unscrupulous media outlets, just to prop up Z-Pin, actually dared to belittle me like this. Just you wait and see. At 11 p.m. that night, inside the Luo family estate in Jinghai, Luo Yi looked at Z-Pin with deep reluctance. Are you really leaving? Can't you stay with me for a few more days? Hearing this, you smiled helplessly. Our original agreement was for me to represent the Luo family in the Chunin exams. Now that I've fulfilled my promise to you, of course, I need to get going. I can't just freeload at your house forever, right? Truthfully, you were also a bit reluctant to leave Luo Yi. However, to continue growing stronger, you couldn't allow yourself to drown in comfort. Luo Lin looked at you with deep admiration. A man should go out and brave the world. Clinging to a family will only make you a greenhouse flower. Regarding Luo Lin's words, you strongly agreed. Thus, after comforting Luo Yi for a while, you resolutely embarked on a new journey. You could no longer stay in Huaihai or Jinghai. Having offended the Liu, Wang, and Ku families, they definitely wouldn't let things go. I'll head to the mutant beast forest outside the city to grind levels first. Once your goal was set, you didn't hesitate at all and swiftly dashed toward the outskirts of the city. But the moment you arrived at the entrance of the mutant beast forest, you sensed something was wrong. The surroundings were unusually quiet, not at all like an area overrun with mutant beasts. Soon after, a large group of people emerged from the woods, completely surrounding you. The weakest among them were Chunin, and their leaders were none other than Ku Yang and Wang Gang. Wang Gang strutted forward with absolute arrogance and stopped right in front of you. Z-Pin, you're dead meat this time, daring to provoke us scions of major families. Didn't you know that surviving out here requires a powerful background? Ku Yang sneered from the side, as if he could already picture your miserable end. Seeing how brimful of confidence Wang Gang and Ku Yang were, you had a bad feeling about this. Aside from the people standing before you, they definitely had a hidden trump card. Otherwise, they wouldn't be this confident. Sure enough, before you could think any further, a tall man slowly walked out from the crowd. Although you were surrounded by people at this moment, you didn't look nervous at all. You guys really think highly of me. Not only did you send dozens of Chunin and Jonin, you even brought an Anbu expert. The tall man opposite you gave a cold smile. You're a rare talent, but you offended the Ku and Liu families. Even if the gods descended, no one could save you now. Meanwhile, inside the Luo family villa, a servant rushed hastily over to Luo Yi and Luo Lin. Eldest miss, this is bad. Z-Pi is surrounded by people from the Ku and Wang families outside the city, and the Wang family's patriarch is leading them. Luo Yi turned pale with fright. Dad, we have to go save Z-Pi. But Luo Lin looked as if he had expected this. Z-Pi left in such a hurry tonight, precisely because he didn't want to implicate us and have us targeted jointly by the Ku and Liu families. We cannot let Z-P's good intentions go to waste. Hearing this, Luo Yi's tears instantly welled up. You cold-blooded old man. If you won't bring anyone to help, I'll go by myself. Saying that, she bolted toward the outskirts of the city without looking back. Seeing this, Luo Lin could only immediately gather all the family's Anbu and Jonin and follow closely behind her with a massive force. On the other side, the Wang family patriarch waved his hand, and dozens of Chunin charged out from behind him, rushing fiercely toward you. He was certain that you couldn't escape today, even if you had wings. So he wanted to slowly force you into a corner, to vent the resentment in his heart. However, looking at the crowd charging at you, you curled your lips into a disdainful smile. Instantly, the Crimson 3 Tomo began to spin wildly. Standing in the crowd, Ku Yong's expression drastically changed. He's going to use that damn genjutsu. Don't look into his eyes. But as soon as his words fell, those dozen or so chunin were already frozen in place, falling one after another into the genjutsu. Evolving into a chunin really made a difference. Casting this mass genjutsu was so much easier than before, but before you could dwell on it, for Jonin leapt over those chunin with long blades in hand, rushing menacingly toward you. In the face of this, you didn't panic at all. Without dodging or evading, you gripped your kunai and charged straight ahead. After all, the god of genjutsu was famously known to take on 7 at once. Fighting for opponents above your tier was not an issue at all. The head of the Wang family did not send any more reinforcements. Instead, he looked at you with the amused gaze of a cat toying with a mouse. No matter what kind of genius he is, in the face of a massive family's power, he is nothing but an ant. Later, when he is completely exhausted, the two of you can go and thoroughly humiliate him. Hearing this, Zhuang and Wang Gang both revealed sinister smirks. They were already imagining how they would exact their revenge. Right at that moment, Luo Yi sprinted over at full speed. Behind her followed Luo Lin and a group of experts from the Luo family. I am protecting Xiao Pi today. Whoever dares to attack him will make an enemy of my Luo family. But just as her words fell, dozens of figures appeared to block Luo Yi and her group. The person leading them was none other than the head of the Ku family, Patriarch Luo. I've been waiting for you here. This is as far as you go. This is a matter between our Ku family, the Wang family, and Xiao Pi. If you insist on interfering, you'd better think carefully about the consequences. Hearing this, Luo Lin's expression turned icy. So many of you, teaming up against a junior. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Besides, do you really think my Luo family fears your threats? Luo Yi looked at you as you battled the Jonin, her small face pale with anxiety. Dad, we have to charge through. Xiao Pi helped our Luo family. If we leave him to die, we will be ridiculed by everyone. However, at the exact same moment, dozens more figures emerged. Leading them were the head of the Liu family and Liu Ryan. Luo Lin, I think it's best if you stay out of this. Otherwise, the 5 great cage-level families of Huaihai and Jinhai, after today, might just be reduced to 4. Hearing this, Luo Lin's face darkened to the extreme. No matter how strong he was no match for cage-level experts. Furthermore, Patriarch Ku and Patriarch Liu came from the same squad back in the day, so they had impeccable teamwork. We can only watch how things unfold for now. If we act recklessly, not only will we fail to save Xiao Pi, but our Luo family will also plunge into a desperate crisis. Luo Yi also understood the current situation. No matter how much her heart burned with anxiety, she could only pray for you with a worried expression. At this moment, everyone was watching the battle. Even though they had different allegiances, they all knew clearly in their hearts that tonight would likely be your final dance. Kangkong Wei Dung Ji Dutch. On the battlefield, you fought 1 against 3, without losing the slightest bit of ground. You even managed to counter-kill a Jonin. Damn it, this kid's Sharingan is too troublesome. Just looking into his eyes traps you in a genjutsu. We're completely on the defensive. Yeah, isn't the Sharingan supposed to be a garbage tier 1 talent? Why is it so overpowered on him? Meanwhile, you feigned weakness, panting heavily. Currently, besides the large number of Chunin and Jonin, Anbu experts had also arrived. There were dozens of them. Additionally, cage-level patriarchs were glaring at you like hungry tigers. If you faced them head-on, you would definitely perish here today. You needed to find an opportunity to capture the leader first. Only then would you have a chance to escape. Before you could think any further, a shuriken formed of spinning wind shot violently toward you. The one who threw it was none other than the head of the Wang family. Is this guy finally making a move himself? Then it's time to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Wang patriarch was not surprised that you dodged his wind release. Kid, I admit that you truly are a genius. Even multiple Jonin were no match for you. However, this farce ends here. Now, I will crush you with my own 2 hands. Hearing this, you gave him a faint smile. To exchange blows with a Tier 3 Anbu expert like you is quite an honor. So, as a reward, I've decided to give you a grand gift. With that said, the 3 Tomo in your eyes spun wildly, gradually morphing into a pinwheel pattern. The Wang Patriarch did not avert his gaze from your eyes, but instead showed deep interest in the transformation process. So this is your trump card, huh? But with such a massive gap in our levels, do you really think your Genjutsu will work on me? But when he saw your Sharingan shift into the Mangekyo form, an endless chill instantly washed over him. What is with these eyes? Isn't the highest level of the Sharingan supposed to be 3 Tomo? Could it have mutated? Why do I feel so unsettled just by looking at these eyes? Regardless, even if your Sharingan blooms into a flower, you are staying here forever today. With that said, the Wang Patriarch roared furiously and leapt into the air. He immediately launched a wind-release ninjutsu at you, facing the oncoming vacuum wave attack. You neither dodged nor deflected it. You simply grinned at him. Tsukuyomi, in the next second, the vacuum wave pierced straight through your body, but you displayed no signs of pain whatsoever. Instead, your body dissolved into a flock of crows that scattered into the sky. At that moment, the Wang Patriarch's mind went into a trance. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in a crimson world. His body was impaled by several wooden stakes, while you stood expressionlessly in front of him. This Genjutsu is quite realistic, but an illusion is still an illusion. I just need to disrupt my chakra flow, and I can easily break it. Sneering dismissively, the Wang Patriarch attempted to break your Tsukuyomi, but very quickly, cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall. Why can't I sense my chakra? Is this not a Genjutsu? Then why have I been inexplicably restrained by him? This is my Tsukuyomi world. In here, whether it be space, time, or mass, everything is entirely under my control. As your words fell, you tossed an explosive tag into the air. Immediately after, the single explosive tag instantly multiplied into 11. Seeing this, the Wang family patriarch's expression darkened terribly. Yet, he remained stubborn. No matter what, this is just Genjutsu. Everything here is fake. What can you actually do to me? Hearing this, you gave a sinister smile. Then let me show you the true joy of Tsukuyomi. The next second, the 11 explosive tags detonated with a bang. At the same time, in the real world, the Wang Patriarch suddenly fell to his knees. The cold sweat on his forehead and his terrified expression indicated that he had just experienced something horrifying. Meanwhile, your left eye throbbed with intense pain, worthy of a half-step cage-level expert, surviving a full 15 minutes of explosive tags without completely losing consciousness. However, he had likely lost his combat ability. The onlookers witnessing this scene were full of confusion. Why did the Wang Patriarch suddenly kneel? Was he hit by a Genjutsu? But Xiao Pi is only a chunin. How could he trap a half-step cage-level expert in a Genjutsu? In the crowd, the Ku family patriarch's eyes narrowed, instantly realizing that Patriarch Wang had lost. The next moment, his figure vanished from his spot. Seeing this, Luo Yi hurriedly shouted at you. Xiao Pi, watch out, that old bastard Ku has no honor. He's going for a sneak attack. At the same time, seeing Patriarch Ku make his move, Luo Lin was about to rush over and intercept him, but was immediately blocked by the Liu family patriarch. Patriarch Luo, don't go causing trouble. On the other side, as you were panting, you suddenly felt a surge of killing intent. Before you could react, Patriarch Ku had already appeared before you, landing a punch on your chest. Wind release, explosion. The wind release enveloping his fist instantly detonated, sending you flying dozens of meters away. You're quite impressive, kid. But now that I've stepped in, this farce is over. Patriarch Ku did not attack again. Instead, he walked toward you slowly with an arrogant look. You struggled to your feet, a bitter smile appearing on your face. Is this the power of a cage level? It seems I still have a long way to go. Hearing this, Patriarch Ku's lips curled upward. He slowly raised his arm, condensing a wind-release shuriken. seemingly preparing to deal the final blow. Right at this moment, you suddenly placed your hand over your right eye. The pattern in your pupil spun wildly. Instantly, streaks of pitch-black flames appeared silently on the arm he used to cast the wind release. Following that, you squeezed out your remaining chakra and ocular power, continuously expanding the burning range of the Amaterasu flames. The intense pain startled Patriarch Ku, forcing him to stop his attack and retreat backward. Meanwhile, the elites of the three major families couldn't react in time at all and were struck by the Amaterasu one after another. Where are the water release ninjas? Hurry, use water release. Help me put out these wicked black flames. Patriarch Ku was sweating profusely from the pain, struggling to maintain his sanity. However, when a water release ninja from the Wang family used their jutsu, they completely failed to stop the black flames from burning. Seeing that it was about to spread from his arm to his body, he made a prompt decision and took the most drastic option. 10 minutes later, Patriarch Ku listened to his subordinates' reports with a grim face. Xiao Pi escaped. Patriarch Wang was immobilized and hit by the black flames. So along with dozens of Chunin and Jonin, they all perished. Hearing this, Patriarch Ku's face flushed red with anger. Launch a carpet search immediately. Even if you have to deploy everyone in the family, you must find him. This was the first time in his life he had suffered such a defeat. A dignified cage-level expert, actually taking a huge loss against a mere Chunin, and even being forced to lose an arm because of it. Meanwhile, Luo Lin and the others, who were blocked by Patriarch Liu, stood frozen in place. Dead. Is Xiao Pi safe now? It's too early to conclude that, but he is indeed temporarily out of danger. The Liu family members standing opposite them also had faces full of disbelief. Among them, Liu Ryan's reaction was the most intense. She suddenly realized that the trash she had dumped back then had reached heights she could never achieve. Liu Ryan clenched her fists tightly, her eyes full of unwillingness. I awakened a Keki Genkai. I will definitely catch up to him. Over the next few days, you dominated the top searches on all major forums, and these were national trending topics. Wang Patriarch insta-killed. Ku Patriarch forced to sever arm. Bros, a power fantasy novel just became reality. Rookie crushes big shots all the way. As a Chunin, how did he fight the powerhouses of three major families? The mysterious black flames. Invincible below cage level. Trading blows above cage level. Suddenly, your name spread across the entire continent. You were even dubbed the strongest Chunin. However, as the center of attention, you were currently scratching your head in front of a bulletin board. Latest bounty. Target is Xiao Pi. Bounty amount 30 million. Issued by Jinhai Ku family, Jinhai Liu family, Hawaii Hai Wang family. They put out a bounty this quickly. Good thing I escaped to the city of depravity. Otherwise, I would have really been dead meat. The city of depravity was a chaotic city located in the southern district. Over half of its population consisted of renegades from various cities. They banded together for survival, allowing the city of depravity to grow stronger and stronger. So much so that this place had become the perfect haven for all rogue ninjas in the southern district. Now that a few days had passed, your eyes still throbbed with a dull pain. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was undeniably strong, but it couldn't be used recklessly. Otherwise, you feared you would go blind just as quickly as Sasuke did. Actually, there were ways to bypass this side effect. The first was to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The second was to get your hands on Senju Hashirama's cells. But neither of these conditions was achievable for you right now. Therefore, you decided to find a way to develop some new trump cards outside of the Mangekyo. With a plan in mind, you decided to stroll around the city first. After all, you would be staying here for a very long time. Before long, you saw a few people discussing something on the street corner. I heard the Tailed Beast Realm is about to appear. The Tailed Beast Realm? Are you serious? Absolutely. I just don't know which tailed beast will show up this time. It would be amazing if it were the Nine Tails. Even if it did, what does it have to do with you? You'd need to be a cage-level powerhouse at the very least, to have even a sliver of a chance to form a contract with it. Hearing this, you raised an eyebrow. Your interest greatly piqued. The 9 great-tailed beasts of this world were all scattered across the tailed beast realms. But because these realms only appeared randomly and occasionally, so many years had passed, and only the 2 tails, 5 tails, and 7 tails had formed contracts with awakened ones. However, judging from their discussion, they didn't know the exact time and location of its appearance either. Thus, you didn't linger any longer, and continued wandering to other parts of the city. However, after a few hours had passed, you still hadn't gathered any valuable information. So, you decided to head to the nearby fallen forest first, because not only could you grind monsters to level up there, you could also collect materials to exchange for living supplies. After the battle that night, your combat experience was now terrifyingly abundant. Therefore, in just over 10 minutes, you effortlessly bulldozed your way into the depths of the fallen forest. Right at this moment, an urgent female voice echoed from a short distance away. "Save me!" You saw a young woman wearing black stockings, running toward you with a terrified expression, while 5 or 6 burly men chased right behind her. Seeing this, you immediately distanced yourself. After all, playing the saint never ended well. Don't misunderstand, brothers. I don't know her at all. I'm leaving right now. You guys carry on. Yet before you could even turn around, those 5 or 6 burly men had already surrounded both you and the girl. The girl batted her large, watery eyes, looking pitifully at the universally invincible and super handsome guy. "You have to help me. Not only do they want to rob me, they want to violate me too." Before you could open your mouth to refuse, someone among the burly men seemed to recognize you. "Boss, he looks like that Xiao Pi with the 30 million bounty." Saying that, he pulled out a wanted poster and handed it to the one-eyed man. "It really is this brat Xiao Pi. Our organization happens to be short on funds. Isn't this a gift falling right into our laps?" The one-eyed man immediately beamed with joy, looking at you as if you were a fat sheep ripe for the slaughter. But a lackey beside him warned, "Boss, he isn't even afraid of cage-level experts. Are we really enough to take him?" The one-eyed man immediately gave him a look of deep disappointment, and delivered a heavy slap to his head. "There are 6 of us elite jonin. Why would we fear him alone if he beat an Anbu expert? He definitely used some ultimate trump card. The cooldown for a move like that is probably measured in years." Seeing them discussing this as if you weren't even there, your temper flared up. "It seems you really think I'm an easy target. I didn't expect to find idiots like you in the city of the fallen." Right at that moment, the girl quietly tugged at the corner of your clothes. "So you're actually the idols Xiao Pi I've always admired. If you save me today, I'll pledge my life to you." Hearing this, you paused for a moment. "Well, I'm a rather realistic person. It's best if you offer me a more tangible reward." The girl understood what you meant, and immediately realized that trying to freeload off her looks wouldn't work. She hastily revealed her trump card. "Haven't there been rumors lately about the Tailed Beast Realm opening? I know exactly where the Tailed Beast Realm will appear. I can take you there." You couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "I'm really not doing this for some Tailed Beast Realm. It's just that I was born with a strong sense of justice, and I simply can't stand seeing a beautiful girl bullied by thugs." At the same time, those burly men also reached a consensus, and began forming hand seals to attack you. In an instant, a barrage of colorful ninjutsu smashed toward your body. However, just as the ninjutsu was about to hit, your body suddenly dispersed into a murder of crows. You are already trapped in my genjutsu, in the darkness of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Enjoy the final moments of happiness in your lives. Half a minute later, all 6 men lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. The girl standing to the side was completely dumbfounded. After all, from her perspective, you hadn't done a single thing. Yet these men had suddenly dropped out cold. "Well, you're safe now. Tell me the location of the Tailed Beast Realm." You looked at her with pleasant surprise, while also feeling highly expectant about which tailed beast you might encounter in the realm this time. However, the girl began to stammer. The tailed beast realm will appear in 3 days, somewhere near the city of the fallen. As for the exact location, wait until the tailed beast realm actually appears. Then I'll know. Hearing this, your face immediately darkened, feeling as though your intelligence had been insulted. Once the realm appears, everyone will know. Why would I even need you to tell me? What use is that? Seeing how agitated you were, the girl let out an awkward, dry laugh. I can find out the very first moment it happens, and guarantee that you'll be the first one to enter, seizing the initiative to contract a tailed beast. Regarding her remarks, you still maintained a skeptical attitude. Then for these 3 days, you must stay with me. If you can't take me to the tailed beast realm when the time comes, I couldn't have saved you for nothing. At the very least, you'll have to pay me for emotional damages. Hearing this, the girl nodded readily, then explained the entire cause and effect of her being hunted. It turned out her name was Mangekyo. The people who had just been chasing her were members of the Seven Fiends organization from the City of Depravity. I won't get involved in your business with the Seven Fiends organization. In 3 days, you will take me into the tailed beast realm, and our deal will officially be concluded. However, just as you finished speaking, Mangekyo's vision suddenly went black, and she fainted. Seeing this, you immediately realized she was injured. You quickly brought her to the City of Depravity for treatment. A few hours later, inside the territory of the Seven Fiends organization, an underling ran in with a hurried expression. Boss Li Kuang, the vice president, and several brothers are dead. We don't even know who did it. There wasn't a single wound on their bodies. Li Kuang was instantly furious. To think they dare touch the people of my Seven Fiends organization. You must find out who did this. Otherwise, how will the Seven Fiends organization maintain its foothold in the City of Depravity? 3 days later, you and Mangekyo were on the streets, fully equipped and ready to go. Are you sure today is the day the tailed beast realm opens? Mangekyo was very confident. Absolutely. Furthermore, I've sensed its approximate location. It's to the northwest. Hearing this, you suddenly developed a strong interest in this young girl. Being able to sense the existence of a tailed beast. You had truly never heard of such an ability. However, you didn't overthink it. You immediately led her and dashed toward the northwest. Over 10 minutes later, you arrived at a volcanic region. The air was filled with a scorching aura. At this moment, a fiery red portal appeared before you. It seemed to be the entrance to the tailed beast realm. Behind you, Mangekyo urged, stop spacing out, while no one else has come over yet. Let's hurry inside. With that said, you didn't hesitate anymore. You decisively led her into the secret realm. Immediately after, a massive ape appeared not far away from you. For Tails, Sun Wukong, Cage level Tier 2, capable of using the lava release Keki Genkai, and possessing a massive amount of chakra. Ranked 4th among the 9 great-tailed beasts. It is the representative of extreme attacks and absolute destruction. To think it's the 4 tails. I thought we would run into the fire-type 9 tails. You raised an eyebrow, not daring to underestimate this tailed beast that shared a name with your childhood idol. Beside you, Mangekyo was very worried. All tailed beasts are at least at the cage level in strength. You are only a chunin. Are you sure you want to fight it? Hearing this, you grinned at her, since we're already here. Of course, I'm going to fight. Otherwise, why did I go through all this trouble to get here? Now that you're part of the deal to find the tailed beast is complete, you just need to watch from the sidelines. There's no need to help me. However, Mangekyo patted her chest, saying with a serious face, you saved my life. I will help you one more time today. You didn't pay much mind to this. After all, she was only a chunin, so her level of strength wouldn't be of much help. Thus, you charged toward the 4 tails all by yourself. Unexpectedly, just as you stepped into its zone, the 4 tails noticed the anomaly. It opened its bloodthirsty maw and roared at the sky. The majestic roar echoed throughout the entire secret realm. Immediately after, before you could even react, it charged over like a giant tank. Fire release, great fireball technique. You hastily unleashed fire release to test the waters. However, when the fireball struck the 4 tails, It surprisingly dealt absolutely no damage, and dissipated right away. Seeing this, you immediately followed up with several kunai attached with explosive tags. But the result remained the same. They couldn't even blow through its skin. It seemed that ordinary ninjutsu simply couldn't breach a tailed beast's defenses. You had to use your ultimate move right away. But before you could launch your attack, the Foretail's strike was already fully charged and ready. Lava release, scorching stream, rock technique. Several magma balls shot out from its mouth, flying toward you with lightning speed. The massive area of effect forced you to dodge frantically, even though you managed to evade them all. The scorching heat radiating from the magma balls made your entire body sting in pain. Right at that moment, you decisively activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Instantly, pitch-black flames locked onto the Foretail's arm and began to spread at an incredible speed. The intense agony forced it to let out a howl of pain. Following that, it seemed to fly into a humiliated rage. It actually ignored the Amaterasu burning on its body and charged straight at you. Your pupils suddenly shrank. It seemed the Foretails wanted to drag you down with it. Right at this critical moment, Mangekyo suddenly appeared in front of you. Would release Great Forest Technique. The next second, countless tree trunks sprouted from the ground, firmly entangling all of the Foretail's limbs. You were immediately startled. Would release. To think the talent she awakened was would release? Before you could recover from your shock, Mangekyo's combo attacks followed one after another. Would release. For Pillar Prison Technique, a massive wooden prison fell from the sky, trapping the Foretails directly inside. However, Mangekyo's would release wasn't as powerful as expected. The materialized tree trunks were easily shredded by the Foretails, but this still successfully bought you a few precious seconds. The Amaterasu had already spread across its entire body. The Foretails roared at the heavens, but it could do absolutely nothing against these black flames. In the end, it could only crash heavily onto the ground. Seeing this, you quickly deactivated the Amaterasu. Otherwise, if the Foretails really burned to a crisp, you would have nowhere to cry. What kind of flames are these? They actually managed to defeat a tailed beast. Mangekyo stared with wide, watery eyes. His face was filled with utter disbelief. You ignored his shock, and instead walked slowly toward the Foretails, preparing to check on its condition. But just as you stepped in front of it, the Foretail suddenly snapped its eyes open and twisted around, throwing a heavy punch right at you. This guy was actually playing dead. Did you really think I had no backup plan? With a flash of your Mangekyo Sharingan, a single glance directly plunged the exhausted Foretails into a genjutsu. If Kisame Hoshigaki could solo you back in the day, did you really think the spokesman of the young god couldn't handle you? At the same time, the character inheritance system chimed in, successfully subdued the Foretails. Son Goku, please select your method of subjugation. 1. Form a contract with the Foretails, turning it into a summoning beast. 2. Or seal it within your body, and become the Foretails' Jinchuriki. You fell into deep thought over this. Theoretically speaking, whether the Foretails becomes a summoning beast, or I become its Jinchuriki, its core power won't change. But by becoming a Jinchuriki, I can merge the Foretails' strength with my own, achieving a result where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. The downside is that once I become a Jinchuriki, I will die if the tailed beast is extracted from my body. However, if an opponent is capable of extracting a tailed beast, whether I am a Jinchuriki or not, it seems I wouldn't be able to escape death anyway. With that thought in mind, you placed your hand on the Foretails, successfully became the Foretails' Jinchuriki, obtained the Keki Genkai, lava release. In an instant, you felt a boundless surge of chakra within your body. Furthermore, since the tailed beast was already under your Jinjutsu, it wouldn't harbor any feelings of resistance. Therefore, from the very moment you became a Jinchuriki, you instantly became a perfect Jinchuriki. Mangekyo watched all of this, doubting reality itself. He actually subdued a tailed beast, and he did it at the level of a chunin. How could those two concepts even belong in the same sentence? You patted her shoulder and grinned. Let's head out first. Without the tailed beast, this secret realm will collapse very soon. A few minutes later, you and Mangekyo return to the volcanic area outside the secret realm. Actually, I've always had a question, you said. How were you able to know the exact location where the tailed beast secret realm would appear? Is it related to your wood release? You looked at her with a hint of curiosity. Mangekyo simply rubbed her head and smiled awkwardly. Why? I feel like a Keki Genkai-like would release is super weak. I can't believe you'd think it had anything to do with that. This perception is an innate ability of mine. As long as a tailed beast secret realm appears, I can sense its location. Hearing this, a thought suddenly flashed through your mind. If she knows the locations of the tailed beast secret realms, then if I team up with her to find the other tailed beasts, wouldn't my power absolutely skyrocket? However, when you shared this idea with her, Mangekyo replied that her perception was limited by time and range. You were a bit disappointed by this. Are you still coming back to the city of the fallen with me, then? Mangekyo shook her head, a hint of hatred in her eyes. I won't go back for now. Once I've raised my strength, I will return to seek revenge against the Seven Fiends organization. You offered a helpless smile upon hearing this. I'm the exact opposite of you. Right now, only the city of the fallen will take me in. The outside world is swarming with bounty hunters out for my head. After that, the two of you parted ways, heading in opposite directions. Over 10 minutes later, just as you entered the gates of the city of the fallen, you spotted 4 ninjas standing guard there. Glancing at their attire, you recognized at once that they were men from the Ku family. Since you're intent on causing trouble for me, then I'll make sure none of you make it back alive. At this moment, in the forest outside the city of the fallen, a squad of over 10 people stood fully geared and ready. Everyone, stay on high alert at all times. The first squad is already inside the city, moving to intercept, and corner the target. Our job is to stop him from escaping. Just as the captain of the second squad finished speaking, an urgent voice crackled over his walkie-talkie. We've spotted the target. Hurry up and... Before the sentence could be finished, the walkie-talkie immediately lost its signal. Everyone, assemble immediately. Xiao has already been pinned down by the first squad. We need to rush over and support them right now. However, right at that moment, your figure abruptly appeared a short distance away from them. There's no need for you to go support anyone, because I've already come looking for you. The next second, a massive meteor of magma descended from the sky. By the time the captain of the second squad opened his eyes again, everyone in his squad was charred black and completely lifeless. As for the captain himself, he had collapsed heavily onto the ground, having utterly lost his combat ability. You single quotes Xiao. How is it possible for you to be this strong now? Hearing this, you grinned. Weren't you guys the ones sent to hunt me down? How do you not even know what I look like, let alone gauge my strength? With that, you casually tossed an explosive tag onto his body, and then walked away stylishly amidst a resounding explosion. Meanwhile, inside the Ku family's main headquarters, a subordinate sprinted anxiously up to the family head, Ku Yunshu. Family head, it's a disaster. All the vanguard squads we sent out have lost contact. Hearing this, Ku Yunshu's expression turned extremely dark. It seems Xiao is indeed in the city of the fallen. Pass down my orders. The moment his tracks are discovered, immediately notify all squads to intercept and encircle him. Remember, they are not to fight him to the death. Wait for me to get there before we execute the kill. Afterwards, he pulled out his phone, seemingly to contact someone. The text message on the screen simply read, "The target rogue ninja has appeared. Come quickly and assist me." At the exact same time, the Ku family's movements also reached the Luo family side. They seem to have found Xiao in the city of depravity. We must send people to rescue him immediately. In contrast to Luo Yi's urgency, Luo Lin looked completely in control of the situation. Rest assured, I have already sent people over. As long as Ku Yunshu doesn't make a move himself, that ragtag bunch from the Ku family won't be able to touch him. Outside the city of depravity, squads from the Ku family gathered one after another. But what they didn't know was that you, their target, had already returned to Jinhai. Looking at the massive territory of the Ku family before you, the corners of your mouth curled into an uncontrollable smirk. You will be the very first family on my extermination list to completely vanish. The next second, you directly activated your tailed beast transformation. Turning into the Four Tails, Sun Wukong, you began destroying the Ku family's base with an overwhelming, unstoppable force. Over 10 minutes later, inside the Ku family's temporary stronghold in the Forest of Depravity, Ku Yunshu roared furiously at his subordinates. Are you telling me that Xiao Pi not only escaped from the City of Depravity, but also went to Jinhai and ambushed our home? Order everyone at the City of Depravity to pull back immediately, return to Jinhai, and search for his whereabouts with everything we have. While Ku Yunshu was consumed by rage, he also felt a deep sense of powerless frustration. After all, they were out in the open, while you, the rogue ninja, lurked in the shadows. Over the next few days, numerous squads from the Ku family scattered across various areas of Jinhai and the City of Depravity. However, not only did they fail to find any trace of you, they ended up losing dozens of elite squads in the process, totaling over several hundred ninjas. At the same time, the relationships between the 5 great cage-level families of the Southern District began to churn with undercurrents of tension. Aside from the Liu family, who watched the fires burn from afar, the Luo, Cat, and Sai families were all itching to make a move. Secretly using your name as a cover, they launched multiple operations against the Ku family. This made your movements seem even more unpredictable and ghostly. 1 second, you would be ambushing a Ku family squad on the outskirts of Jinhai. The next second, you were somehow battling Anbu experts in the City of Depravity. Inside the Luo family estate in Jinhai, Luo Yi and Luo Lin seem to be in very good spirits. Now that we've completely muddied the waters, even the Ka and Sai families have stepped into the ring against the Ku family. This time, even if the Ku family doesn't die, they will be severely crippled. In the future, they will no longer be the strongest cage-level family in the Southern District. Luo Lin, however, appeared much calmer. The Ku family has indeed suffered heavy losses this time, but cage-level experts are the true foundation of a family. As long as Ku Yunshu doesn't fall, the Ku family will endure. Right now, the best outcome is for Xiao Pi to escape amidst the chaos, while we exert our utmost effort to weaken the Ku family's forces. Meanwhile, at the Ku family estate in Jinhai, Ku Yunshu and Ku Yang, father and son, both looked red with fury. Dad, if this continues, our Ku family is doomed. This is no longer just about targeting Xiao Pi. The other major families are secretly moving against us as well. Ku Yunshu forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart. As the heir, you must keep your composure. The 5 great families of the Southern District tripping each other up has always been an old tradition. You need to get used to it. Right now, as long as we catch Xiao Pi, then the dust will finally settle. After all, they don't dare to oppose our Ku family out in the open. Late at night, 3 days later, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder, a torrential downpour fell from the gloomy sky, and you, having silently donned a red cloud cloak, were slowly walking toward the Forest of Depravity, toward the location of the Ku family's main base. It's time to put an end to this farce. Tonight will be the night of the Ku family's extermination. At this moment, Ku Yang and his father sat in the main base with gloomy expressions. Dad, that wretched Xiao Pi must be a rat. We've searched for 3 whole days and still haven't found him. Ku Yunshu's face twisted into a savage scowl. He is only putting up a stubborn resistance within our encirclement. He won't be jumping around for much longer. Having offended us, the only fate for enemies of the Ku family is death. However, right at that moment, a familiar, mocking voice echoed through the room. Hey, I never planned on running. On the contrary, I've come to collect your lives. Ku Yunshu met your playful gaze and instantly erupted with fury. You actually dare to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Today, we will settle all our debts, old and new. If I don't tear you to pieces, you little bastard. My name isn't Ku. Saying that, he formed hand seals with a single hand and raised his arm to hurl a wine-style jutsu at you. The razor-sharp blades of the shuriken instantly slashed a rift through the curtain of rain. But this linear attack was full of flaws before the Sharingan. You easily dodged it with a single Geppo. Seeing that a single target attack had no effect on you, Ku Yunshu immediately changed his combat tactics. Wine style, great breakthrough. A massive whirlwind materialized out of thin air, sweeping toward you at blistering speed. However, he wasn't the only one who knew wine style, innately possessing all 5 chakra natures. And paired with the Sharingan, you effortlessly copied his wine style, great breakthrough, completely neutralizing his attack. Patriarch Ku is impressive indeed. To actually master one-handed seals in such a short time. It seems I'll have to burn off your other arm as well. With that, you instantly activated your Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. Ku Yunshu suddenly felt a sense of impending doom. Faced with your instant cast Amaterasu, he simply didn't have the time to counter it. Thus, he hastily leapt into the air, retreating rapidly. At the exact same time, a wall of water rose up before him, blocking the black flames of Amaterasu. Immediately after, a massive column of water brushed past him, surging aggressively in your direction. Seeing this, you immediately unleashed a fire-style jutsu. Great! Fireball jutsu. It barely managed to block the powerful strike. To dissolve my water style while only at the Chunin realm. You really are a rogue ninja with some skill. A young man around 30 years old slowly stepped out, looking at you with a gaze full of contempt. Under the inside of your Sharingan, you realized that this person's chakra reserves were actually on par with Ku Yunshu's. Could he also be a cage-level expert? But since when did the Ku family have to cage-level fighters? You suddenly felt you had been a bit careless. You had still underestimated the foundation of a cage-level family. Seeming certain of his victory, the arrogant youth wasn't in a hurry to attack, but instead began to introduce himself. I am Bai Chen, head of the executive department for the Southern District Awaken Management Association. Your management association is overreaching, aren't they? What does my grudge with the Ku family have to do with you? Hearing this, Bai Chen put on a hypocritically righteous expression. If it were just a normal personal grudge, it naturally wouldn't concern me. But you are now a traitor destroying the peace of the Shinobi world. Therefore, it is my duty and obligation to bring you to justice. Beside him, Ku Yunshu revealed a smug expression. An ant like you still dreams of defying us. The Ku family. How could an unaffiliated stray like you ever comprehend the true foundation of a cage-level family? Just be a good boy and surrender. You suddenly came to a realization. Weren't they just colluding with each other? Before you could think further, Bai Chen continued arrogantly, I forgot to tell you. You had best not resist, because standing behind me is the entire Southern District Management Association. Any traitor who attempts to oppose the association will inevitably be executed. Hearing this, you grinned at them. Since you've already branded me a traitor, you still expect me to just surrender. I truly don't give a damn about your so-called management association. At worst, I'll just form my own traitor organization. As soon as the words left your mouth, Bai Chen and Ku Yunshu wasted no more time on nonsense. They directly launched a jutsu at you. A combined attack of a water shockwave and a wine storm swallowed you instantly. But when the smoke cleared, a fiery red figure slowly emerged. This was precisely the power of the Four Tails lava release. Although the chakra mode wasn't a full-tailed beast transformation, it could still cause a Jinchuriki's combat power to skyrocket. This is lava release. Since when does this kid know lava release? Could he have been hiding it as a trump card all along? Bai Chen, however, dismissed it with disdain. Just a mere Keki Genkai. In front of cage-level experts like us, what kind of waves can he possibly make? Water style, exploding water shockwave. With that said, his hands formed hand seals, spewing a massive torrent of water from his mouth towards you. But the surging waves didn't deal any damage. The instant they touched you, they evaporated. Lava release, scorching stream technique. Immediately following that, several massive spheres of magma fell from the sky, smashing ruthlessly toward Bai Chen's position. He instantly formed hand seals, using a gigantic water encampment wall to block it. However, at the exact same moment, your figure abruptly appeared behind him, delivering a punch straight to his kidney. Patriarch Ku, where are you? Hurry up and save me. The moment he spoke, several wind blades shot toward your back. In this moment of crisis, you were completely unable to dodge. But to your surprise, the wind blades didn't inflict any damage on you. You didn't even feel the slightest bit of pain. The power of a tailed beast was truly this terrifying. To think it elevated my defense to such an incredible height. Before you could think further, Bai Chen and Ku Yunchu's next wave of attacks arrived back to back, facing the simultaneous assault of to cage-level experts. You didn't dare be careless. You hurriedly clapped your hands together. Immediately, as your chakra grew wildly, 4 chakra tails violently erupted from your back, swatting both attacks completely away. At this moment, Bai Chen finally realized something was wrong. This looks like a tailed beast transformation. Tailed beast transformation? You're saying he has a tailed beast inside him? He's actually a Jinchuriki. Shocked, Ku Yunshu furrowed his brows tightly. Tailed beasts were universally acknowledged as the strongest monsters, far beyond what those trashy mutant beasts could compare to. This damn brat is really troublesome. However, a cold snort from Bai Chen snapped him back to reality. It seems the heavens are truly granting me a fortunate encounter. If I extract the tailed beast from his body and make it my own power, my position in the Management Association will become absolutely uncheckable. At the same time, your crimson eyes glared fixedly at the two of them. At this stage, you weren't fully transformed, but were instead in a partial tailed beast state. After all, even if you transformed into the complete 4 tails, you might not necessarily be able to kill these two. Right now, the partial tailed beast state paired with the Mangekyo Sharingan was the best strategy. This also made you desire to unlock the power of Susanoo even more. If you could activate that giant armored avatar for battle, this fight wouldn't need to be so complicated. At this moment, after Bai Chen shot Ku Yunshu a look, the two rapidly moved in opposite directions, quickly forming a pincer attack against you. You immediately saw through their intentions. They clearly wanted to kite you to death. Therefore, you made a prompt decision. Temporarily abandoning Bai Chen, you charged toward the slightly weaker Ku Yunshu. You little bastard. Bai Chen is obviously the bigger threat, okay? Is your brain cramping? Why are you coming for me first? Seeing this, Ku Yunshu didn't have the slightest courage to clash head-on with you. He hurriedly imbued wind release into his legs and rapidly retreated. After all, against a tailed beast state paired with the Sharingan, he knew that once you closed the distance, he would absolutely be torn apart. However, in just a few seconds, you dashed right behind him. Lava release, melting burst, a punch cloaked in boiling magma, struck his back with immense, crushing force. The terrifying impact sent him flying dozens of meters away. At the same time, Bai Chen, on the other side, had also completed the hand seals for the water style, hidden mist jutsu. Thick white mist gradually surfaced all around, drastically reducing your visibility. You cursed inwardly. I'm currently in a tailed beast state. My excessively high body temperature will evaporate the water mist, easily exposing my position. Doesn't that make me a sitting duck? Sure enough, the next second, Taijutsu rapidly shot towards you. You hurriedly leapt into the air to dodge, and smoothly hid yourself within the mist. Afterward, the entire battlefield became deathly silent. None of the three of you made a single sound. It was completely still. Was he hit by my water shield? Even so, it shouldn't be this quiet. Could it be that my water style countered him so perfectly that he was killed in a single strike? While Bai Chen was still pondering, a crimson figure suddenly dashed right in front of him. Water prison jutsu. In the nick of time, he hastily unleashed his water style, barely blocking this perilous strike. However, in the very next second, the you trapped in the water prison suddenly turned into a puff of smoke and vanished. It was actually a shadow clone. Looks like this kid actually has some combat IQ. But did you think I wouldn't be able to find you? With that, his hands formed seals. As the caster, he could freely sense the situation within the mist. He quickly discovered your location. After all, such a majestic amount of chakra could not be hidden. Why is there another massive mass of chakra moving? Has another expert arrived? But when Bai Chen opened his eyes nearly split open in sheer terror. This mass of chakra was no expert at all. It was a tailed beast bomb. The next moment, a violent explosion swept across the entire area. A massive mushroom cloud instantly rose into the sky. On the other side, Ku Yunshu was startled. In the moment the white mist dispersed, he witnessed the final scene of Bai Chen being struck by the tailed beast bomb. But before he could recover from his shock, your second-tailed beast bomb arrived exactly as promised. Immediately following, a second mushroom cloud ascended. The massive explosion echoed for 100 miles. As the smoke cleared, Ku Yunshu struggled to his feet. That wretched Xiao. Thank goodness I dodged in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just a moment ago, he had executed a substitution jutsu at his absolute limit, allowing him to avoid taking the full brunt of the hit. Even so, he still sustained significant injuries. At this moment, you walked over slowly. Patriarch Ku, you are looking a bit pathetic right now. Do not be too arrogant. I will ... Before he could even finish speaking, you slammed a fist directly into his chest. He was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground. You immediately followed up with Amaterasu. Soon after, a massive cluster of black flames spread across his body. At the same time, Bai Chen appeared out of nowhere, wielding a ninja sword as he thrust it toward your back. However, without even turning your head, you blocked it directly with four tails, to take it head-on, and still be able to stand after a tailed beast bomb. Director Bai is impressive indeed. But now, it is your turn. Unexpectedly, Bai Chen was not intimidated at all. Instead, he looked at you with sheer arrogance. Behind me stands the entire Southern District's Awaken Management Association. If you dare touch me, I guarantee you will not live past 3 days. Hearing this, you slightly narrowed your Sharingan. The Awaken Management Association? Let me tell you, they will be wiped out by a small organization. It is a pity you will not be around to see it. With that, as you activated Amaterasu once more, Bai Chen was completely consumed by the black flames amidst his agonized wails. Finally took care of these annoying pests. As for the remaining small fry, I should not need to worry about them. The other 4 cage-level families will definitely be more efficient than me. Following that, you headed in the direction of Jinhai City. After all, with the Ku family's strongest combatant dead, there was no need to stay in the City of Depravity any longer. Early the next morning, a jonin from the Southern District's Awaken Management Association rushed frantically into the Vice President's office. President Zhang, something terrible has happened. Director Bai Chen of our executive department has been murdered by a rogue ninja. Zhang Feng's eyes instantly turned cold and sharp. Bai Chen's strength was on par with mine. Which rogue ninja is so bold, daring to touch someone from our association? According to the message Director Bai left before his departure, it should be a rogue ninja named Xiao. Hearing this, a sense of familiarity welled up in Zhang Feng's heart, but he could not quite place the name at the moment. But none of that matters now. A mere rogue ninja dares to challenge the authority of our association. Dispatch the SSS rank hunting squad immediately. Bring this murderer to justice. Meanwhile, the battle between you, Ku Yunshu, and Bai Chen had spread through every street and alley of the Southern District. The name Xiao dominated all trending searches once again. Shocking, the Ku family, one of the top 5 families in the Southern District, has crumbled overnight. The man named Xiao returns to utterly crush to cage-level experts. The strongest chunin in history, Xiao. Experts predict his combat power exceeds the cage level. As for you, the center of this massive uproar, you had just finished breakfast at the Luo family estate. Xiao, you are way too amazing. You actually defeated to cage-level experts all at once. Luo Yi's eyes sparkled, brimming with absolute worship. Hearing this, you grinned. Just the basics, just the basics. Haha, your Luo family needs to act quickly. Otherwise, the other 3 major families Will not let this fat piece of meat that is the Ku family slip away. Luo Lin laughed heartily from the side. Do not worry, Xiao Pi. As soon as you returned, I dispatched our elite troops over there. The first bite of this meat will definitely belong to our Luo family. Seeing that everything that needed to be said was settled, you clasped your fist toward Luo Yi and Luo Lin. I am likely locked in a fight to the death with the association this time. They have not tracked me down yet, so I must leave immediately. If fate allows, we shall meet again. With that, without waiting for their response, you waved your hand and walked out the door. Luo Yi stared at your departing back, her expression extremely complex. It seemed a certain decision had been made in her heart. Over 10 minutes later, you arrived at the misty forest outside Jinhai City. Just as you were pondering where to go next, you were completely surrounded by over a dozen figures. Rogue Ninja Xiao Pi, you have nowhere left to run. Surrender obediently. Hearing this, you instantly understood where these people came from. Your management association moves quite fast, but sending just a few of you, isn't that underestimating me a bit too much? Captain Liu, this traitor, has a record of killing to cage-level experts. Shouldn't we really notify headquarters first? Liu Qingqing turned and interrupted her teammates' quiet muttering. You actually believe that to cage levels were killed by a chunin? He definitely used some underhanded methods. Saying that, her cold eyes looked at me through her mask. I am Liu Qingqing, captain of the Management Association's SSS rank hunting squad. I am now under orders to place you under arrest if you choose to resist. Don't blame us for being merciless. Meanwhile, many people near the coast were attracted by the commotion and gathered in the distance to watch. The name Liu Qingqing sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. She is the strongest graduate who caused a huge stir last year. Rumor has it her awakened talent is even more terrifying than a Keki Genkai. This punk is doomed now, having offended the Management Association. I'm afraid he can only surrender without a fight. However, you merely gave Liu Qingqing a disdainful smile. One Anbu and a dozen Jonin actually dare to come arrest me. Did your superiors really not send you here to die? Even if I were to go, what could you do to me? Seeing you act so arrogantly, the genius Liu Qingqing could no longer hold back. A mere chunin dares to be so arrogant. Formation, with a wave of Liu Qingqing's hand. For squad members swiftly moved to 4 directions. Ninja art, for Red Yang formation. Immediately after, a crimson flame barrier quickly rose on all 4 sides, enveloping the two of you within. Seeing this, you couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The regular army is indeed stronger than a ragtag bunch. Previously, whether it was the Ku family or the Wang family, none of them used barriers. Clearly, they understand coordinated combat better. Before you could think further, Liu Qingqing charged at you with her ninjato. Although she only has Anbu level strength, her speed is actually faster than Ku Yunchu and Bai Chen, decisively casting the Great Fireball technique. Against such an extremely fast opponent, you decided to use a large-scale ninjutsu to suppress the field. However, without slowing down, she swung out a blast of sword cha, shattering the Great Fireball. A chunin is just a chunin. Your fighting style is really straightforward. Saying so, the ninjato in her hand slashed down at you, but the next second, your body dispersed into a puff of smoke. Oh no, a shadow clone. He's behind me. Sure enough, your figure appeared behind her, throwing a punch straight at Liu Qingqing's face. Instantly, the iron mask on her face was shattered by your punch, revealing a delicate and fair face. I didn't expect you to be such a great beauty. Good thing you were wearing a mask, otherwise, I probably would have broken your nose. Hearing this, Liu Qingqing's cheeks flushed with anger. You damned punk! How dare you toy with me? Then I will no longer hide my strength. She then quickly formed hand seals, and at her chest, condensed a white, translucent, energy cube. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Before you could react, half of your body was instantly annihilated. Yet, followed by a poof, you once again turned into smoke and disappeared. Liu Qingqing turned pale with shock. Why is it another shadow clone? Just how much chakra does he have? At this time, you slowly walked out from the other side. So your confidence lies in a Keki Toda, as expected of the management association's genius. But for you to not even know my intel, and still dare to come arrest Emmy, I must admire your courage. Liu Qinking's mindset was already starting to crumble. He's clearly just a chunin. How could his strength be above mine? I am the greatest genius the Management Association has seen in a decade. Thinking of this, her hands quickly formed seals. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A transparent energy cube slowly shot towards you. To her surprise, facing the dust release, you didn't choose to resist at all. Makes sense, inside the 4 red yang formation. Where could you run off to? Moreover, my dust release can dismantle anything it touches into atoms. Any defense is useless. You vile punk. Farewell. At the same time, you grinned at her. You better take a good look at your own situation first. What? Liu Qingking only felt her vision blur, as her consciousness experienced a brief moment of haziness. By the time she snapped out of it, she realized she had actually appeared inside the cube of the atomic dismantling jutsu, while you were looking at her with a playful expression. Captain, what the hell are you doing? The squad members outside shouted anxiously. After all, from their perspective, you clearly hadn't done anything. And Liu Qingking unleashed the dust release to wrap herself up. How dangerous! You were almost the first person to be killed by your own ninjutsu. Looking at your crimson eyes, she hurriedly dispelled the dust release. It's the Sharingan. I can't believe I actually fell for your jinjutsu. But that was just me being careless earlier. Now, I'll show you my true strength. You instantly gave a disdainful smile. The only reason I played along with you for so long was to see what the ceiling of the Anbu strength looked like. And now, this game is over, because the answer I got is quite disappointing. Hearing this, Liu Qinking's pupils violently shrank. What did you say? Wait a minute. But before she could finish speaking, over a dozen massive flaming meteors descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the 4 red yang formation. When the smoke cleared, Liu Qingking and her 4 team members lay collapsed on the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, you had long since vanished. By the next day, the news of Liu Qinking's death had spread, shocking the entire southern district once again. You were trending across all major forums. Inside the Southern District Management Association, Zhang Feng stared at the contents on his phone. His expression twisted into a savage scowl. This Xiao Pi ... has absolutely no regard for our Management Association. Issue a highest level wanted poster immediately, and announce a bounty. Whoever brings Xiao Pi back, dead or alive, will be rewarded with 100 million. Furthermore, if a rogue ninja manages to capture him, I will personally revoke their rogue ninja status. A jonin beside him whispered. Vice President, according to the latest intel, it is highly likely that Xiao Pi harbors a tailed beast inside his body. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was visibly stunned. No wonder he possesses the strength to kill a cage-level expert. Change the bounty conditions to capturing him alive. The tailed beast within him ... is something we must obtain. Also, notify LV Changshan to return. Since the target is a Jinchuriki, he is the most suitable person to deal with him. 10 or so minutes later, within the City of the Fallen, a group of rogue ninjas gathered around the bounty board in heated discussion. I never thought that, in my lifetime, I'd actually see a bounty of 100 million. Xiao Pi has to be the most valuable rogue ninja in our southern district, right? 100 million. If I had 100 million, I wouldn't have to worry for the rest of my next life. The most important part is getting the rogue ninja title removed. No more hiding and running like rats. However, despite how tempted they were, almost none of them were actually prepared to make a move. After all, your battle record was there for all to see. Any rogue ninja who had managed to survive this long had at least some brains. Meanwhile, in the forest outside the City of the Fallen, Ku Yang stood amidst the devastated ruins of the Ku family's headquarters, tears streaming down his face. Have a safe journey to the afterlife. With my current abilities, I'll probably never be a match for Xiao Pi in this lifetime. Now that the Ku family has been completely devoured by the 4 great families, there's absolutely no hope of avenging you. But if I can't even avenge you, what face do I have left to call myself your son? Saying this, he pulled out a sharp dagger and slashed off the sleeve of his robe right then and there. Today, I cut my sleeve and sever our ties. Our father-son relationship ends here. As for avenging your murder, you'll have to hire someone more capable. Farewell. At this moment, deep inside the fallen forest, you sent the goblin chieftain before you flying with a single punch, leaving a trail of mutated beast corpses strewn behind you. The people the management association sends to hunt me down are definitely going to get stronger and stronger. I need to hurry up and unlock Susanoo. Otherwise, relying solely on the Four-Tails power is bound to lead to disaster sooner or later. With this thought in mind, you continued your dash into the depths of the forest. A few hours later, a terrifying wave of chakra erupted from your body. Successfully leveled up to Tier 1 Jonin. Chakra has been significantly increased. Unlocked the 3rd power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. Finally unlocked my Gundam. With this, even if I encounter a peak cage level expert, I have the confidence to fight them. Right then, the sounds of a fierce battle rang out from not too far away. A group of people could be seen besieging a young woman. And that woman was none other than your acquaintance, Mangekyo. You little bitch. There's nowhere left to run. You offended our 7 Fiends organization. And you think you can walk away in one piece? A look of bitter resentment surfaced on Mangekyo's face, as she suddenly brought her hands together to form hand seals. A wooden prison immediately dropped from the sky, trapping the female assailant opposite her right inside. But with just a single slash of her blade, the assailant easily shattered the wooden prison. Seeing this, Mangekyo instinctively closed her eyes, waiting for death to claim her. However, after a moment passed, the expected pain never arrived. Instead, a series of thuds echoed around her as bodies hit the ground. When she opened her eyes again, the members of the 7 Fiends organization were all sprawled across the floor, completely unconscious. And you were looking at her with a half smile. You're looking a little rough around the edges. I didn't expect to have to save your life again. Mangekyo ignored your teasing, her expression turning solemn instead. Xiao Pi, can you help me rescue my little sister? The 7 Fiends organization captured her to use as bait, which is why I was beaten so badly. Hearing this, you offered a wry smile. Right now, I'm the Southern District's most wanted rogue ninja. If I just show my face casually in public, I'll easily get mobbed. A flash of disappointment crossed Mangekyo's eyes, but immediately after, she pulled out a box and handed it to you. Opening it, you found a sphere of white light resting inside, radiating an intensely rich aura of life. What is this? The life force fluctuations are unbelievably dense. You activated your Sharingan to observe it closely, only to discover that it was a piece of fully materialized life element. Seeing your reaction, Mangekyo breathed a sigh of relief. I'm not exactly sure what it is myself. I only know it was passed down in my family. My parents said this object is the origin of our family's wood release. I was only able to awaken my wood release because I once ingested a tiny fragment of this. The reason the 7 Fiends organization is hunting my sister and me is entirely because of this item. Upon hearing this, you were instantly overjoyed. Isn't this basically the same as Hashirama's cells? Which means, as long as I have this, I can recklessly use my Mangekyo Sharingan from now on. Even my Gundam can be sustained for extended periods. And right at that moment, Mangekyo gave you a sly smile. As long as you help me rescue my sister and wipe out the 7 Fiends organization completely, I will give her to you. Hearing this, you readily agreed. After all, with the Hashirama cells, it would bring a qualitative leap to Itachi's abilities. The next day, inside the 7 Fiends organization in the Fallen City, President Li Kuang roared furiously at his subordinates. Are you all useless trash? You can't even capture a mere chunin after all this time? President, we actually managed to ambush Mangekyo. but an expert intervened and rescued her. We even lost quite a few men in the process. Hearing this, Li Kuang grew even more enraged. What kind of expert could a garbage chunin possibly know? Stop making excuses for your own incompetence. Dispatch everyone in the organization. You must find her for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinate hastily scrambled away without a moment's delay. He couldn't help but feel that his boss was afraid of something. Right at that moment, a commanding middle-aged man suddenly appeared inside the Seven Fiends organization's base. Seeing him, Li Kuang immediately dropped to his knees. President Su, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? I would have come out to welcome you. Faced with Li Kuang's fawning, the man addressed as President Su remained expressionless. Do not underestimate a chunin. Recently, a certain chunin has been causing quite a stir. President Su, are you talking about Zipin? That guy has indeed become quite famous lately. I heard he even turned President Su's management committee completely upside down. Before Li Kuang could finish his sentence, President Su viciously slapped him across the face. You better fix that habit of running your mouth, and as quickly as possible, secure that item for me. Otherwise, you won't ever have the chance to speak again. With that said, his figure abruptly vanished from the spot. A dozen minutes later, Yu and Mangekyo arrived at the Seven Fiends organization. Who's there? The gate guards immediately went on high alert. Mangekyo took off her mask, her expression gloomy. Tell your president to bring my sister out. I am here to negotiate with him. Hearing the commotion, Li Kuang, the president of the Seven Fiends, hurried over. You wretched bitch. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to our doorstep. If you had been this sensible earlier, we wouldn't have had all this trouble. Release my sister immediately, or else I will destroy the Hashirama cells right now. Faced with Mangekyo's uncompromising stance, Li Kuang seemed to have anticipated it. Thus, moments later, a young girl who closely resembled Mangekyo was escorted out by several subordinates. I won't take advantage of you. We exchange simultaneously, the person for the goods. How about it? After saying that, he actually took the initiative to toss the young girl over. Seeing this, Mangekyo didn't waste any words, and threw the box over in the same manner. Li Kuang caught the box. Wild with joy, he hastily opened it to inspect the contents. Inside was a clump of bright green substance, looking peculiarly like some indescribable entity. Are these the legendary Hashirama cells? Something feels off about this. That's right, those are the Hashirama cells. Now that I've given you the item, I can take my sister and leave now, right? However, just as Mangekyo finished speaking, she was tightly surrounded by 4 or 5 rogue ninjas. A sinister smile crept onto Li Kuang's face. How truly naive. Little girl, your only trump card has now fallen into my hands. Do you really think you have any chance of leaving here alive? Hearing this, Mangekyo did not panic at all, because she knew the real Hashirama cells were with you, and you had also promised to protect her and her sister's safety. Right at this moment, you, who had been standing behind them all along, slowly stepped forward. I was just afraid you would hurt Mangekyo's sister, which is why I held back. But now, I have nothing left to worrying about. Li Kuang sneered in response. Just you alone. Aren't you underestimating my Seven Fiends organization a bit too much? I alone am more than enough to slaughter all you trash. With that, you slowly removed your disguise mask, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. It's Zipin. Li Kuang's expression instantly stiffened, and he was left momentarily speechless. Dragon Shield Detonation. Before he could even react, a heavy and powerful punch smashed directly into his body. Li Kuang was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. A group of subordinates quickly rushed forward to help him up, then drew their ninja swords, ready for battle. All of you, stand back. He has a tailed beast inside him. Ninja wave tactics are useless against him. Only a cage level like me can fight him. However, just as his words fell, a black sphere brimming with a violent aura hurtled right toward his face. Earth release, earth wall. In his panic, Li Kuang immediately unleashed a defensive ninjutsu. As for whether it could actually block the attack, he had no confidence at all. As a cloud of smoke dispersed, he dragged his aching body and slowly stood up. But the subordinates who had been surrounding him had long been obliterated into ash by the tailed beast bomb. Meanwhile, the deafening sound of the explosion caught the attention of every rogue ninja in the fallen city. That came from the Seven Fiends organization's base. Are they testing the power of explosives? That's definitely not explosives. It looks like someone is fighting the Seven Fiends organization. Someone actually dares to pick a fight with the Seven Fiends. They are the Fallen City's second most powerful faction. While the rogue ninjas in other districts were still discussing the event, you had already slowly walked up to Li Kuang. How could you be this strong? I still have so many ninjutsu I haven't even used yet. I refuse to accept this. I haven't lost. Looking at Li Kuang's miserable and wretched state, you did not strike again. Be content that you survived my piercing strike without falling over. But this is where it ends for you. Then, you turned your head to look at Meng Jikeng. I'll leave the rest to you. A ruthless glint flashed in Meng Jikeng's eyes. Without saying a single word, she gripped her ninja sword and slowly approached him. Right at that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, forcing Meng Jikeng back. Immediately after, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared, standing between you and Li Kuang. President Su, you are finally here. If you had been any later, you would never have seen me again. Li Kuang cried with snot and tears, as if clinging to a lifesaver. Hearing this, Meng Jikeng felt her pupils suddenly shrink. It was actually President Su Ai of the administration. He was a half-step super cage expert at the absolute TO tier of the Southern District's combat power. But why would he help the evil Seven Fiends Syndicate? Su Ai ignored Meng Jikeng and Li Kuang, and instead looked at you with great interest. So you are Z-Pin, killing a first stage cage level like Li Kuang while only at the Junin stage. No wonder those pieces of trash couldn't catch you. Hearing this, you grinned. I didn't expect the president himself to take action this time. It seems your administration has finally wised up, but your cultivation has ultimately not reached Super Cage, so are you that confident in taking me down? A look of disdain appeared on Su Ai's face. Don't you know there is a gap even between cage levels? It seems a bloody battle is inevitable. I need to let Meng Jikeng and the other leave quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to look after them once the fight starts. Thinking of this, you shielded Meng Jikeng and the other behind you. This is a matter between me and your administration. It has nothing to do with the two of them. Hearing this, Su Ai sneered repeatedly. Don't think I don't know that the Hashirama cells from earlier were fake. If you don't hand the item over today, they will both be dealt with as rogue ninjas. Beside you, Meng Jikeng suddenly realized the truth. So the one who always wanted to steal the Hashirama cells was you. As the president of the administration, you actually colluded with the rogue ninjas of the City of the Fallen, like snakes and rats in a single den. Aren't you afraid of drowning in spit if word gets out? It doesn't matter. You will never have the chance to tell the truth, because only the living have the right to speak. Having said that, Su Ai decisively formed hand seals, barrier for corner formation. Immediately after, a massive blue barrier instantly appeared, completely enclosing the entire area where you stood. This guy is really thorough. It seems a fierce battle today is completely inevitable. Before you could recover your senses, Su Ai struck directly at your face with a hand blade. In desperation, you were completely unable to dodge, and were instantly sent flying several meters away. However, when the smoke cleared, you had not suffered any damage, instead radiating terrifying chakra fluctuations from your body. For tails and the aura of lava release, it seems the tailed beast inside you is the four-tailed Son Goku. Saying that, lightning elements suddenly burst from his body. It was impressively the offensive and defensive lightning release armor. Even the 8 tails Gyuki can do nothing to me. So this puny 4 tails of yours, I truly do not take seriously. As soon as his voice fell, Su Ai instantly turned into a silver flash, disappearing from his spot. In the next moment, he unexpectedly appeared in front of you. Another punch sent you directly blasting away. My Sharingan can clearly see his movements, yet my body cannot keep up with his speed. This is really quite troublesome. Meanwhile, many rogue ninjas from the City of the Fallen had gathered here. Seeing the two of you fighting, they were all dumbfounded. Damn, I didn't expect Suei to actually come to the City of the Fallen. As the strongest in our southern district, he never deploys easily. Look quickly. The one fighting Suei is Z-Pin. His situation doesn't look optimistic right now. You forcibly endured the intense pain radiating from your body, and slowly got up from the ground. Suei was in no rush to press his advantage. He had absolute confidence in making you stay here today. These eyes of yours are a bit different from the 3 Tomo Sharingan. It seems you must have received some kind of unknown enhancement, but it looks like it won't be able to save you. Hearing this, your expression grew very solemn. An extreme speed type awakened like him indeed perfectly counters my Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. If I use Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu and consume massive visual prowess, it will be troublesome if they fail to hit him. As for Susanoo, it is my final trump card. Unless absolutely necessary, it's better not to expose it. Before you could think further, Suei's next wave of attacks followed closely behind. But this time you were prepared. Instantly forming hand seals, you spat out several giant lava spheres at him. But to your surprise, Suei's figure vanished instantly. In the next second, he had already charged in front of you, the lightning in his hand only a few centimeters away from you. In the nick of time, you hastily activated the full-tailed beast transformation, extending a giant palm to just barely block this heavy and powerful strike. This is my first time fighting a Jinchuriki's tailed beast transformation. I hope you can bring me some surprises. Facing the tailed beast transformation, Suei did not panic. Instead, his eyes revealed the playful mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. You didn't waste words, simply opening your mouth to spew a massive lava sphere. Lightning Lariat. Suei infused massive chakra into his arm and charged toward you without any fear. The moment the lava sphere made contact with him, it was instantly sliced completely in half. Before you could react, he had already slammed a fist into your chest. Break for me, Suei furiously shouted, as your tailed beast transformation was instantly shattered. Is this guy even human? Just explode. Before you even finished speaking, you were smashed ruthlessly from the air into the ground. The mighty power of lightning release instantly exploded. Huge plumes of smoke rose from the ground. The numerous spectating rogue ninjas were all dumbfounded. This is way too terrifying. Z-Pin is absolutely finished this time. I remember back then Suei used just this one move to smash a cage-level expert offline. However, within the smoke, Suei felt something was wrong, so he fiercely leapt into the air to open up some distance. When the smoke completely dissipated, he finally realized a red skeleton appeared around you at some unknown point, and it actually blocked all the damage from the Liger Bomb. What the hell is this thing? Its chakra signature is completely different from the Four Tails. Is it his new ability? Right at that moment, your eyes suddenly began to spin rapidly, following that the skeleton covering your body grew wildly, stopping only when it formed a half-body Susanoo. Everyone was left dumbfounded by this scene. What terrifying chakra! It is actually stronger than the tailed beast transformation from earlier. Is this truly a power a human can control? It feels like an ancient god of war. You felt the boundless energy fluctuations surrounding you, and grinned at Suei. Brother, from now on the roles of offense and defense are reversed. Meanwhile, his brows were tightly furrowed, as bean-sized drops of sweat slowly rolled down his forehead. At this moment, you controlled Susanoo's Totsuka blade, and viciously slashed towards Suei. Seeing this, Suei hurriedly leapt into the air to dodge. Although the speed of this sword was not fast, it brought him an unprecedented sense of oppression. This red monster is so massive, its movements shouldn't be very agile. Then I will use my speed advantage to deal with it. With this thought in mind, he shouted loudly, lightning oppression horizontal chop. The next second, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, reappearing right behind you. Following that, a punch imbued with terrifying lightning heavily slammed into the Susanoo. But in the very next second, Suei's expression sank, because he realized that this strike failed to even breach its outermost layer of armor. To think its defense is this strong. Is this still a power a ninja can grasp? However, he did not give up, and launched another lightning lariat. But this time it still failed to cause any damage. Seeing this, a cold sneer curled the corner of your mouth. President, you seem to be out of options. As the strongest expert of the Southern District, is this really all you are capable of? His entire face instantly flushed red. He never expected to see the day he would be mocked. Damn you's E-Pin. Don't be too arrogant. Hell stab for Nukite. He gathered all his chakra into 4 fingers and charged at you like a soaring dragon. It seems this should be your final strike. But what can that do to me? Saying that you controlled the Yata mirror to block in front of you. At the exact same time, Suai's attack also struck against it. The Yata mirror can neutralize all elemental ninjutsu attacks, while simultaneously nullifying any physical attacks. Therefore, his 4 Nukite not only failed to cause any damage, but he was instead directly sent flying back by the Yata mirror. Yasaka Megatama. Before Suai could recover his senses, a string of massive energy Megatama instantly flew toward him. Afterward, you immediately re-entered the tailed beast state and blasted another shot at him. A pitch-black tailed beast bomb. Sent flying mid-air, Suai had no way to evade, and was directly struck by both the Yasaka Megatama and the tailed beast bomb. Following that, a massive mushroom cloud rose up. The entire fallen city trembled violently from the explosion. Meanwhile, you clutched your chest with a somewhat pained expression. Is this the side effect of Susanoo? It feels like every cell in my body is aching. No wonder Itachi's body grew progressively worse. Just as those words fell, Suai's disheveled figure emerged from the smoke, his entire body covered in wounds. To think even that couldn't finish you off. President Su, are you part turtle? Hearing this, Suai looked as though his eyes would split open in rage. Ever since he advanced to the cage level, he had never suffered a defeat. He never imagined he would fall at the hands of a Jonin today. What, you still look quite unconvinced? But President Su, your strength is indeed terrifyingly powerful. So to express my respect for you, before you even finished speaking, you transformed into the half-tailed beast state once more, condensed a tailed beast bomb, and fired it directly at him. After all, leaving the roots to grow is a massive taboo. Seeing this, Suai's pupils abruptly shrank. He immediately released all the remaining chakra in his body, transforming into a flash of light and vanishing from the spot. He did not hesitate in the slightest. While dodging the attack of the tailed beast bomb, he fled directly toward the outside of the city. You decisively gave chase, while firing off several more small-tailed beast bombs. However, even though Suai was injured, his speed was still incredibly fast, to the point he dodged every single tailed beast bomb. Seeing this, your brows furrowed tightly. It seems I can't catch up. These speed-type awakened are truly troublesome to deal with. I definitely need to patch up this weakness when I have the time later. At the same time, beneath the ruins of the Seven Fiends Syndicate, Li Kuang was stealthily trying to escape. However, you turned around and flashed right in front of him. One has already gotten away. How could I possibly let you escape too? Li Kuang's face instantly turned deathly pale. Lord Li, I was wrong. I was also forced by that old bastard. Please spare me. You simply kicked him to the ground, then turned to look at Mangekyo not far away. Mangekyo understood your intention, and immediately struck Li Kuang with wood release, binding eternal burial. After getting her revenge, she couldn't help but pull her sister into a tight embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. After a long while, she finally composed her emotions, and walked up to you. Z-Pin, thank you for helping me get revenge. From now on, the Hashirama cells belong to you. I plan to take my sister back to our hometown to live a good life. What are your plans next? Me, I don't know. I'll just take it one step at a time. Hearing this, Mangekyo furrowed her brows. Now that things have gotten so tense between you and the Southern District's Management Council, I think you could consider leaving the Southern District and travel to places like the Central Province or the Eastern and Western Districts. The next day, news of this battle in the Fallen City caused your name to resound throughout the entire Southern District once again. The trending searches about you instantly dominated the top of every major platform, sparking widespread discussion across the internet. Inside the Southern District Management Committee, Sui sat before his computer, his expression completely clouded with gloom. Several video calls were currently active on his screen. Old Su, I heard you got beaten by some little brat. Is that true? It has to be fake, right? We all know exactly how capable Old Su is. How could he possibly be beaten so badly by a mere jonin that he had to flee in panic? The two, speaking in such mocking, sarcastic tones, were none other than the chairman of the Eastern and Western districts. Although the chairman of the Central and Northern districts remained silent, their expression showed they were barely holding back their laughter. You bastards, stop laughing. If you crossed paths with him, you wouldn't fare much better either. Hearing this, the Northern District Chairman put on a deadpan expression. Old Su, we are all professionally trained. No matter how funny it is, we absolutely will not laugh, unless we can't help it. The moment those words left his mouth, the heads of all four districts burst into uproarious laughter. Their faces were filled with blatant mockery. Furious, Sui slammed his palm onto his desk and aggressively disconnected the video calls. Standing nearby, Zhangfeng whispered, Chairman, what do we do now? In our entire Southern District, there is likely no one left who can deal with him. Hearing this, Sui's expression turned incredibly dark. Raise ZP's bounty to 2 billion gold coins. Let the entire ninja world's bounty hunters go after him. Even an elephant can be brought down by enough ants. Even if we cannot personally take him down right now, we won't let him live comfortably either. A few days later, in Starfire City, located on the border of the Southern and Central districts, a massive crowd had gathered in front of the bounty board, staring at the newly posted wanted poster. A mysterious masked man stood among them, his burning gaze locked onto your portrait. Z-Pi, hot to think he's actually worth 2 billion gold coins. Then, I'll just have to take your miserable life and use it to line my pockets. Meanwhile, as the current public enemy #1 you had also arrived in Starfire City, just a few miles from the Central District. Although the bounty hunters posed no real threat, dealing with their constant harassment was incredibly annoying. Fortunately, these days of being endlessly hunted were finally coming to a close, because the Rogue Ninja Organization and the Management Committee in the Central District were currently locked in a massive, all-out war. Almost no bounty hunter was willing to wade into those muddy waters. You quickly found an inn within the city. Due to traveling non-stop for the past few days, both your mind and body were thoroughly exhausted. Therefore, you decided to get a good night's rest, ensuring you would enter the chaotic Central District in peak condition. Afterward, you took out the wood release cells that Mangekyo had given you, and began to examine them closely. Character inheritance system, analyzing. Cells extracted from the divine tree contain some of the mild properties of the divine tree. Upon absorption, it will increase vitality to a certain extent, along with boosting self-healing capabilities. Looking at the analysis results, you couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. They weren't Hashirama cells after all, but divine tree cells. Could it be that the ninjutsu and chakra in this world were also born from the divine tree? However, you didn't overthink it, and simply swallowed the cells in a single gulp. Immediately after, you felt a boundless surge of vitality erupt within your body. Even your previously blurred vision became crystal clear. Mangekyo Sharingan auto-recovery function activated. Health restored by 1% per day. Current eye health, 80% from the looks of it. You still had to find more divine tree cells in order to awaken the eternal Mangekyo. Fortunately, you no longer had to worry about going blind. Pushing the thought aside, you lay down on the bed to rest. After all, you still had a long journey ahead of you tomorrow. At exactly midnight, dozens of people quietly gathered outside the inn. They were all masked bounty hunters. While out in the corridor, over a dozen more stood packed together, weapons drawn and ready to strike. At that very moment, you snapped open your scarlet eyes and curled your lips into a smirk. I knew there would be a show on the final night. I suppose I can entertain you all for a bit. With that, your figure abruptly vanished from the room. An instant later, a towering monster materialized right in the middle of the street. It was you, fully transformed into the Four Tails. Every bounty hunter present froze in absolute shock. But before they could even react, you fired off a massive tailed beast bomb, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The entirety of Starfire City shook violently. A little over 10 minutes later, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Meanwhile, you casually strolled through the Starfire Forest, right on the border of the southern and central districts. Judging by the information you had gathered, the current state of the Central District seemed remarkably similar to the Second Shinobi World War. Perhaps this is my perfect opportunity to establish the Akatsuki. Just as you finished speaking, a water shockwave suddenly surged towards you. Fortunately, you hadn't lowered your guard. With a simple flicker, you easily dodged the attack. More bounty hunters. I'm already at the border of the Central District. They really are relentless. You are currently the most wanted rogue ninja in our Southern District. So there's no way I'm letting you slip through my fingers. Remember my name, it's Zhao Jin, because I'll be the last person you ever meet. With that said, Zhao Jin rushed towards you, his body crackling with lightning. However, his speed was significantly slower than Suai's. Yet surprisingly, you failed to dodge, and were blasted several meters away by his heavy, forceful punch. A rogue ninja with a 2 billion gold coin bounty is only at this level. Z-Pi, you truly disappoint me. But in the very next second, Zhao Jin's pupils suddenly shrank. He watched as your heavily injured body lying on the ground suddenly dispersed into a murder of crows that scattered into the sky. A genjutsu, it seems I was too careless. Just then, a long blade abruptly materialized and pierced clean through Zhao Jin's body, accompanied by agonizing pain. He successfully snapped out of the genjutsu. To think I was instantly killed in a single exchange. You truly live up to your reputation as the highest bounty rogue ninja in the Southern District. But unfortunately for you, I'm going to get serious now. The moment his words faded, 4 tentacles suddenly burst from his back, gradually peeling away from his body. They then transformed into 4 distinct monsters, each wearing a different mask. Earth Grudge Fear. One mask represents 1 heart. If I'm not mistaken, including his own, he should only have 4 lives left right now. Sure enough, the figure of one of the monsters gradually faded, and finally dissipated into smoke. Kakuzu was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that you would know all the intelligence regarding his Earth Grudge Fear. It seems this hunt will be a bit tricky. Now that I've lost the advantage of the unknown, I can only try to overwhelm him with firepower and see if I can exhaust him to death. My secret weapon absolutely cannot be leaked. However, before the battle began, he decided to engage in some psychological warfare. I didn't expect you to actually know about the Earth Grudge Fear, but let me let you in on a little secret. Everyone who knew about it ended up suffering a miserable fate. The strongest among them was the previous president of the West District Management Committee. He was a top-tier powerhouse at the half-step super cage level. It cost me 3 hearts to take him down. I just wonder how many you'll make me lose. Hearing this, you grinned, bro, without the element of surprise. You're no different from an elite mob. Now, I'll show you how a smart monster gets absolutely crushed by sheer stats. As soon as the words left your mouth, both of you formed hand seals simultaneously. Earth style, rock drop. Fire style, searing migraine. Wine style, great breakthrough. As the incantations rang out, Kakuzu and the 3 monsters behind him launched their attacks at the same time. 3 different ninjutsu rapidly hurtled towards you. At that very same moment, across your body, a skeletal frame engulfed in flames rapidly spread outward. When the 3 distinct elemental ninjutsu struck it, they dissipated on the spot, failing to deal even a single point of damage. What kind of secret jutsu is this? It actually blocked all my attacks. Is my firepower suppression tactic useless? Cold sweat unconsciously dripped down Kakuzu's forehead. This unprecedented ninjutsu multiplied the pressure he felt. While he was momentarily stunned, you suddenly placed a hand over your crimson eye. Immediately after, a massive cluster of black flames materialized on one of the monsters. In just a matter of seconds, the monster was incinerated and faded into smoke. There goes your second life. Got any other high-level ninjutsu? Hurry up and use them, or you won't have the chance. Hearing this, Kakuzu's expression gradually twisted. He rapidly formed hand seals. However, in the very next second, he froze once again. The originally simplistic skeletal structure began to grow, ultimately transforming into the visage of an ancient god of war. Totsuka blade, accompanying your explosive shout. The long sword, wreathed in raging flames, viciously slashed down toward Kakuzu. He did not sit idly by and wait for death. At the critical moment, he also controlled the Earth Grudge Sphere to unleash its ultimate attack. For a moment, the forest erupted with massive clouds of smoke, and the air was filled with fierce shockwaves of chakra. When the smoke cleared, besides the remains of two monsters before you, there was no sign of Kakuzu. Pretty smart. He knew to use the Earth Grudge Sphere as a meat shield. Someone like him, with good combat IQ and a mind for finance, would make a very capable subordinate if I could recruit him. Just as your mind was wandering, a shuriken suddenly flew in from the distance, shooting straight towards your chest. Fortunately, it was easily deflected by the Susanu's skeletal ribs. I didn't expect to get the same treatment as Hashirama. It seems, the rumor from the Shinobi world about him throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away is actually true. Afterward, you didn't linger in the area and continued advancing toward the central district. Over 10 minutes later, you arrived at a small town in the southernmost part of the central district, Yuchang, which was currently one of the battlefields between the rogue ninjas and the management committee. Walking into the city's streets, ruins left behind by the chaos of war were everywhere, and the air was filled with the dusty scent of gunpowder smoke. As you strolled down the streets of Yuchang, you noticed that aside from many elderly and children, the rest were all injured or disabled middle-aged people. Young man, you don't look like you're from Yuchang, so I advise you to leave quickly. This place isn't suitable for newly awakened youngsters like you. Hearing the fruit stall owner's warning, you flashed a grin. This is exactly where I wanted to be. Following that, you picked out some fresh fruit from his stand. After bagging them, just as you reached for your coin pouch to pay, an afterimage unexpectedly darted past, snatching away both the fruit and the coin pouch from your hands. Trying to play the thief, in a mere instant, you intercepted the thief, only to find that it was a filthy little boy. Wait a minute, why does this boy have the aura of the divine tree? During your brief moment of distraction, the boy seized the opportunity, turning and fleeing in a panic. In a few seconds, he vanished into a pile of rubble. It's that kid Gukong again. I'll take you to his house to get your things back. But in times like these, it's getting harder and harder for us ordinary folks to survive. Hearing this, you didn't say much, silently following behind the stall owner. However, it wasn't to retrieve the stolen items, but rather because the divine tree's aura radiating from the boy had piqued your interest. A dozen minutes later, the two of you arrived before a dilapidated house. Without a word, the owner kicked the door open and led you inside. Seeing this, the boy's expression drastically changed. He immediately pulled out a kunai and pointed it at you. The fruit stall owner was so furious he cursed aloud. You little brat, what do you think you're doing? The bruised fruit I usually give you has really gone straight to the dogs. At that moment, a woman emerged with a staggering gait. Uncle Zhang, did Xiao Kang cause trouble again? Hearing this, the fruit stall owner, sighing helplessly, this brat stole fruit and a coin purse from my customer. How am I supposed to do business like this? I know you and your son have it rough, but don't make things difficult for me. Hearing this, the woman's expression instantly turned stern. See Kang, you went stealing again, didn't you? Hurry up and return the things to them. Although Gu Kang was extremely reluctant, under his mother's strict orders, he had no choice but to hand the fruit and coin purse he had just snatched back to you. Right at that moment, several ferocious blonde rogue ninjas barged in. You haven't paid your protection fee for days. If you don't pay up today, don't blame us for getting ugly. Hearing this, Gu Kang's face filled with resentment. Didn't you say we had paid enough last time? Why are you demanding more now? A pleading look appeared on the woman's face. Everything in our house was already cleared out by you a few days ago. Please, I beg you, let us go. Seeing that he couldn't squeeze any more profit from them, the lead rogue ninja kicked the woman straight to the ground. A sickly woman dragging along a burden. I guess you really don't have anything left. Grab them and send them straight to the battlefield as cannon fodder. However, he failed to notice that the eyes of Gu Kang, who was huddled in the corner, had suddenly turned crimson. Countless sharp bones suddenly pierced through his flesh, making him look like a human hedgehog. The next second, a white bone spike shot forward, piercing cleanly through one of the rogue ninjas. The other two rogue ninjas paled in terror, completely caught off guard by this unforeseen development. It was the Kaguya clan's Keki Genkai, Shikotsumiyaku. No wonder he possessed the aura of the god tree. It seemed this boy's talent could not be underestimated. Perhaps he could become a great asset for the small organization I plan to establish. As you pondered this, the remaining two rogue ninjas snapped back to reality. They hastily unleashed their ninjutsu, intending to slaughter the mother and son. Facing the two massive fireballs, the 10-year-old Gu Kang lacked the strength to resist. Yet, he resolutely stood in front of his mother. Though his skin was scorched black by the intense heat, he somehow managed to endure the lethal strike. Seeing this, the two rogue ninjas immediately formed hand seals again, determined to avenge their fallen comrade. At that moment, you abruptly stepped in front of the mother and son. A pair of crimson eyes locked onto them in a death glare. I advise you not to meddle in our organization's affairs. Otherwise, you won't even leave a corpse behind in U City. Hearing their threat, a contemptuous smirk tugged at the corner of your mouth. I don't even care about the governing council, let alone insignificant nobodies like you. As your Sharingan gleamed, the two instantly fell into a genjutsu and collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Boss, there should still be medical ninjas in U City, right? Please go fetch one for me. Over 10 minutes later, the fruit stand boss finally arrived with a medical ninja. The medic first treated Gu Kang's burns, quickly bringing his injuries under control. However, when treating Gu Kang's mother, the medic's brow furrowed tightly. He didn't say much at first, but when you pulled out gold coins to pay for the medical fees, he finally explained the situation. Due to prolonged malnutrition, her internal organs had suffered irreversible organ failure. Her life had already entered its final countdown. You nodded upon hearing this. Without saying a word, you let out a deep sigh. In the end, whenever there was war, it was always the civilians who suffered the most. After sending off the medical ninja and the fruit stand boss, Gu Kang walked over to you with a complex expression. Then, to your surprise, he dropped heavily to his knees. Thank you for saving me and my mom. It was my fault for stealing your things earlier. I hope you can forgive me. You gently patted his small head. You just wanted to survive in this chaotic world. You just wanted to keep your mother from starving. So, you are not the one at fault. It is this world, already full of pain, that is wrong. Hearing this, Gu Kang was momentarily stunned. Although he couldn't completely understand your words, he felt a profound truth in them. Right at that moment, his stomach let out an untimely rumble. Seeing this, you grinned. A child is still a child, after all. Having a full meal seemed to be his greatest wish right now. 10 minutes later, seeing you return with a massive hull of supplies, Gu Kang's eyes widened. He couldn't stop himself from drooling. However, after taking the food from your hands, he didn't eat it right away. Instead, he immediately ran to the inner room to bring some to his mother. When he came back out, a blissful expression was spread across his face. Brother Xiao Pi, my mom wants you to come inside. She has something to say to you. You paused for a moment, then nodded. You vaguely guessed what the conversation would be about. Stepping into the house, you saw Gu Kang's mother hunched over, coughing violently. She only forced herself to stop when she saw you enter. Young man, thank you for overlooking Xiao Kang's earlier offense, and for saving our lives. Xiao Kang is very strong, and very determined. To be honest, I really admire the kid. A trace of relief appeared in Mother Kang's eyes upon hearing this. My days are numbered. I can no longer watch over Z Kang as he grows. Could I implore you to teach him ninjutsu? That way, he'll at least have the means to survive in this chaotic world. If you do, I can pass on in peace. Seeing that you didn't immediately respond, Mother Kang hesitated for a moment, before seemingly coming to a decision. Actually, we are descendants of the Kaguya clan, and Z Kang possesses our clan's unique Keki Genkai, young man. I can tell you are no ordinary person. If you are willing to take him in, he will undoubtedly become a great asset to you in the future. Only then did you silently nod. You wanted to make Mother Kang understand that Gu Kang had tangible value to you. After all, no matter how heavy a promise was, it could never be as direct as mutual benefit. And only in this way, only then could she leave in peace. 3 days later, a persistent drizzle fell from the gloomy gray sky. Rain City remained the same as always. Only a few scattered stalls dotted the roadside. You strolled along the muddy path, while Wu King followed behind you, his eyes red and swollen. Because just a few hours ago, the mother he had depended on for survival had permanently departed from this world. Brother Pi, where are we going now? Are we heading to the frontline battlefield? No, we are going to the Rain City forest outside. For the next period of time, I will put you through special ninjutsu training. Otherwise, you won't be worthy of the clothes you're wearing. Hearing this, Wu Kang was completely bewildered. Brother Pi, what exactly are these clothes I'm wearing? This is the uniform of our small organization. Our organization? How many members do we have? Just the two of us. Then what kind of organization are we? An organization that represents hope and dawn. At this moment, the two of you were strolling through the Rain City forest. Behind you lay a trail of mutated beast corpses, among which were many formidable creatures ranked 3 stars and above. Z Kang, that will be all for today's combat training. Now, you have mastered the basic abilities of the Shikotsu Myaku. Next, I will take you to challenge a 3S rank hidden dungeon. Hearing this, Wu Kang's eyes flashed with excitement, because in a 3S rank dungeon, there would often be mutated beast kings ranked 5 stars or higher. A battle of this caliber would allow his combat abilities to improve rapidly. Right at this moment, the sounds of a battle suddenly echoed from not too far away. You saw a group of people besieging a creature covered entirely in tentacles. To think it was actually that guy, Zhao Jing. It seemed my little organization would be adding another formidable general today. On the other side of the battlefield, the 5 people who clearly held the numerical advantage were covered in cold sweat. You 5 are already surrounded by me. Stop putting up this meaningless resistance. As soon as these words were spoken, one of the lightning release Jonin refused to just sit and wait for death. He instantly unleashed his power, gathering lightning release chakra in his hands. With desperate, do-or-die resolve, he charged at Zhao Jing. But in the very next second, a pitch-black tentacle pierced straight through him. Seeing this gruesome scene, the psychological defenses of the remaining 4 completely collapsed. Having lost every shred of the will to fight, they hastily turned and fled. Seeing this, a look of disdain appeared on Zhao Jing's face. Trying to run now, too late. After speaking, 4 black tentacles shot forward at lightning speed, impaling all 4 of the fleeing shinobi. The moment the tentacles retracted into Zhao Jing's body, his chakra reserves noticeably surged. Now the 5 hearts in my body are fully replenished once again. It's just a pity that these people were total trash. There wasn't even a single elite Jonin among them. I'll just have to find a chance to swap them out later. Those 4 from last time were powerful hearts that took me so much effort to collect. Who would have thought that they would be entirely destroyed in one go by that damn Z Pi? One day, I will definitely make him pay in blood. Having said that, Zhao Jing cast a disgusted glance at the 5 bodies on the ground, and prepared to turn and leave. But in the next second, he froze on the spot. 2 figures clad in fire cloud robes had silently appeared before him at some unknown point in time. Zhao Jing, we meet again. It has been a long time. I have missed you dearly. Looking at the faint smirk on your face, Zhao Jing panicked intensely on the inside. How did this guy know I was here? Has he been tracking my whereabouts this whole time? Hunting me down in reverse? At this thought, Zhao Jing's expression turned exceedingly grim. You despicable Xiao Pi. I have already regained my from missing hearts. Before I escape, you might not be able to wipe out all 5 of my lives. Hearing this, you grinned. I'm not here to cause you trouble. On the contrary, I want to invite you to join my organization. Zhao Jing simply snorted at you coldly. I am a renowned bounty hunter. I specialize in hunting down wanted rogue shinobi like you. And now you want me to join your rogue organization? Don't you find that laughable? However, the moment his words fell, a crimson longsword pierced straight through him. Now you have 4 hearts left to reconsider. Either submit, or bid farewell to this world. Sweat poured down Zhao Jing's forehead like rain. Only then did he realize that you were not joking. I am a bounty hunter with a bottom line. How could I become a rogue ninja? He definitely couldn't defeat this man. Right now, I still have 4 lives. Good, there is still a chance. Thinking of this, Zhao Jing immediately gathered a massive amount of chakra in his legs, turned around, and fled into the depths of the forest. However, his escape route had already been completely blocked off by your shadow clones. Moreover, they were shadow clones using tailed beast mode, with Susanoo blocking the front, and tailed beast mode guarding the rear. Zhao Jing instantly felt that his life was full of despair. 800 Magatama and tailed beast bomb. Following your furious roar, the 2 terrifying attacks instantly swallowed him whole. After the explosion subsided, Zhao Jing was covered in wounds. He knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Now you only have 2 hearts left, so think carefully before you answer. You slowly walked up to him, looking down at him expressionlessly. Why do you want me to join your organization? Because you are highly capable. Furthermore, our organization needs a treasurer to manage our funds. I feel you are the perfect fit. Hearing this, Zhao Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. Following such a formidable boss, would there be any bounty I couldn't complete in the future? And they actually want me to manage the organization's funds? Skimming a little off the top would be a piece of cake. At this thought, a relieved expression appeared on Zhao Jing's face. Boss, I am willing to join your organization. Hearing this, you grinned and reached out your hand. Welcome to the Z organization. He didn't waste any more words and directly put on the fire cloud robe you gave him. You then took out a ring and handed it to him. This is a token exclusive to the higher-ups of our Z organization. You must keep it safe. Remember, your codename is White. My codename is Zero. Gukong's codename is Azure. Zhao Jin excitedly took the ring. This solemn sense of ritual made him feel like he had joined a mysterious and powerful organization. So boss, how many people are in our organization right now? Hearing this, you smiled cheerfully. If we count you, we have exactly 3 people now. Xiao Jin's movement of putting on the ring suddenly paused. What did you say? Are you sure there's no mistake? What can an organization of 3 people even do? Plus, there's a brat who only counts as half a person. Gukong instantly felt offended beside him. I have my bloodline sacrifice. Do you have that you just have a few more lives than me? Otherwise, you are not much stronger than I am. Xiao Jian immediately glared in anger. He was already frustrated from being beaten by you earlier, and now being mocked by a little brat was simply unbearable. Seeing this, you quickly pulled the hostile duo apart. I plan to take the elite route, so when it is finally complete, there will only be about 10 people. But among these 10 people, every single one will be a supreme powerhouse capable of making the ninja world tremble. I think you are just daydreaming, but since I chose to join, I will go crazy alongside you. So where are we going next? Hearing this, you grinned. I have my eyes on a 3S rank hidden dungeon. Let's go loot the resources inside together. You can also take the opportunity to replenish your hearts. 1 hour later, deep within the Yucheng forest, a spatial rift continuously leaked energy fluctuations, and it was surrounded by a crowd of awakened. They were all experts who had received news of the hidden dungeon. While everyone was still waiting, 3 figures walked out from the forest. They wore uniform black robes with fiery clouds, emitting an inexplicably powerful aura that made the surrounding people involuntarily feel pressure. Who are they? What a terrifying aura! I don't know them, but looking at their clothes, they seem to belong to a certain organization. When did Yu Cheng have such a strong organization? I feel like every one of them has strength no less than cage level. While the crowd was still discussing, the three walked straight up to a person. Zhao Jin took out a wanted poster and compared it with the appearance of the person in front of him. You must be the rogue ninja Fei Huo. Bounty amount 5 million gold coins. Hearing Zhao Jin's words, the latter couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Sorry, I think you might have the wrong person. A cold smirk curled on Zhao Jin's lips. There's no mistake. You are Fei Huo worth 5 million gold coins. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei Huo vanished from his spot using the body flicker technique. The next second, his figure appeared in midair, his hands having already completed the hand seals for a ninjutsu. Countless explosive tags enveloped Zhao Jin, leaving no gaps at all. Following a loud shout from Fei Huo, all the explosive tags detonated at once. Fierce flames instantly engulfed Zhao Jin. Hey, another bounty hunter who doesn't know his place. Did you really think I would be an easy target? But when the smoke cleared, there was not a single scratch on Zhao Jin's body. The black tentacles on his back were dancing around wildly. As expected of a rogue ninja worth 5 million gold coins. Not only is your acting great, your ninjutsu is pretty good too. Too bad playtime ends here. At this moment Fei Huo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Zhao Jin in front of him brought immense pressure. Fire-style great fireball technique. He immediately cast a ninjutsu and fled desperately into the crowd. Seeing this, Xiao Jan quickly released Earth-style wall to block, but also missed the best opportunity to pursue. Right at that moment, Gukong flickered to block Fei Huo's path. Since you have become the prey of our Z organization, where else are you trying to run? Saying so before Fei Huo could react, a bone spike instantly pierced his thigh. Fei Huo immediately sensed danger. Although this strike didn't cause fatal damage, it reduced his hopes of escaping to a minimum. Dealing with just me, a single rogue ninja, and you still gang up on me. Is your organization only at this level? I can only goad them into fighting me one-on-one. This is my only chance to escape. However, at this moment you walked up to him expressionlessly. The philosophy of our Z organization is that if we can fight as a team, we will absolutely never fight solo. So stop making those little calculations in your head. As soon as you finished speaking, a scarlet tentacle struck out swiftly, completely piercing right through Fei Huo's chest. Afterwards, Zhao Jin unhurriedly took out a sealing scroll and sealed his body inside. The onlookers were all frightened by this scene. Although bounty hunters hunting rogue ninjas was common, many people present were also rogue ninjas. Are there any other hearts here that satisfy you? The hidden dungeon hasn't opened yet. We can still stick around for a while. Hearing this, Xiao Zhen shook his head helplessly. Only this Fei Huo was worth killing. The rest are all trash with bounties under 1 million gold coins. Not worth striking at all. 10 or so minutes later, the entrance to the hidden dungeon finally opened completely. The crowd no longer cared about your deterrence, and all rushed inside in a swarm. Seeing this, the three of you didn't cause any extra trouble. You followed the crowd into the dungeon. With a flash of white light, you arrived in a forest shrouded in thick mist. Hidden dungeon, Yu Cheng ruins. The forest, a mutated beast that has lived for centuries dwells within, preferring to use awakened ones to replenish its chakra as a food source. Since the mist severely impaired visibility, the other awakened who entered completely lost their bearings. They could only rely on their intuition to press forward, and soon disappeared into the woods. However, this mist was practically non-existent before the Sharingan. Therefore, you quickly detected a terrifying source of chakra. It's to the northwest. Let's go straight there and take it out. With that said, you took the lead and dashed in that direction. Zhao Jing and Gukong did not hesitate, and immediately followed right behind you. You encountered many 4-star beasts blocking the path along the way. Neither you nor Zhao Jing made a move, leaving Gukong to fight and finish them all off alone. As a result, before you even reached the boss area, he had already leveled up to Tier 3 Genin. Over 10 minutes later, you arrived inside a cavern. Before you sat a striking golden treasure chest. The boss area was just ahead. Placing a chest here. Are we supposed to take the loot and turn back? You muttered, walking straight up to the chest and opening it. After a flash of golden light, a scroll floated out from within. Barrier, Uchiha Flame Formation Scroll. Once this secret technique is learned, you can summon hellfire from underground to form a barrier, used either to protect a target or trap an opponent. Not bad, to think it's a crowd control skill. Now, I won't have to worry about enemies escaping anymore. Thinking of this, you remembered Su Ai, who had used her speed advantage to flee last time. A cold sneer unconsciously formed on your lips. You then signaled Zhao Jing and Gukong to follow, and continued advancing into the depths of the cavern. Soon, a massive purple python tens of meters long appeared before you. Dungeon Boss, Manda. 5-star king level beast. Brutal by nature. Possessing a colossal size and high ninjutsu resistance. Suspected to originate from a certain mysterious realm. Uncle Zhao. Have you ever seen a snake this huge? I feel like I wouldn't even be enough to pick its teeth with. Compared to Gukong's shock, Zhao Jing revealed a look of absolute excitement. While it's still sleeping, let's all attack at once. Killing it will definitely drop a lot of good loot. Right at this moment, a squad of awaken rushed in from behind you. Upon seeing the gigantic Manda, they also fell into the same state of shock as Gukong. But very quickly, they shared the same thought as Zhao Jing. They directly unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu and blasted it forward. Following a violent explosion, Manda was rudely awakened from its deep slumber. Yet, it hadn't taken a single scratch. Lowly humans, to think you dare disturb my rest. I will devour every last one of you. With that, it charged directly into the crowd, opening its maw to swallow them all whole. Just then, a disdainful voice rang out. A bunch of fools who don't know the meaning of death. They didn't even weigh their own strength before striking. Another group of people was seen walking straight over. The young man leading them was arrogant to the extreme. More delicious snacks have arrived. I never expected that meat pies would just fall from the sky for me. Saying this, Manda bypassed you and lunged toward the 5 newcomers. However, these 5 were clearly much stronger. Not only did they completely evade Manda's attack, they even fired their own ninjutsu back at the beast. In retaliation, on the other side, Zhao Jing looked at Manda, itching to join the fight. Boss, when do we strike? No rush, someone is volunteering to wear it down for us. Isn't that a good thing? We'll just snatch the prize when the time comes. Hearing this, Zhao Jing curled his lips. The thing is, these guys are pretty average. Who knows how long it'll take for them to wear it down? Besides, with our strength, do we really need others to soften it up for us? Seeing him so dead set on fighting Manda, you dropped the idea of waiting to steal the kill. After receiving your approval, Zhao Jing immediately unleashed Earth Grudge beasts and charged into the battlefield. With his addition, the situation instantly underwent a noticeable change. In just a few breaths of time, several new wounds appeared on Manda's body. The young man leading the squad also noticed Zhao Jing. Who told you to attack? Don't you know that this boss is my prey? Get the hell away right now, or I'll cripple you in a second. But Zhao Jing completely ignored him, continuing to control the Earth Grudge beasts to ruthlessly bombard Manda. Seeing this, the young man hastily formed hand seals and unleashed a ninjutsu. However, his target wasn't Manda, but rather Zhao Jing, who hadn't even glanced his way. Just as the fireball was about to smash into Zhao Jing, you released a grand fireball to intercept it. Zhao Jing, focus on the boss. Leave the rest to me. Hearing this, the young man scoffed dismissively. Oh, so you have companions too? Just 3 of you dare to snatch prey from the 5 of us. I'll cripple you all right now. With a wave of his hand, the 4 jonin behind him instantly charged at you. Seeing this, your mouth twitched involuntarily. It's been a long time since I've encountered such simple-minded enemies. Are all Jonin this reckless nowadays? With that said, you spewed out a massive, enlarged magma boulder, instantly killing the 4 charging men on the spot. The young man immediately flew into a humiliated rage. Brat, do you have any idea who I am? I am the 3rd young master of the Lin family from Haikang. Lin Yuan, never heard of him. The families of the Central District. I truly know nothing about. Lin Yuan nearly choked on your response. To think you dare look down on our Lin family. It seems I must teach you a lesson today. And, perfect time to test my newly awakened bloodline limit. As his voice fell, his eyes instantly turned a bloody crimson, revealing the familiar 3-tamo pattern. You were momentarily surprised, never expecting to encounter another Sharingan user besides yourself. Seeing your reaction, Lin Yuan grinned. He assumed you were terrified by his Sharingan, to force me to activate the Sharingan. You losing to me is nothing to be ashamed of. Today, I'll show you the true power of the Sharingan. With that, his hands blurred through hand seals. The 3-tamo spun wildly in his pupils. Welcome to my genjutsu world. The environment around you rapidly distorted. And before you knew it, your body was trapped inside a water sphere. Clearly, you had fallen for his genjutsu. Yet, instead of panicking, you simply smirked. Not a bad genjutsu. It seems you're quite skilled at using the Sharingan. Lin Yuan was highly displeased by your tone. Stop pretending. Since you're caught in my genjutsu, it means this battle is already over. He immediately formed more hand seals, and a massive fireball hurtled toward you. At that exact moment, your own eyes spun frantically, gradually morphing into a pinwheel pattern. Right as the fireball struck your body, you dissolved into a flock of pitch-black crows that scattered into the sky. How is this possible? Wasn't he trapped in my genjutsu? Lin Yuan stared at the scene in sheer disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how you managed to evade an attack from within a genjutsu. Just then, a long blade suddenly pierced through his chest. The agonizing pain brought him to his knees. Turning his head, he found you staring down at him from above. You have the Sharingan too. Does that mean you not only broke my genjutsu, but also cast one on me in a split second? Little brother, you aren't as stupid as I thought. But this makes no sense. We both have the Sharingan. Why is your genjutsu so much stronger than mine? Hearing this, you gave Lin Yuan a chilling smile. Because there are different levels to the Sharingan. Ever heard of Tsukuyomi? Now, I'll let you experience the true power of the Sharingan. As your voice faded, countless copies of you suddenly appeared within the genjutsu world, slowly approaching him with ninja blades in hand. Meanwhile, in the real world, Lin Yuan abruptly collapsed to his knees. He gasped heavily for air, his eyes filled with absolute terror as he looked at you. 3 days ... You stabbed me for 3 whole days. I want to go home and find my before he could finish. He passed out cold, looking at the unconscious Lin Yuan. You chose not to finish him off. Instead, you planned to let him return to the Lin family, to deliver the news of your Sharingan. You had sharply noticed that he previously mentioned the Sharingan was his new talent. This meant his family had mastered a method to awaken the Sharingan. You just didn't know yet if they possessed anything beyond the 3-tamo, like the Mangekyo. Rather than collecting a bunch of standard 3-tamo eyes, it would be much more satisfying to plunder a Mangekyo later. On the other side of the battlefield, under the heavy fire of Kakuzu and his Earth Grudge Fear, Manda was finally slain. Dungeon boss killed. Hidden dungeon will permanently close in 3 seconds. All players will be randomly teleported out. The very next second, the figures of your group began to fade. Soon after, you reappeared at the spot where you had first entered the dungeon. Kakuzu, what good loot did Manda drop? Hearing this, Kakuzu gave a pleased smile and pulled out the spoils of war. They consisted of a white snake egg and an ancient scroll. This egg probably belonged to Manda. If we hatch the snake inside, it should make for a powerful summoning beast. You then shifted your gaze to the scroll, only to find it wasn't a ninjutsu manual as you had expected. Instead, it was a map. Right in its center, a specific location was circled in red, accompanied by 3 striking words, Ryuchi Cave. This is actually a map to Ryuchi Cave. If I can find it and learn Sage Mode, my combat power will multiply several times over. In the world of Naruto, Ryuchi Cave was as famous as Shikatsu Forest and Mount Myoboku. All 3 were birthplaces of Sage Mode, and the strongest representative of Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode was undoubtedly Yakushi Kabuto, who had evolved into a dragon. He was a bona fide Super Cage level powerhouse, Kakuzu. Do you know where this red circled location is? He took the map, scrutinized it for quite a while, and finally shook his head helplessly. Seeing this, you could only put the map away for now, and look for more clues in the future. Afterward, your group didn't linger in the area, and began the journey back to U City. 3 days later, Lin Sheng, the patriarch of the Sea City Lin family, stood with his brows deeply furrowed. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan looked at him with an aggrieved expression. As the 3rd young master of my Lin family, you got beaten up outside, and you actually have the shamelessness to come crying to me. Don't you ever call yourself my son again, Dad? Me getting beaten up isn't the point. The point is, that guy also has the Sharingan, and his visual prowess seems even stronger than yours. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng's gaze flickered. Are you saying you were beaten because you lost to him in a clash of the Sharingan? Lin Yuan instantly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Then, he recounted everything that had happened in the dungeon. After listening, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Lin Sheng's mouth. It seems the 3 Tamo truly isn't the upper limit of the Sharingan. This is great news for our Lin family. As it turned out, the Lin family once had an ancestor who awakened the Sharingan. Back during the Warring States period, he had led the Lin family to abruptly rise into a major clan of the Central District. Later, right before his death, that ancestor had left his Sharingan with the family. After the diligent research of several generations of Lin family scientists, they had finally, in recent times, mastered the technology to artificially awaken the Sharingan. In other words, aside from independently awakening a primary ninjutsu talent, the Lin family could also rely on this technology to guarantee a 100% success rate in acquiring the Sharingan bloodline limit. Our research on the Sharingan is still ongoing. I believe that, as long as we continue our experiments, we will certainly master a method to enhance its visual prowess. Hearing this, Lin Yuan revealed a look of sheer excitement. When the time comes, I must seek revenge against that bastard. I want him to experience what it feels like to be stabbed continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. The research on the Sharingan won't yield results that quickly. Don't go running off causing trouble for the next couple of days. It just so happens that the Chunin exams are taking place in 2 days. Take your younger brother to participate. As Lin Sheng's voice faded, a young man slowly walked out from the inner room. In his eyes sat a striking pair of fully matured 3 Tamo Sharingan. Meanwhile, within a stretch of ruins in Yucheng, you were sparring with Gu Kang for his combat training. However, to Gu Kang's sheer helplessness, no matter how much his strength improved, you could always suppress him with absolute ease. He picked himself up from the ground, looking utterly defeated. Big brother, your Sharingan is just too powerful. I've trained for so long, yet I'm still no match for you at all. Hearing this, you grinned. If you want to catch up to me, I'm afraid it'll be impossible in this lifetime. Still, you've made massive progress these past few days. You are just about ready to take the Chunin exams. The Chunin exams? It hasn't even been a month since I awakened my talent. What if I fail? You shot him an encouraging look, assuring him that with his strength, passing would be a breeze. A moment later, Zhao Jin returned, carrying a suitcase. He looked rather displeased. The rogue ninjas in the Central District are utter trash. It's been 3 days, and I've only caught 5 somewhat decent ones. They were only worth a total of 12 million gold coins. Uncle Zhao, you're amazing. You earned 12 million gold coins in just 3 days. My mom and I have never seen that much gold before. Hearing this, Zhao Jin casually tossed a coin pouch toward Gu Kang. Here is 100,000 gold coins. You are still growing. Buy yourself some good food and grow a bit taller. You simply grinned at him and said, "In 2 days, little Kang will be participating in the Chunin exams at the City of Trials. We will both accompany him when the time comes." Zhao Jin gave a slight nod, remaining completely silent, before turning and walking back outside without looking back. Seeing this, you smiled helplessly. It seemed that, because he had lived for so long, he did not have much to talk about with you. On the contrary, he treated Gu Kang remarkably well. 2 days later, the Chunin exams commenced as scheduled, in the Central District City of Trials. At this moment, you were leading Zhao Jin and Gu Kang on a casual stroll through the streets of the City of Trials. Just then, two people approached from the opposite direction. Leading them was none other than Lin Yuan, the very person you had intentionally let go earlier. To think I would actually run into you here. Once my brother finishes his Chunin exams, I will let you know the consequences of offending our Lin family. With a cold snort, he brushed past you, bringing the young man behind him along. Watching their retreating figures, the corners of your mouth curled upward. Another pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. It seems my guess was entirely correct. Their Lin family has truly mastered a method to artificially awaken the Sharingan. You didn't bother to start trouble with him right then and there. Instead, you continued wandering around the City of Trials with your 2 companions. Time quickly flew by, and soon it was 9 in the morning. Gu Kang and all the other candidates gathered at the Chunin exam venue as instructed, eagerly waiting for the exams to begin. Meanwhile, you and Zhao Jin spent some gold coins to secure a spot in a second-floor VIP booth to watch the spectacle. On the massive screen in the plaza, the details were displayed. The exam phases were no different from the ones you had previously participated in, save for the absence of the third phase, the Heaven and Earth Scroll struggle. Soon after, with a sharp command from the proctor, all the candidates were teleported into the assessment realm. You and Zhao Jin quickly spotted Gu Kang's figure on the screen. In a matter of mere minutes, a trail of mutated beast corpses already littered the ground behind him. This scene drew endless gasps of amazement from the audience outside. That little kid is obviously the youngest of the bunch. Who would have thought his strikes would be so precise and ruthless? But what's up with his bones? They look so bizarre. Doesn't it hurt to just rip them straight out of his body like that? That appears to be the extinct bloodline limit, Shikotsumiyaku. To think we would actually get to witness such a terrifying ability. The performance of Lin Yuan's younger brother, Lin Shan, was equally spectacular. Relying on his 3 Tomo Sharingan, he could always pinpoint the weaknesses of the mutated beasts and kill them in a single strike. The Sharingan possesses incredible perceptive abilities. If every member of the Lin family can awaken it as their second ninjutsu talent, it's simply unimaginable just how powerful their clan will become in the future. If we're talking about the strongest Sharingan, that should still belong to the rogue ninja Xiao Pi from the Southern District. You mean that rogue ninja who turned the Southern District completely upside down? Lately, there hasn't been any news about him for quite some time. Who knows where he's hiding right now? The discussions from the crowd below reached your and Zhao Jin's ears with absolute clarity. I didn't expect your reputation to be this notorious even in the Central District. But they wouldn't guess in a million years that the infamous Xiao Pi is sitting right beside them. Hearing this, you smiled helplessly and quickly changed the subject. Do me a favor later and gather some intelligence on the Lin family. We might find ourselves in a bitter fight with them down the line. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jin revealed a wicked smirk. Looks like I'll be able to harvest a few strong hearts to replenish my stock. Choosing you as my boss was definitely the right call. A dozen minutes later, the Chunin exams were still underway, and Gu Kang and Lin Shan had undoubtedly become the most dazzling contenders on the battlefield. Deep within the realm's forest, the two of them simultaneously locked their sights on the same mutated beast. You little brat, you're the one who beat up my older brother, aren't you? Since you dared to provoke the Central District's Lin family, watch me teach you a severe lesson. Feeling his intense hostility, Gu Kang immediately furrowed his brows. A sharp bone spike instantly materialized in his hand as he stood at the ready. Seeing this, Lin Shan, without any unnecessary nonsense, he charged forward with a kunai in hand. along with a crisp metallic clash. The two were instantly locked in a stalemate. Right at that moment, the three Tomo in Lin Shan's Sharingan spun rapidly, emitting an eerie ocular power. Not good, a genjutsu. Gukeng only caught a single glimpse of it, before a wave of extreme dizziness hit him. He hastily squeezed his eyes shut. However, Lin Shan seized this exact opening, landing a harsh kick that sent him flying several meters away. The audience instantly erupted into cheers. In their eyes, since the Lin family was one of the cage-level clans in the Central District, the main protagonist of this match had to be Lin Shan. Without a doubt, no matter how well Gukeng performed, he was merely a supporting character. At the same time, up in the VIP booth, Lin Yuan walked over to you with a smug expression. "It seems your lackey isn't all that strong. He just got kicked away by my little brother just like that. Then again, commoners like you, how could you possibly compare to the science of a major clan? This time, you didn't even spare him a glance. You just calmly watched Gukeng on the screen. You knew his strength didn't end there." After all, down in the forest arena, Gukeng slowly climbed back to his feet, his body now completely covered in an exoskeleton of pale bone. "That Sharingan is really troublesome. Good thing Pidge told me how to deal with the three Tomo beforehand. From here on out, I'm getting serious." As soon as he spoke, several bone spikes shot forward, cloaked in a dense mist. Seeing this, Lin Shan sneered in disdain. "Still stubbornly resisting? In front of my Sharingan, all attacks will be reduced to nothing?" Yet, just as he dodged all the incoming bone spikes, the bone mist mixed among them suddenly exploded. Immediately after, a thick cloud of smoke rapidly engulfed the surroundings. "A smoke screen. Trying to block my vision like this?" Before he could finish his sentence, multiple bone spikes blasted out from the smoke, piercing directly through his limbs. When the smoke cleared, Lin Shan was slumped limply on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the audience outside the arena fell into a deathly silence. Lin Yuan's eyes went wide in disbelief. The smug expression entirely wiped from his face. That three Tomo Sharingan isn't so impressive after all. A simple smokescreen made it completely useless. Faced with Zhao Jing's sarcastic mockery, Lin Yuan's expression darkened with extreme fury. Yet he couldn't utter a single word in retort. Soon, the first round of assessments concluded, and everyone was teleported back to the examination hall. "Third brother, I lost." Lin Shan returned to Lin Yuan, looking immensely frustrated. Lin Yuan, however, appeared unusually calm. "Don't blame yourself too much. We'll take back our lost pride in the next round." 10 minutes later, following the host's announcement, the second round of assessments officially began. They had to choose a testing category, from ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu. As long as the examiner was satisfied, they would pass. Gukeng opted for taijutsu, since his dead bone pulse was geared toward physical offense. Lin Shan, on the other hand, chose ninjutsu. After all, the Sharingan was a secondary talent he had awakened later, while his true expertise lay in fire release. Meanwhile, up in the second floor VIP booth, a subordinate whispered something into Lin Yuan's ear. Upon hearing the report, a cold sneer crept onto his face. "It looks like it won't be long before we make that wretched bastard pay the price." The second round of assessments went by much faster. Gukeng successfully cleared it in less than 10 minutes. Shortly after, Lin Shan and the others were also teleported back one by one. Once Gukeng officially advanced to Chunin rank, the three of you did not linger any longer, and directly left the City of Trials. 3 hours later, Lin Yuan looked at the clan head, Lin Sheng, with fanatical eyes. The three Tomo in his eyes had distinctly morphed into the pattern of a shuriken. "Dad, our clan's research was a success. Is this the brand new form of the Sharingan?" Hearing this, Lin Sheng's lips curled upward slightly. "This is the Mangekyo, an existence far above the three Tomo. Its ocular power is roughly a dozen times that of a standard Sharingan. Most importantly, these eyes have actually awakened to terrifying abilities. With this, I now feel capable of dominating everything." Lin Yuan's face was filled with eager anticipation. "Dad, does that mean all the Sharingan in our clan can be upgraded. The technology is still somewhat unstable at present. It requires a little more time for research. Moreover, the divine wood needed for the experiments. We have completely run out of stock. Even the supplier's reserves were bought out by us long ago. Then what do we do? Dad, I want to awaken the Mangekyo too. I received some new intelligence. Recently, a merchant caravan has been traveling from the southern district. Their cargo happens to include divine wood. You and your eldest brother will go and intercept it. At midnight that same day, you, Zhaojing, and Gukang were strolling through a dense forest. Why aren't you getting a good night's sleep at this ungodly hour? And insisting that little Kang and I tag along to hunt rogue ninjas? It's not like you can't handle them on your own. Hearing this, Zhao Jing curled his lips. It's a good thing I brought you two along. Otherwise, one of those rogue ninjas really would have slipped away just now. Do you know how many gold coins he's worth? A whole 8 million. Seeing Zhao Jing's overly excited expression, you decided not to say anything more, only wishing to head back and sleep as soon as possible. Just at that moment, a violent explosion echoed from not too far away. You saw over a dozen masked awakened, gathered together, tightly surrounding 3 cargo wagons. The central district was in a constant state of war all year round, so highway robbery was a fairly common occurrence. Should we help? Hearing this, you shook your head expressionlessly. What does it have to do with us? Let's just hurry back and sleep. The very next second, you stood frozen in place. Why was she here? A woman leapt down from the cargo truck. It was none other than Luo Yi, whom you hadn't seen in a long time. At this moment, Luo Yi looked at the masked figures, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. I am from the Luo family of the southern district. This batch of goods is meant for the Aoyang family in the central district. Are you trying to offend both of our families? However, these people didn't waste breath on idle chatter. They simply raised their blades and charged straight at her. Stop them. Seeing this, Luo Yi immediately ordered her guards to defend. The two groups instantly clashed in a chaotic melee. In an instant, the sounds of battle echoed throughout the area. Not good. Why are the eyes beneath these people's masks all crimson? Could they all possess the Sharingan? Watching her guards steadily lose ground, cold sweat beaded on Luo Yi's forehead. But before she could even join the fray, two figures suddenly blocked her path. You've got a good eye, bitch. But it's too late. As those words faded, Luo Yi felt herself plunging into pitch-black darkness. Right at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang by her ear. Dragon Shield, Illusion Dissipation. A hand rested upon her shoulder. Instantly, the Sharingan's Genjutsu was effortlessly shattered. Ziping, is it really you? Why are you here? Long time no see. I've missed you so much. Luo Yi's eyes were filled with astonishment and joy, showing none of the arrogance of the Luo family's eldest young lady. Of course I came specifically to save you, just like how you helped me back then. You cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan and the unknown man standing opposite you. To think, the Lin family has resorted to highway robbery. However, I am claiming protection over this Luo family shipment, which means you can get lost. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression turned extremely dark. I've noticed you really love sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. But my older brother Lin Feng is here today. He is a half-step cage level expert. It's the perfect time to settle our scores. As his voice faded, your Sharingan and Lin Feng's met from across the distance. The Sharingan excels in Genjutsu. The stronger the ocular power, the stronger the Genjutsu. And my Sharingan is the second strongest in our family. I wonder how long you can last against my eyes. Genjutsu, blazing. Illusionary domain. A wicked smirk curled Lin Feng's lips as he rapidly activated his Genjutsu. However, in the very next second, a crimson longsword pierced straight through him. I can't be bothered playing Genjutsu with you three Tomo trash. A single basic attack is enough to one-shot you. Seeing this, Lin Yuan completely forgot about stealing the cargo. He hastily dragged Lin Feng away, fleeing into the distance. As he ran, he yelled for his subordinates to retreat. Watching their retreating figures, you revealed a cold smile. You're all my precious power banks. I'll spare your miserable lives for tonight. You better hurry up and awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan for me. Luo Yi, seeing you, instantly one-shot the half-step cage-level Lin Feng. Was immediately filled with awe. Ziping, you're so strong now. I can hardly believe we're awakened from the same generation. I feel like you might actually be able to overthrow the Southern District Management Committee. Meeting Luo Yi's fair and slightly flushed face, you suddenly felt a bit embarrassed by her praise, and quickly changed the subject. After I wiped out the Ku family, your Luo family should have reaped the most benefits. Why? Are you doing business here in the unprofitable Central District? Hearing this, Luo Yi's expression turned quite grim. Our family currently dominates the Southern District. To prevent us from slipping out of their control, the Management Committee allied with other cage-level families to suppress us in every way possible. There's no business left for us to do in the Southern District anymore. Enough of that. I need to hurry and deliver these goods. If the delivery is late, the Aoyang family will be displeased, and our whole Luo family will end up starving. With that, Luo Yi prepared to turn and leave. But as if remembering something, she stopped again. Ziping, the Southern District. Don't go back there for now. The other families are currently helping the Management Committee hunt you down. Although the Central District is a bit chaotic, it's at least much safer than the Southern District. Watching her retreating figure, you couldn't snap out of your daze for a long time. It wasn't until all three trucks had driven away that Gu Kang's voice pulled you back to reality. Brother Pai, are you really just going to let that pretty lady leave like that? You could have at least given her a hug. Not romantic at all. You looked at the gossiping expressions of Gu Kang and Zi Jin. Feeling utterly speechless, you quickly brought things back on track. Zi Jin, with our organization's current strength, what are our chances of winning against the Management Committee if we return to the Southern District? Zi Jin paused for a moment. As far as I know, the Southern District Management Committee still has at least 3 cage-level experts left. As for Anbu, Jonin, and Chunin, they are practically countless. Furthermore, can you guarantee that those cage-level families won't get involved? Therefore, how much of a chance do you think the 3 of us have? Hearing this, you fell into deep thought. With my current strength, I should be able to handle 2 cage-level experts. Zijin can probably stall 1 cage level. As for Gu Kang, he can probably only take out a few Jonin at best. So our organization needs to speed up our recruitment process. Otherwise, we might not even be confident in dealing with the Lin family, since cage-level families definitely have plenty of allies. Thinking of this, you looked at Zhao Jing with a serious expression. You interact with rogue ninjas every day. Among those people, are there any suitable candidates for our organization? As if he had come prepared, Zhao Jing pulled out a bounty poster and handed it to you. The Immortal Ninja, Duen Fei, Cultivation Realm, half-step cage level, leader of the Cult of the Undying. He is said to possess true immortality. However, due to the cult's extremely strict entry requirements, he is currently its sole member. I am very interested in this Immortal Ninja's abilities. He should be a perfect fit for our organization. As you look at Duen Fei on the bounty poster, your eyes gleam with excitement. Isn't this Haiden, the one who possesses the Death Possession Blood Curse? He would perfectly form the immortal duo alongside Kakuzu. 3 days later, at the Luo family in the Southern District, both Luo Lin and Luo Yi look grim. The Aoyang family slashed the price of this batch of goods by 70%. They are completely taking advantage of our crisis. Hearing this, Luo Lin heaves a heavy sigh. Recovering whatever losses we can is better than nothing. It's better than letting the goods rot in our hands. Just now, Suai from the Management Council issued us an ultimatum. They want us to help them lure Ipin out and hand over 80% of our family's business resources. Otherwise, they will continue their blockade against us until the Luo family completely collapses. Luo Yi's eyes widen in absolute fury. This damn Management Council is practically robbing us in broad daylight. I will not agree to either of these demands. Luo Lin's expression also turns extremely ferocious. If they push our Luo family too far, We will just fight them to the bitter end. Meanwhile, within a certain ruin in the central district, a young man carrying a scythe on his shoulder is confronting two rogue ninjas. You two brothers, I see you have extraordinary bone structures and look quite talented. Are you interested in joining my cult of the Undying? One of the rogue ninjas looks utterly confused. What the hell is the cult of the Undying? I'm not joining. I've never even heard of it. The other rogue ninja, however, seems to recognize the young man's identity. You are Duen Fei, the one with a 50 million gold coin bounty. With so many bounty hunters keeping an eye on you, wouldn't joining you be a death wish? Hearing this, Duen Fei curls his lips in disappointment. Since you don't want to join the cult of the Undying, then I can only use you as sacrifices. The next second, before the two can even react, the scythe pierces right through their bodies. Afterward, Duen Fei prepares to leave, to continue searching for believers. But suddenly, he notices three people wearing red cloud robes blocking his path. You three brothers, I see you have extraordinary bone structures and look quite talented. Do you want to join my cult of the Undying? Your eyes flash with an eerie spark toward him. I am here to invite you to join our Akatsuki organization. At this moment, Duen Fei widens his eyes at the three of you. Are you kidding me? Inviting me to join your Akatsuki? I think it would be better for you all to join my cult of the Undying instead. Your cult of the Undying only has you in it, while our Akatsuki has three people. No matter how you look at it, joining us has a brighter future. Hearing this, Duen Fei's face reveals a ferocious expression. Since you are unwilling to join the cult of the Undying, then I can only offer you all as sacrifices. Saying so, he charges at you with his triple-bladed scythe. Seeing this, just as you are about to strike, Kakuzu steps in front of you and Gukong, as the boss of the organization, having to act personally would really lower the prestige of our Akatsuki. This annoying guy. Leave him to me. As soon as his voice falls, Duen Fei's triple-bladed scythe slashes toward his head. But in the next second, a black tentacle fiercely darts out and directly pierces his body. Looking at Duen Fei collapsed on the ground, Kakuzu reveals a look of disgust. And here I was actually looking forward to this. Is this all a 50 million gold coin rogue ninja amounts to? Right at this moment, Duen Fei actually drags his injured body and slowly stands back up. He then begins to draw a circle on the ground. Ignoring the shock in his heart, Kakuzu quickly throws several shurikens at him as a follow-up. Duen Fei neither dodges nor evades, and his body is pierced once again. However, although his expression is extremely furious, he doesn't seem to have taken much damage. Hey, can you not interrupt my ritual? Do you have any idea how disrespectful this is to Lord Jashin? Hearing this, Kakuzu furrows his brows deeply. It seems he truly possesses an immortal body. No, as long as he is human, he must have a weakness. There is definitely an information gap about him that I don't know. Before Kakuzu can think any further, Duen Fei's scythe already slashes toward him once more. Even though Kakuzu dodges immediately, his arm is still nicked, leaving a gash. Everything is ready now, so embrace the judgment of Lord Jashin. Duen Fei's face reveals an excited expression, as a black spike inexplicably appears in his hand. Immediately after, he directly plunges the spike straight into his own body. At the same time, Kakuzu feels a sudden, piercing pain in his heart. Subsequently, an earth grudge fear beast bursts out of his body and completely dissipates on the spot. To think you dare destroy one of my hearts, I am going to tear you to pieces. Kakuzu's eyes fill with fury as he directly summons three earth grudge fear beasts to charge at him. Duen Fei is instantly a little dazed. That didn't kill you. Could it be that you also possess an immortal body? However, he doesn't dwell on it. He hefts his scythe and prepares to fight. Right at this moment, you suddenly step in between the two of them. Hey, are you trying to bully me with numbers? But it doesn't matter. I'm immortal anyway. As soon as Duen Fei's voice falls, your Sharingan suddenly spins frantically, instantly pulling him into a crimson world. and his body, at some unknown point, has been skewered with wooden stakes, leaving him completely immobilized. Your ability is quite formidable, but you probably have no resistance to genjutsu, right? As long as you can break free from my genjutsu, we will join your cult of the undying. Looking at your playful expression, Duen Fei surprisingly displays an attitude of sheer indifference. I definitely can't break free from your genjutsu, but I'm immortal. What could you possibly do to me? Hearing this, you were instantly left somewhat speechless. This guy was an absolute rogue, completely shameless and stubborn. Suddenly, your eyes lit up. You thought of a brilliant idea to make him submit. I will use genjutsu to alter your memories, turning you into an atheist who vehemently opposes the undying cult. You'll become the very person who destroys your own faith. Duen Fei instantly panicked. Although he didn't know if you actually possessed such an ability, he simply didn't dare to take the gamble. So right now, you only have two choices. Either join my Z organization, or be transformed into an atheist by me. Boss, I yield. I'll join, alright? But even if I join your organization, I will never change my faith. Hearing this, you grinned. Immediately after, the genjutsu restraining Duen Fei was dispelled. Following that, you took out a fire cloud rope and a ring, handing them to him. From this day forward, you are the fourth member of the Z organization. Remember, your codename is Boar. After putting on the standardized uniform, Duen Fei's mouth wouldn't stop running. Z organization doesn't sound badass at all. We might as well change the name to the Undying Divine Generals. Before he could even finish his sentence, you greeted him with a vicious slap to the face. Heh, boss. I was just joking. So, what is our organization's goal? At this current stage, our objective is to recklessly boost our strength at all costs, until our Z organization can completely redefine the structural order of the ninja world. Hearing this, Duen Fei's mouth curled into an uncontrollable smirk, reshaped the landscape of the ninja world. Huh, looks like joining your organization is going to be a lot of fun. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Haikang Lin family's Sharingan secret realm, Lin Sheng seemed to be waiting for something. Shortly after, two figures walked out from within. It was none other than Lin Feng and Lin Yuan, and the original three Tamo in their eyes had surprisingly transformed into shuriken patterns. We've both successfully awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. This visual prowess is vastly superior to the three Tamo. In contrast to Lin Yuan's excitement, Lin Feng's brows were tightly furrowed. Only after awakening the Mangekyo did I realize just how terrifying he is. Uncle, why didn't that guy go for the kill back then? He even intentionally let us all escape back here. Hearing this, Lin Sheng revealed a look of disdain. He is nothing but a lowly traitor. Does he really dare to offend our Lin family to the bitter end? In a while, I'll send someone to cripple him. Let's put that aside for now. Recently, a hidden dungeon appeared over at the Misty Ruins. Go inside and see if there's any good loot. And while you're at it, in front of the other families, properly demonstrate the Mangekyo's power. Soon, this central district will belong entirely to our Lin family. 3 days later, the four of you gathered in the Yucheng Ruins base, engaging in a heated argument. According to the intel from the map vendor, this Ruchi cave should be located in the western part of the southern district. The risk of returning to the southern district right now is still very high. Duen Fei held a different view. With the combined strength of us four, is there anyone in the southern district who could actually stop me? In my opinion, even if we waltz right into the southern district, what could those pieces of trash from the management board possibly do to us? Right at that moment, you, who had remained silent all along, interrupted their bickering. It's true that we aren't afraid of the Southern District Management Bureau right now, but they have numbers on their side, and can be extremely troublesome to deal with. Before we possess the power to wipe them out completely in one fell swoop, we will temporarily hold off on returning to the Southern District. Hearing this, Zhao Jing showed a look of agreement. If we don't have an absolutely overwhelming advantage, once we're dragged into a war of attrition with them, there's no telling what unexpected variables might arise. It's better to play it safe. Seeing that you and Zhao Jing shared the same stance, Duen Fei could only purse his lips in helplessness. Since we can't go to the southern district for now, let's head to the Misty Ruins instead. There's a hidden dungeon about to open there. I hear its difficulty rating is at the cage level. As the words fell, the four of you looked at each other and smiled. Then the Z organization moves out. Our target this time, the Misty Ruins. At this moment, outside the hidden dungeon in the Misty Ruins, awakened ones from various factions were already packed tightly together. And with your arrival, you immediately drew everyone's attention. What is the background of those four? Such an intense, oppressive aura. Those black robes with red clouds, ... It looks like that Z organization that suddenly appeared recently. Rumor has it, many powerful individuals have already fallen at their hands. As the crowd murmured in discussion, a surge of excitement surfaced on Duen Fei's face. To think so many people are gathered here. This is the perfect place to spread the word of my undying cult. If they refuse to join, I'll just sacrifice them all. Hearing this, you hastily stopped him. Otherwise, he really might just do it. At this time, Zhao Jing also revealed a look of greed. We're rich. It looks like there are plenty of targets here with bounties over 10 million ... Stop right there. You interrupted. We are here to clear a dungeon. If you want to develop your side hustles, wait until you're operating solo. You suddenly felt exhausted. One of them had a mind solely focused on promoting his cult, while the other was entirely obsessed with making gold coins. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out among the crowd present. It seemed some major figures had arrived on the scene. You saw a tall, slender woman, slowly walking this way with over a dozen guards. To think it's the Sun family, one of the Central District's 3 major cage-level families. Then the other 2 families will probably come to interfere as well. Just as expected. The moment those words were spoken, 2 more contingents hurried over. They were none other than the Aoyang family, renowned for their taijutsu, and the Lin family, possessors of the Sharingan. Patriarch Lin, is your Lin family running out of capable successors? To think you have to personally step forward just to clear a hidden dungeon. Facing Patriarch Aoyang's sarcastic mockery, Lin Sheng responded with an equally superficial, forced smile. I originally had no intention of coming, but I heard that Patriarch Aoyang was personally leading his team. So, I decided I might as well come and join the fun. It was clear that the 3 major families of the Central District did not get along. They share a relationship of mutual cooperation and fierce competition. The 3 major shadow-level families of the Central District have all arrived. It seems this dungeon definitely hides some incredible treasures. It's just that the competition seems a bit intense. Hearing this, Duen Fei revealed a look of disdain. Hey boss. The Aoyang and Lin families indeed have some strength, but I alone could wipe out that Sun family. Before you could even speak, Zijin looked at Duen Fei as if he were looking at an idiot. Their leader, Sun Weiwei, is no simple character. Not only did she become the head of the Sun family at such a young age, rumor has it that her cultivation has also reached the half-step shadow level. While the few of you were discussing, Lin Sheng walked over, leading the members of the Lin family. So you're the one who left the Southern District Management Committee completely helpless, forcing them to place a 2 billion gold coin bounty on your head, the rogue ninja, Z-Pin. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd was immediately shocked. Judging by Patriarch Lin's words, he is the Z-Pin who turned the Southern District upside down. To think that today, aside from the 3 major families, we would actually get to see a legendary figure like him. Meeting Lin Sheng's cold, sinister gaze, the corners of your mouth curled up slightly. To be remembered by Patriarch Lin is my honor. It seems, your sons must mention me to you quite often. Hearing this, Lin Sheng's eyes instantly morphed into a 3-tomo pattern, exuding a cold, chilling ocular power. I've heard your Sharingan is very powerful. Once this hidden dungeon is over, I will show you the true power of the Sharingan. You then gave him a sinister smile. If this dungeon wasn't about to open, I would really love to witness it right now. Meanwhile, Sun Weiwei watched you going toe-to-toe with Lin Sheng, seemingly deep in thought. Miss, it seems this Z-Pin is at odds with the Lin family. If we can bring him to our side, We might just gain the upper hand in this dungeon. Hearing this, Sun Weiwei shot him a cold glare. Our Sun family does not need to rely on any outsiders, much less a wanted traitor. Right at that moment, a dense cluster of mist billowed from the center of the fog ruins. It was unmistakably the entrance to the hidden dungeon. Immediately after, everyone rushed in like a tidal wave, trying to snatch the initiative. The four of you, however, unhurriedly followed behind the crowd. With a flash of white light, you arrived in a dense, fog-filled forest. We can't see a thing. Where are we supposed to find the boss? Couldn't they just deliver it to us and let us get straight to the killing? You ignored Dwen Fei's complaints and instead activated your Sharingan, beginning to observe your surroundings. However, the map this time was clearly much larger than any you had encountered before. Aside from spotting a few treasure chests, you found absolutely nothing else. It seems the Sharingan is ineffective in this dungeon. But that's fine. At least the Lin family won't be able to find the boss either. For now, we'll follow the trail of treasure chests. At the very least, we won't leave empty-handed. With that said, you led the other three and darted toward the direction of one of the chests. After half an hour of searching, you found a total of 4 gold treasure chests. They were filled with an array of bizarre ninja tools. At this moment, a dense patch of fog suddenly appeared before you. It looked like the entrance leading to the boss area. As you charged through the mist, you arrived in a desolate wasteland of ruins. At the same time, the sounds of intense explosions echoed from nearby. It seemed someone was already engaged in battle with the boss. You saw a group of people besieging a gigantic python covered in sharp spikes. The person leading them was none other than Sun Weiwei, Dungeon Boss, Black Spike Serpent, 5-star Mutated Beast King. A mutated beast variant that escaped from a laboratory. Its body already contains a rare dragon tribe bloodline. That older sister is terrifying. She isn't even using ninjutsu, just directly brawling with the giant python using taijutsu. Just as those words were spoken, the Black Spike Serpent spewed a massive wave of flames from its mouth, forcefully driving Sun Weiwei back. Seeing this, several Sun family members hastily formed hand seals, casting water release, water wall to block it. However, the Black Spike Serpent's fire release was clearly stronger. In a matter of breaths, it completely engulfed them. Boil release, unrivaled monstrous strength. Sun Weiwei seized the opening after the boss's attack, and rapidly charged forward once more. Despite landing a tremendously heavy punch, the Black Spike Serpent suffered no visible damage. Instead, it sent her flying with a whip of its tail. This guy is actually this hard to deal with. I've hit it so many times, and it's completely fine. Before Sun Weiwei could recover her senses, the Black Spike Serpent fired another chakra blast toward her. In the nick of time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. What entered her sight was that black cloak patterned with red clouds, brimming with an air of mystery. Lava release, melting burst technique. Your fist, cloaked in molten lava, struck out, directly shattering the chakra blast. Your Z-Pin. Why did you save me? Regarding Sun Weiwei's surprise, you paid it no heed, and instead stared coldly at the Black Spike Serpent. Let's attack together and burst it down, to prevent any further complications. As soon as you finished speaking, Dwen Fei charged forward first, wielding his massive scythe. Zhao Jing then released to Earthgrudge Fear Monsters to provide cover fire from the rear. The moment Dwen Fei's side slashed into the Black Spike Serpent, Zhao Jing's wind release and fire release arrived right on cue. Wind and fire combined, creating a violent explosion that indiscriminately engulfed both Dwen Fei and the giant serpent. As the smoke cleared, Dwen Fei stood in place, completely unharmed, while the Black Spike Serpent's aura had noticeably weakened. Right at that moment, the Sharingan in your eyes rapidly spun. A massive wave of pitch-black flames swallowed the Black Spike Serpent. The agonizing burning pain caused it to let out a heart-wrenching shriek. Leave the finishing blow to me. Dance of the blooming bone spikes, the corners of Wu Kang's mouth curled up. He swiftly shot a bone spike into the Black Spike Serpent's body. The very next second, countless bone spikes instantly erupted from within its body. It lost its life signs on the spot. Sun Weiwei and the rest of the Sun family. Everyone stood frozen in place. We fought this boss so hard for so long, and they finished it off with just one move each. Is this the true power of the Z organization? This is far too terrifying. Meanwhile, at the exact spot where the black spike Orochi's remains had vanished, a scroll materialized out of thin air. Forbidden's Jutsu, Ito Tensei. Through a living vessel, it could resurrect the dead. The resurrected would possess an immortal body and infinite chakra, and could only be defeated through sealing jutsu. Looking at the scroll in your hand, the corners of your mouth curled up uncontrollably. To think the reward for this dungeon would be so mind-blowing. You could hardly resist the urge to return to the southern district and start a great ninja war. Just then Sun Weiwei walked over with her people. "Miss Sun, are you planning to snatch my loot?" Meeting your fake skin-deep smile, Sun Weiwei couldn't help but shiver. Mr. Pai defeated the Black Spike Orochi himself, so the rewards naturally belong to your Z organization. I simply came over to thank you for saving me earlier. Please don't misunderstand. Hearing this, you grinned, waved your hand, and prepared to leave with Zhao Jin and the others. Unexpectedly, the Aoyang and Lin families rushed over at that moment, directly blocking your path. Z Pai, you move quite fast. To think you killed the boss so quickly. I wonder what the reward for this hidden dungeon is. Aoyang Badao spoke evasively. He had learned about your strength from the Luo family, so his attitude wasn't completely forceful. But Lin Sheng let out a contemptuous snort. Aoyang Badao, aren't you usually very domineering? Why are you acting like such a coward today? Z Pai, hand over the dungeon reward immediately. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here alive. As his voice fell, Lin Feng and Lin Yuan also stepped forward, their faces full of mockery. Seeing this, a sinister smile crept across your face. My dear upgrade materials, I was going to let you live a little longer, but you brought this upon yourselves. At this moment, Lin Feng and Lin Yuan laughed maniacally in front of you. I know you possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, that terrifying visual prowess. A mere 3-Tomo Sharingan truly cannot compare. But the tables have turned now. You aren't the only one in the ninja world with a Mangekyo. As they spoke, the Sharingan in their eyes spun frantically, impressively morphing into shuriken patterns. You were momentarily taken aback. If these two geniuses could awaken the Mangekyo, then Lin Sheng's Sharingan must have evolved as well. No wonder they were so confident. Right at that moment, Duen Fei jumped out. Hey boss, these two brats are way too arrogant. Can I completely wreck them? Hearing this, you grinned. Just don't embarrass our Z organization. As soon as you gave the word, Duen Fei charged straight ahead with his giant scythe. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Lin Yuan immediately drew their ninja blades to meet him in battle. The three of them clashed violently, but in just a single exchange, both ninja blades were shattered by the triple-bladed scythe. Lin Feng and Lin Yuan both received deep gashes on their arms. Trash like you two, trying to pick a fight with my boss. I bet you couldn't even beat that little kid Gukang. However, facing Duen Fei's taunts, Lin Feng and Lin Yuan didn't get angry, but laughed instead. You just gained a slight advantage in taijutsu, yet you dare to talk big. Next we'll let you experience what true despair is. Mirror world. The moment those words were spoken, Duen Fei realized something was wrong. By the time he looked around, the environment had completely changed. He found himself bound to a tree, unable to move a muscle. Damn it, is this another genjutsu? Just wait until I get out of here. I'll slaughter you bastards. Hearing this, Lin Yuan smirked mockingly. This isn't just an ordinary genjutsu. It's the exclusive dojutsu of our Mangekyo Sharingan. This mirror world can not only accommodate both of us at the same time, but also reflects everything that happens here back to reality. In other words, if you die in here, you will lose your life in the real world as well. With that said, Lin Feng dashed swiftly toward Duen Fei with a ninja blade in hand. The next second, the cold steel pierced straight through Duen Fei's body. At the same time, in the real world, Duen Fei violently crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Lin Yuan Both revealed incredibly arrogant expressions. Hey, that's one taken care of. Next up is the wretched Xiao Pi. Brother Feng, don't end it so quickly next time. I want to make him thoroughly enjoy the feeling of being stabbed for 3 days and 3 nights. Just then, Duen Fei slowly rose from the ground. Hey you damn bastards. That hurt. I'm going to sacrifice you to Lord Jashin. Lin Feng and Lin Yuan were both shocked. They couldn't understand it. Duen Fei's heart had clearly been pierced. So how was he acting like nothing happened? I didn't expect you to be so tough to kill. But if we can kill you once, we can kill you twice. Exactly, I refuse to believe you can survive endless stabbings. With that said, Lin Feng and Lin Yuan activated their Sharingan once more, pulling Duen Fei back into the mirror world. But what they failed to notice was that, beneath Duen Fei's feet, a crimson circle had silently appeared. The next second, Duen Fei collapsed face first onto the ground again. But simultaneously on the bodies of Lin Feng and Lin Yuan, countless fatal wounds bizarrely manifested. Following that, the chakra within them vanished entirely. They instantly crumpled to the ground, devoid of any breath. At that moment, Duen Fei slowly climbed back up, a savage and terrifying look on his face. Hey you two idiots, trying to outsmart me. I am immortal. Lin Sheng was in utter disbelief at the scene before him. He never could have imagined that in a mere 10 seconds or so, his 2 sons would actually just be gone. Damn Akatsuki organization. I will make you pay in blood. With that said, the 3 Tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, transforming into a shuriken pattern as well. Duen Fei had wanted to continue fighting, but you decisively stopped him. Lin Sheng is a cage-level expert with a Mangekyo. It will be very hard for you to get close to him. If the stalemate drags on, the risk of your abilities being exposed increases. Hearing this, Duen Fei obediently returned to Zhao Jin Gukong's side, naturally understanding the stakes involved. You then also activated your Mangekyo, locking eyes with Lin Sheng from a distance. Because the two of you did not know each other's Mangekyo abilities, neither chose to attack rashly, falling into a temporary stalemate. Over 10 seconds later, Lin Sheng could no longer hold back, and struck first, rapidly throwing a shuriken at you. Immediately after, this single shuriken suddenly multiplied into dozens. It was impressively the shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Seeing this, you quickly exhaled a massive fireball, blocking all the shurikens. But Lin Sheng took advantage of this opening to circle around behind you, firing dozens of shurikens once more. You were suddenly a bit confused. This jutsu clearly didn't work, so why use it a second time? But since he hasn't revealed any other methods, then I won't use other ninjutsu either. You then used fire style again. Great fireball jutsu, blocking all the incoming shurikens. With his attack neutralized once more, Lin Sheng finally stopped probing and charged rapidly at you with his ninjato. Seeing this, you were completely unafraid of his cage-level aura, and charged forward wielding your own ninjato. With a crisp clash, the 2 ninjatos struck against each other, sparking intensely. Right at this moment, Lin Sheng's Sharingan suddenly narrowed. The shurikens that had been knocked to the ground suddenly levitated without warning, all shooting rapidly towards you. This sudden turn of events caught you slightly off guard, so the shurikens thrown the first 2 times were just laying the groundwork for this moment. A top-tier tactical mind truly is extraordinary. However, you were only surprised for half a second, before immediately coming up with a countermeasure. Immediately after, your skin turned as crimson as magma. The scorching heat not only forced Lin Sheng back, but also melted all the incoming shurikens. I didn't see any chakra threads on those shurikens, which means object manipulation is your Mangekyo ability. Faced with your analysis, Lin Sheng did not deny it. To think it's lava-style chakra mode. It really is just as the intel said. You not only possess the Sharingan, but are also the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. However, the real battle has only just begun. As his voice fell, Lin Sheng rapidly formed hand seals while his Sharingan spun wildly. Lightning style, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Immediately, dozens of lightning-infused shurikens hurtled rapidly toward you. Seeing this, you quickly leapt into the air to dodge. But the number of shurikens was simply too great, and a few still managed to hit you. The moment the lightning made contact with the lava, the shurikens exploded like bombs, kicking up thick clouds of smoke and dust. Is he dead? Old Lin's Sharingan is truly terrifying. It seems the #1 family in Zhongju will undoubtedly be the Lin family from now on. Yang Badao, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but swallow hard. Despite being a cage level himself, he also felt immense pressure. But when the smoke cleared, you stood there completely unharmed, with a crimson skeletal ribcage now manifested around your body. The abilities of your two eyes. One is object manipulation, and the other allows you to infuse different chakra natures into objects. Both your offensive and battlefield control capabilities are quite impressive, truly worthy of being the strongest in the Lin family. Seeing this, Lin Sheng was filled with disbelief. First, he hadn't expected you to take no damage at all. Second, he was shocked that in such a short time, you had actually analyzed all his abilities. However, he wasn't overly affected by this, and once again fired dozens of shurikens infused with lightning and wine style. All the shurikens struck the skeletal ribcage, but couldn't break its defense at all. At this moment, a bead of cold sweat rolled down Lin Sheng's forehead. What is that on your body? How is its defense this strong? Hearing this, you grinned. It seems family head Lin, despite possessing a Mangekyo, is still unaware of this ability. This is the power that transcends the two exclusive visual jutsus. The third power, Susanoo. As your voice fell, the skeletal structure around you grew rapidly, transforming straight into its semi-perfect form, before the Susanoo finally stopped expanding. At this moment, looking at the Gundam-like Susanoo, Lin Sheng stood frozen in place, his mind going completely blank. Meanwhile, Sun Weiwei and Yang Badao, who were watching from the sidelines, were equally stunned and dumbfounded. Pi, to think this guy can control such terrifying power. No wonder there's a 2 billion gold coin bounty on his head. Isn't the Sharingan supposed to be the trashiest ninjutsu talent? Why is each one more overpowered than the last? At the same time, while Lin Sheng had yet to recover his senses, you directly hurled a Yasaka Magatama at him. Unexpectedly, Lin Sheng's reaction was still very fast, as he quickly threw dozens of lightning-style shurikens to block it. The moment the Yasaka Magatama and lightning-style shurikens collided, a massive explosion erupted immediately, covering the entire area in thick smoke once again. Hey, trying to counter my Yasaka Magatama with shurikens. What wishful thinking! However, to your surprise, Lin Sheng did not seem to have suffered any heavy damage. Surprisingly, two massive fireballs shot out from the smoke once again. You paid them no mind, allowing the fireballs to crash against your Susanoo. Right at that moment, Lin Sheng suddenly appeared behind you, wielding a kunai enveloped in lightning release, and viciously thrust it toward you. With a crisp, ringing clash, the sharp kunai instantly snapped in two. How is this possible? I channeled a massive amount of lightning release. CHAKRA into that kunai. It seems Patriarch Lin doesn't understand the Susanoo, but you won't have the chance to learn anymore. Saying so, you threw a heavy, crushing punch, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Lin Sheng clutched his chest, his expression utterly unsightly. Yang Badao, are you still just going to watch? If you don't make a move now, you can forget about getting any dungeon drops. Yang Badao immediately distanced himself. What do you mean, drops? You're the one trying to rob him. Don't drag me into this. You guys carry on. I'm not getting involved. Lin Sheng's face instantly darkened. As long as you help me kill him, all the dungeon drops are yours. Furthermore, along with the South District's 2 billion gold bounty on his head, my Lin family will offer another 1 billion gold as your reward. Hearing this, Yang Badao remained silent, but slowly walked over to Lin Sheng's side, using his actions to show his stance. 8 inner gates. 5th gate. Gate of limit. With a furious roar, a formidable aura immediately erupted around Yang Badao. The 8 inner gates, To think this guy awakened such a talent. I just wonder how much of my guy's strength he actually possesses. Before you could think further, Duen Fei and Zhao Jin arrived behind you. Hey, don't pretend we don't exist. If you want to touch our boss, you have to get past me first. Hey, Patriarch Ayang. Your bounty on the black market is worth 800 million gold. Duen Fei, Zhao Jin, you to go clear out the other grunts. I will handle these two. Boss, they are both at the peak of the cage level. Can you really handle them alone? You talk too much nonsense. Do not question the leader's strength. Saying so, Zhao Jin led Duen Fei away, charging into the ranks of the Lin and Ang families, promptly opening up a second battlefield. Seeing this, Gu Kang refused to fall behind. He immediately unleashed his dead bone pulse and rushed in as well. Too arrogant to actually refuse helpers. Watch me smash you. As the words fell, Yang Badao instantly dashed in front of you, throwing a heavy punch that blasted forth like a missile. However, awkwardly enough, when his fist struck the Susanoo, it produced no effect whatsoever. Seeing this, he immediately decided to open another gate. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, gate of view, open. Morning peacock. Countless fist winds and the flames generated from air friction struck the Susanoo like brilliant meteors. This time, Yang Badao's attack finally took effect. On the surface of the Susanoo before you, a few tiny cracks began to appear, as expected of the 8 inner gates, to actually grant a cage level such power. But it seems this is still far from enough. Whatever tricks you still have, just use them all. As your words fell, both Yang Badao and Lin Sheng broke into a cold sweat. Old Lin, I was truly bewitched to board your pirate ship. If we can make it back alive this time, you must give me one of your family's Sharingan. Why are you bringing this up now? From here on, we both need to use our strongest moves. Otherwise, I'm afraid we're doomed today. As their words faded, from Yang Badao's body, a majestic chakra aura erupted. 8 inner gates, 7th gate, gate of wonder, open. He then gathered all his chakra into his right hand, forming a massive white tiger that charged at the Susanoo. Lin Sheng similarly mobilized all the chakra in his body, firing off hundreds of lightning-release shurikens in one breath. However, their ultimate combined strike was not only easily blocked by your Yada mirror, but it even reflected all the attacks right back at them. How is this possible? Not even the daytime tiger could break his defense. Hearing this, you grinned, Patriarch Yang. Is this the full extent of your strength? Are you not going to use the final gate? I really wanted to see which was stronger, the gate of death or the Yada mirror. As your words fell, Yang Badao's expression turned incredibly ugly. You instantly understood that he hadn't mastered the gate of death. Thus, without any hesitation, you once again hurled a Yasaka Megatama at the two of them. Right at that moment, Yang Badao actually threw a punch at Lin Sheng, smashing him directly into the path of the Yasaka Megatama to completely block all the damage. As for himself, he greased his solace and fled the battlefield at lightning speed. Of the 36 stratagems, retreating is best. Old Lin, don't blame me for the backstab. Without me anyway, you would have died long ago. But Yang Badao hadn't run far before a figure blocked his path. It was none other than Duen Fei, who had just finished clearing the grunts. Hey, old-timer, did this cult leader let you leave? As his words fell, Duen Fei swung his scythe at him. However, Yang Badao's reaction speed was extremely fast, blasting Duen Fei away with a direct punch. Right at that moment, Zhao Jin, who had been lurking nearby, immediately launched a ninjutsu to support him. The massive fireball left Yang Badao with nowhere to hide, forcing him to forcefully tank all the damage. Just as he prepared to flee in another direction, you took a leisurely stroll and arrived right in front of him. Bro, this is all a misunderstanding. The one who attacked you first was Lin Sheng. I was forced to make a move. I was wrong. I apologize to you. Hearing this, you gave a teasing smirk. Patriarch Yang, this doesn't quite fit your persona. Haven't you always been overbearing? But just as he spoke, the crying suddenly changed. Taking advantage of your lowered guard, Angbadao abruptly drew his blade and slashed viciously. In the nick of time, the Sharingan in your eyes spun rapidly. Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground howling in agony. His body was entirely engulfed in black flames. Finally, paying him no more mind, you turned and approached the heavily injured Lin Sheng, relying on technology and hard work to awaken it artificially. You even managed to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. What a pity though. This is where it ends. As the words fell, under Lin Sheng's terrified gaze, a ninjato pierced straight through him, ending his life. Within the fog-shrouded ruins, everyone from the Lin and Aoyang families had been wiped out. Their leaders, Lin Sheng and Angbadao, were both at the peak of the cage level. I feel like I can finally trade in my old heart for a new one. Hearing this, you nodded. While you're at it, gouge out all the Sharingan from the Lin family for me. I'll have great use for them later. Oh, and collect the corpses from both families. They'll be needed for the reanimation jutsu. The next day, news of you and the Z organization instantly dominated the trending searches on every major forum in the Central District. Shocking! The Butcher of the Southern District appears. 3 great families of the Central District gather at the Fog Ruins. Z organization wipes them out. The Rogue of Z forcefully emerges in the Central District over to cage-level families. Will the Central District Council join forces with the Southern District? Clearly, most people were not repulsed by your appearance. After all, for the constantly war-torn Central District, they naturally worship the strong. Inside the Central District Council's office, President Gana stared at the trending topics on his phone, his head throbbing with a massive headache. President, what do we do now? Should we send the Anbu squads to capture him? Or, hearing this, Gana immediately slammed the vice president against the wall. Has your brain been eaten by dogs? To cage-level experts teaming up couldn't even beat him. And you want to send the Anbu to catch him? The vice president clutched his face, wanting to cry but lacking the tears. It's just that our scouts reported. The Z organization is currently heading towards the Lin family in Haikang. It seems they intend to wipe out the Lin family. Gana frowned instantly. Let's go. We're heading to the Lin family. A few hours later, numerous experts of the Haikang Lin family gathered together, cold sweat breaking out on all their foreheads. And standing directly opposite them were 2 figures clad in black robes with red clouds. It was you and Gukang. You are the ones from the Z organization? Are you the ones who murdered our patriarch? Hearing this, you replied with a calm expression, correct. I'm here today following the rules of the martial world, to pull up the weeds by their roots. The Lin family members all paled in horror at those words. Only one elder remained furious. You vile scoundrel! Don't be too arrogant. Our Lin family has hundreds and thousands of members. Before your chakra runs dry, you won't necessarily be able to wipe us all out. You immediately revealed a cold sneer. You are already surrounded by the 2 of us. Either slit your own throats and go to heaven, or I will send you there myself. Wasting no more breath, you led Gukang and charged right at the Lin family members. Meanwhile, in the Aoyang family's territory, Duen Fei and Zhao Jin were strolling down the street. Hey, you miser! Is this the Aoyang family? How grand! Zhao Jin shot Duen Fei an annoyed look. Just hurry up and finish the mission, so we can go back and rendezvous with the leader. And don't forget what I told you. Any Aoyang clan member with a bounty over 5 million gold coins must be sealed into the scroll. They are all made of shining silver. Right at that moment, dozens of kunai suddenly rained down upon the street. Clearly, the Aoyang family had set up an ambush long ago. Seeing this, Duen Fei swung his scythe, deflecting all the kunai away. You guys are truly a bunch of rude bastards. I'm going to sacrifice all of you to the gods. Zhao Jin immediately released 2 earth grudge beasts, ready to execute the clan extermination mission. A few hours later, as the last member of the Lin family fell, you and Gukang prepared to leave. However, right at that moment, a massive crowd blocked your path. Are you also from the Lin family? I thought I could finally call it a day. The leader, Gana, froze for a moment. Mr. Pi, please don't misunderstand. We are from the Central District Council. I am the president. Hearing this, you frowned and quietly activated your Mangekyo Sharingan. From the council, are you planning to seek justice for the Lin family? Mr. Pi, look, you're misunderstanding again. Our council is only responsible for maintaining order in the ninja world. Your conflict with the Lin and Yang families is a purely personal grudge. We have absolutely no reason to interfere. Furthermore, I have already passed down an order. No one from the Central District Council will hinder the actions of the Z organization. At this, your brow raised in slight surprise. Then why has President Gana come today? Don't tell me it was just to say this. Gana immediately broke into a wide smile. I will guarantee that we won't interfere with your activities in the Central District at all. I only hope that when Mr. Pi takes action, you can be mindful of our council members. If any blind fool happens to offend you, please notify me immediately. I will personally solve the problem for you. Gana's attitude was actually this humble. The credibility wasn't very high. However, he clearly wanted peaceful coexistence. I really have no need to make another enemy right now anyway. Thus, you went along with the flow and reached a non-interference pact with Gana. After leaving the Lin family, the four of you successfully regrouped at the U City base camp. Leader, the members of the Yang family have been completely wiped out. Aside from the 10 billion gold coins we looted, there are also their clansmen who had bounties on their heads. Altogether, they are worth another 200 million gold coins. Hearing this, you pulled out a black card and handed it to Zijin. This is the 6 billion gold coins looted from the Lin family. Put it all together to serve as the organization's reserve funds. Starting this month, every member of the organization will receive a monthly salary of 10 million to cover personal daily expenses. Duan Fei and Zhao Jin both looked delighted at the news. One wanted to use the funds to recruit cult followers, while the other simply loved gold coins. At this moment, Gukeng tilted his little head and looked at you. Brother Pi, where are we going next? Hearing this, you gave a dark, sinister smile, painting reincarnation. Now that we've been replenished by the Lin and Yang families, it is time to return to the Southern District and start the Great Ninja War. At midnight that day, the four of you dashed swiftly through the Rain City Forest. Your destination was Starfire City, which bordered the Southern District. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from not too far away, causing all of you to stop in your tracks. Hey, boss. Looks like some rogue ninjas are committing a robbery. Should we go and rob the robbers? It'll definitely be fun. Hearing this, you firmly rejected Duan Fei's proposal. Once we return to the Southern District, we are going to face a bitter battle. Try to maintain your peak condition before the war begins. So let's not cause any unnecessary trouble. However, at that moment, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on Zijin's face. A rogue ninja capable of causing such a massive commotion must have a bounty of no less than 20 million gold coins. This is money delivered right to our doorstep. There's no reason for us to refuse. Meeting the expectant gazes of Zhao Jing and Duan Fei, you finally relented and agreed. We'll end this quickly. Don't waste too much time. A few minutes later, your group arrived at the blast zone. On the ground lay over a dozen charred Anbu members. Only a single ninja, who looked like a squad leader, was left kneeling on the earth. He glared furiously at the yellow-haired rogue ninja standing opposite him. You do not belong to the Central District. Why are you attacking us for no reason? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Central District Management Council? Hearing this, the yellow-haired rogue ninja threw his head back and laughed. Compared to the boring Eastern District, the chaotic Central District is much more fun. Here, I can display my art without any restraint. You know, only the living can pass on intelligence. As his voice faded, a white centipede, which had unknowingly crawled onto the squad leader, was revealed. The yellow-haired rogue ninja gave a loud shout, and the white centipede violently exploded without warning. Art is an explosion. On the other side, your eyes, along with Zhao Jing's and Duan Fei's, lit up brightly. We're rich. We're rich. It's actually the Eastern District Rogue Ninja with a 100 million gold coin bounty. A talent like ZD. Lord God will definitely love him. I'm going to sacrifice him to Lord God. No, he will become our comrade. As your words fell, Zhao Jing and Duan Fei both froze in surprise. However, Zhao Jing quickly caught on. ZD, known as the Explosion Ninja, is indeed very suited to help us fight the Management Council. Duan Fei, however, was very displeased. Hey, boss, how could you fight Lord God for a sacrifice? As compensation, let him join the Undying God cult. Hearing this, you grinned. Whether he's willing to join or not will depend on your own abilities when the time comes. For now, let's just pull him into the crew. With that said, you all slowly walked towards ED, who was still reveling in his own euphoria. Facing the four people who suddenly appeared, he was taken aback for a moment. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Looks like you're comrades of those guys. Do you want to appreciate my art as well? I am the leader of the Z organization. I, Z-Pin, have come to invite you to join the Z organization. Hearing this, ZD revealed an uninterested expression. What dogshit Z organization? Never heard of it. Besides, one look and I can tell you're all a bunch of uncultured hicks with zero artistic cells. Why would I join you? The moment he finished speaking, Duan Fei charged at him, swinging his scythe. However, ZD gave a mocking smirk and didn't even try to dodge. Suddenly, his body turned stark white and instantly detonated in a violent explosion. In the next second, he appeared in midair, standing on a giant clay bird. What a simple-minded, muscle-brained brute. Your fighting has absolutely no art to it. At the same time, Zhao Jing summoned to Earth Grudge Fishes, preparing to release a ninjutsu to shoot CD down. But immediately after, two masses of clay violently burst from the ground, tightly binding the bodies of Zhao Jing and Gu Kang. With a loud roar from him, the clay centipedes on the two of them exploded instantly. Before you could even react, you realized that at some point, two clay centipedes had somehow appeared on your own body as well. Hehe, it's over. Whatever dogshit Z organization you are, just become a part of my art. Right at this moment, you grinned at him. You'd better take a good look at yourself. As your blood wheel eyes spun rapidly, the two clay centipedes miraculously appeared on ZD's own body. Meanwhile, Duan Fei and the others were standing completely unharmed behind you. They all had amused expressions on their faces, like they were watching a good show. Hey, that was too close. You almost blew yourself up. ZD stared at the clay centipedes on his body, breaking out in a cold sweat. Damn it, is it a genjutsu? Just when did? I didn't sense it at all. At this time, Zhao Jing stepped forward. From the very beginning, the moment you looked into the boss's Sharingan, you had already fallen deeply into his genjutsu. In other words, from start to finish, you were just talking to yourself this whole time. ZD was instantly left dumbfounded on the spot. These eyes are the true art. My explosions actually seem so dull in front of them. Hearing this, you patted him on the shoulder. The Sharingan isn't really much of an art. After all, I have at least a few hundred of them on hand. As long as you join the Z organization and make sufficient contributions, I can give you 2 of them when the time comes. As your words fell, Little D's eyes immediately lit up. I'll go through fire and boiling water. Brother Pi, I am willing to join the Z organization. Afterwards, you took out a red cloud cloak and a ring, handing them to him. From now on, you are the 5th member of the Z organization. Remember, your codename is Void. Got it, Brother Pi. So, where are we going now? Follow me to the South District. Your art will bloom even more brilliantly there. Several hours later, inside the South District Management Council, Su Wei and Lei Ming held the intelligence reports, their brows furrowed tightly. President, Z Pi, not only founded a faction called the Z Organization in the Central District, but he also wiped out 2 of their Great Cage-level clans. Have you contacted the Central District yet? We should take this opportunity to ally with them and take out that wicked Z Pi together. Lei Ming's expression instantly darkened. Their president just replied that they are maintaining a neutral stance towards the Z organization. They will not interfere in our affairs. Hearing this, Suai's lips curled into a cold sneer. Two of their cage-level clans were wiped out, yet they still remain neutral. They certainly know how to bide their time. They probably plan to watch the snipe and clam fight, only to swoop in as the fisherman. However, they are vastly overestimating ZP's strength. Lei Ming also revealed a look of disdain. Currently, Assistant Liu Changshan has returned to the council and is on standby at all times. Since that is the case, call everyone in for a meeting. We need to discuss how to head to the central district and capture ZPi. With that said, the two left the office, preparing to head to the conference room. But just as they stepped out the door, a figure draped in a black cloak with red clouds caught their eyes. President Su, it's been a long time. I came here this time to tell you that I am back. It is time to put an end to the grudges between us. I am giving you 3 days to choose a proper burial site for yourselves. When the time comes, our Z organization will flatten your South District Management Council. As the words echoed, your body gradually dissipated, turning into a flock of crows that flew out the window. This guy is far too arrogant. Will they really come in 3 days? Suai's expression was exceedingly grim, informing us 3 days in advance. He's gotten so confident after messing around in the Central District for a while. This time, I will make sure you never return. Meanwhile, in the misty forest next to Jinhai City, Zhao Jing looked at the leader with some concern. Isn't it a bit reckless to declare war so high profile like this? Aren't we just giving them time to prepare? Duan Fei held a completely different attitude. Hey, you coward. I think this is just fine. A duel should be fought openly and honorably. As for Gu Kang and Little D, they didn't chime in. They had no interest in such matters, but were instead deeply absorbed in playing with clay models together. I definitely have my reasons for doing this. A sneak attack would indeed yield better results, but it would cause a large number of council members to flee. What I want is for all of them to gather together in one place, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. By the next day, the news of your declaration of war against the South District Management Council instantly dominated the trending searches on all major forums in the South District. It sparked widespread discussion among countless people. Over at the Luo clan in Jinhai City, Luo Yi ran anxiously to Luo Lin. Dad is Pai. They're back, and they're going to fight a decisive battle against the South District Management Council. Then, should we hearing this, Luo Lin revealed a resolute expression. There is no longer a place for our Luo clan in this South District. Since that is the case, we will go all in and choose our side. With Pai in this battle, our Luo clan will either rise to greatness or be wiped from existence. At the same time, the other 3 great cage-level clans of the South District were also discussing which side to take. After all, this battle was more than enough to completely reshuffle the power structure of the South District. 3 days later, all members of the South District Management Council gathered in the Howling Desert next to Starfire City. The area was far from the city and completely desolate. No matter how massive the battle grew, it would not affect the lives of the civilians in the South District, nor damage the city's infrastructure. Besides the South District Management Council, a large crowd of onlookers continuously gathered at the scene to watch the drama unfold. Soon, a commotion rippled through the crowd. Look quickly, the Luo clan is here. The Luo clan helped Pai quite a bit in the past. I wonder if they will still stand with him this time. That depends on what the Luo clan head is thinking. It depends on whether he wants to linger on his last breath, or risk it all. As the crowd discussed among themselves, Luo Lin led Luo Yi and 300 Anbu members of the Luo clan, standing directly opposite the South District Management Council. Seeing this, Suai's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, but he did not lash out immediately. He also wanted to use this opportunity to completely eradicate all dissidents. A short while later, the 3 major cage-level clans that Sai, Cat, and Liu clans arrived one after another, successively joining the ranks of the Management Council. Seeing this, Suai shot a mocking smile at Luo Lin. It seems clan head Luo intends to burn his boats and make a desperate stand this time. However, nearly an hour has passed, and the Z organization still hasn't dared to show their faces. Are you sure you haven't been played? Luo Lin knew this was Suai's psychological warfare before the battle, but he couldn't help the slight panic rising in his heart. Yi, do you think Xiao Pi will come? If he doesn't show up, our Luo clan is finished today. Luo Yi confidently comforted Luo Lin. Being all talk isn't Xiao Pi's style. Since he dared to declare war, he has undoubtedly prepared for the battle. 10 minutes later, there was still no sign of the Z organization. Instead, hundreds of rogue ninjas arrived in a massive, surging wave. Su Ai and Luo Lin were both taken aback. The person leading them was actually the Lord of the Fallen City. As for his real name, no one knew. Patriarch Luo, your numbers are looking a bit scarce. But since someone is taking the lead to rebel against the Management Association, then my Fallen City must naturally come and lend a hand. Furthermore, Xiao Pi helped me eliminate the eyesore that was the Seven Fiends organization earlier. Let's consider this repaying the favor. Hearing this, Luo Lin was overjoyed. A trace of composure settled into his previously panicked heart. Suai's expression, however, turned utterly foul. Without the Seven Fiends organization holding them back, this damn bastard really showed up. Then I'll just exterminate you along with the rest today. Right at that moment, a massive clay dragon plummeted from the sky, crashing squarely into the ranks of the South District Management Association. Accompanied by a loud roar, the dragon detonated in a violent explosion. As the smoke cleared, 5 figures clad in black robes adorned with red clouds slowly stepped onto the battlefield. Suai's face twisted in fury. The sudden explosion just now, although blocked by the Earth Shield squad, still resulted in over a dozen casualties. You despicable Xiao Pi, you finally arrived. I thought you were going to be a cowardly turtle again. Hearing this, a cold sneer curled on your lips. It's been a few days, and President Su is acting all high and mighty again. Have you forgotten how you were in the Fallen City, scurrying around like a stray dog? These words instantly hit a sore spot for Su Ai. However, to stabilize his army's morale, he maintained an impassive face. Hey, right now, I and the 3 great cage-level families have gathered an army of tens of thousands, relying on just you. A ragged bunch of less than 1,000 nobodies. I really don't know where you get the confidence to show up. Moreover, I prepared a special gift for you. As his voice fell, Anbu members rolled out 5 chakra cannons from their positions, aiming the barrels directly at the Luo family and the Fallen City forces. Damn it, it's actually chakra cannons. Although this kind of heavy weaponry is only suited for positional warfare, it deals a lethal blow to any ninja below the cage level. Beside Luo Lin, the Fallen City Lord was also visibly stunned. That old bastard Su Ai even brought out scientific ninja tools. We need to find an opportunity to destroy those cannons first. Otherwise, the forces our two families brought will likely be completely wiped out. Just as he spoke, over a dozen clay centipedes suddenly burst out from the ground, wrapping around the 5 chakra cannons. With an excited shout from ZD, a chain of violent explosions instantly erupted. As all the chakra cannons were destroyed, the battle officially began. Both sides quickly charged at each other. Duen Fei took the lead, charging at the very forefront. Wielding his massive scythe, he slashed right at Su Ai. Unexpectedly, Su Ai instantly entered lightning release chakra mode, and sent Duen Fei flying over a dozen meters back with a single punch. Listen up, everyone. This battle determines the honor of our South District Management Association. Anyone who achieves merit in fighting the enemy will be heavily rewarded. The enemy has barely 1,000 men. If you move too slow, your merits will be stolen by someone else. As his voice echoed out, the members of the Management Association reacted as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Their fighting spirit surged dramatically. After all, fighting such a lucrative battle was like picking up free rewards. Seeing this, Luo Lin thought to himself, "Not good, Luo family members. This battle concerns the survival of our Luo family. For our family, Do not take a single step back. The fallen city lord let out an eerie laugh from behind his mask. 800 against 10,000, the advantage is ours, brothers. Just tear them apart. Show these greenhouse flowers the true terror of the fallen city. However, despite their impassioned speeches, temporarily maintaining their side's morale, it still couldn't change the severe numerical disadvantage. On the other side, watching Duen Fei slaughtering his way through the battlefield, you furrowed your brows tightly. ZD, Gu Kang, you to form an aerial squad. Remember, do not engage any cage-level fighters. Focus on reaping the common soldiers. To relieve the pressure on Luo Lin and the fallen city lord, also, make sure that idiot Duen Fei doesn't get chopped to pieces. After issuing the orders, ZD immediately took Gu Kang and flew into the battlefield on a giant clay bird. Countless clay spiders were dropped from the sky. The ensuing explosions did not cease for a moment. Meanwhile, Gu Kang continuously pulled out bone spikes, firing them furiously at the ground below. Every single bone spike pierced through a ninja's body. After deploying ZD and Gu Kang, you formed hand seals and shouted fiercely, "Ito Tensei!" Immediately after, over 1,000 coffins burst forth from the ground. Inside them were none other than the fallen members of the Yang and Lin families. Hey, did you think I'd make a move without some preparation? When your grunts die, they're gone for good. But mine are immortal bodies. As your words fell, Su Ai, who had been carving a bloody path straight through the front line, finally charged right in front of you. Seeing this, Zhao Jing instantly summoned his for Earth Grudge Fear monsters, firing ninjutsu of different natures at Su Ai simultaneously. Unexpectedly, they were all blocked by another person's lightning release. The newcomer was none other than Vice President Lei Ming. Zhao Jing, your opponent is me. I just didn't expect that as the ace bounty hunter of the South District, you would actually collude with a despicable missing nin. Lei Ming ... Wait, no. I should call you Bounty Hunter Zhang Feng. I don't need you dictating how I do things. After all, you're nothing but a dog for the Management Association now. With no more words to share, the two of them instantly clashed in a fierce battle. Seeing this, Su Ai grinned widely. Now there's no one left to protect you. You despicable Z-Pi. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Hearing this, you gave a mocking smile. Have you forgotten how I brutally thrashed you in the fallen city? I'm genuinely curious. Where exactly does your confidence come from? Hey, I admit I am not your match. However, the strength of my management association isn't as simple as it looks on the surface. Before Su Ai could even finish his sentence, Duen Fei, who had somehow broken away from the main battlefield, came charging over with his massive scythe once again. Hey, you damn bastard. How dare this bastard make a fool out of me? I'm going to sacrifice you to the gods. Seeing this, Su Ai had a flash of disdain in his eyes. He threw another punch, wrapped in lightning release. However, this time, Duen Fei blocked it with his scythe. For a moment, the two were locked in a stalemate. On the other side, Luo Lin was facing off against the Liu family patriarch, both being cage-level experts. Their equal strength resulted in a fiercely contested battle. As for the fallen city lord, he was single-handedly holding off the patriarchs of the Ke and Sai families. However, what puzzled them was that the fallen city lord seemed to have no physical body. Every ninjutsu simply phased right through him. Yet, he didn't launch any effective counterattacks either. It was unclear if he lacked the opportunity or was simply slacking off. As for Luo Yai's, she was locked in combat with Liu Ryan. You two-faced bitch, your guts must be twisted with regret right now. That Z-pin you dumped and looked down upon back then is now in existence completely out of your reach. Hearing this, Liu Ryan's expression turned exceedingly ugly. She was indeed filled with extreme regret in her heart, but she remained stubborn. Z-pin is just a universally despised traitor now. No matter how strong he is, he still isn't worthy of me. As for you, you useless vase, you can only pick up the men I throw away. Oh, wait, no. Have you still not managed to win him over despite all your groveling? Hearing this, Luo Yi stopped wasting words on her. She directly activated her lava release and attacked. Seeing this, Liu Ryan refused to yield an inch. Several pink golden pillars descended from the sky, smashing toward Luo Yi. Meanwhile, Duen Fei was still tangled up with Su Ai, but he couldn't break through the lightning release armor at all. To obtain his blood, it seems you really do possess the immortal body mentioned in the intel. In that case, I'll just rip your head off. With that said, Su Ai used the body flicker technique to appear right in front of Duen Fei. A heavy, powerful punch swung straight at his head. Right at that moment, a fiery red energy fist suddenly materialized, sending Su Ai flying dozens of meters away. Duen Fei, go help Luo install the fallen city lord. The more time passes, the more likely your secret will be exposed. I will deal with this guy. Hearing this, Duen Fei didn't argue. This guy's lightning armor is too tough and perfectly counters me. I can't draw his blood at all. I'll go see if the others are this tough. With that said, Duen Fei let out an excited roar and dashed toward Luo Lin and the fallen city lord. You then looked toward the area shrouded in smoke and sneered coldly. Stop pretending, President Su. That strike wasn't enough to actually hurt you. There's no need to play dead just to launch a sneak attack. As soon as those words fell, Su Ai violently dashed out from the thick smoke, launching a ferocious assault. He unleashed a punch wrapped in massive amounts of lightning, successfully smashing several cracks into the Susanu's skeletal ribcage. This punch also consumed a massive amount of Suai's chakra, so he didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he immediately leapt into the air to put some distance between you. But just as you were preparing to counterattack, a pitch-black sphere of energy suddenly hurtled toward you, slamming ruthlessly into the cracks on the Susanu's skeleton. Following a violent explosion, the Susanu skeleton instantly collapsed. At the same time, a thick cloud of smoke engulfed you. When the smoke cleared, you finally saw clearly who had launched the ambush. His entire body was covered in dark purple chakra, and 8 tails swayed behind his back. Being a Jinchuriki yourself, you instantly sensed a familiar aura. You're the 8 tails Jinchuriki. Hearing this, the young man gave a teasing smirk. My name is Liu Changshan. My tailed beast is the 8 tails, and I am also the ninja world's only perfect Jinchuriki. Which means, among all Jinchuriki, I am the strongest. At this moment, Su Ai, who was standing nearby, looked a bit anxious. Changshan, why waste words with him? Let's join forces and eliminate him together. As long as he falls, we are guaranteed to win this battle. Unexpectedly, Liu Changshan waved Su Ai off. Boss, this is a battle between Jinchuriki. Don't interfere. My dear 4 tails Jinchuriki. I've heard that aside from the 9 tails, the power of the other tailed beasts is about the same. I just wonder how long your 4 tails can last against my 8 tails. At this moment, you clapped your hands together, drawing upon the power of the 4 tails. Your entire body was instantly enveloped in a dark red chakra cloak. Hey, you're only using a partial tailed beast transformation? You really are looking down on me. As his words fell, both of your figures turned into blurs as you charged toward each other simultaneously. However, to your surprise, your opponent was sent flying backward by a single punch from you. Something wasn't right. The power of the 8 tails, Kyuki, couldn't possibly be this weak. It was a trap. Sure enough, Liu Changshan's body, which had been sent flying, suddenly turned into an octopus tentacle. At the exact same time, his voice echoed from behind you. Hey, you foolish brat whose realm is only at the Jonin level. In a clash against a cage-level expert like me, you are absolute trash. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly froze in place. He watched as your body began to gradually dissipate, ultimately dissolving into a flock of crows that flew into the sky. Why don't you take a look behind you? Lava release, explosion. As you unleashed a massively heavy punch, you smashed him more than 10 meters away. Just as you were about to press your advantage, Suai's figure suddenly materialized like a bolt of lightning, directly blasting you away with a brutal lariat. Damn it, a genjutsu! When did I fall for it? I didn't even see him form the hand seals for a genjutsu. Suai grabbed Liu Changshan and pulled him to his feet. I told you we should team up and kill him together. But you just wouldn't listen. The Sharingan is extremely difficult to deal with. Fighting him one-on-one won't give us any advantage. On the other side, you clutched your chest. You looked coldly at Suai and his companion. I thought this would just be a battle between Jinchuriki. But since President Su has no regard for martial honor, I won't play along with you anymore. With that, you slammed your hands together. The chakra of the Four Tails erupted without reservation. Immediately after, the crimson chakra rapidly condensed, transforming into the massive form of the Four Tails. Damn you, Z-Pin! You aren't the only one who can fully transform into a tailed beast. Liu Changshan roared furiously, detonating a massive amount of chakra of his own. The true form of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, materialized in response. Changshan, draw his attention from the front. I'll look for a chance to strike from behind. As those words fell, Liu Changshan charged violently toward you, while Suai used the beast's colossal body as cover to hide. The Four Tails and the Eight Tails threw heavy punches at each other simultaneously. As lava release and water release violently clashed, the ground shook violently from the impact. Right at that moment, Suai suddenly appeared behind you. Lightning release, gravity burst, wrapped in an immense amount of lightning release. This chakra-infused punch instantly inflicted massive damage to your back. In that split second, Liu Changshan seized the moment you were distracted by the searing pain and fired a tailed beast bomb right into your face, following a deafening explosion. A massive cloud of smoke and dust billowed into the air. Boss, he's definitely done for this time. No one can survive my tailed beast bomb, especially not from point-blank range. It was a direct hit. However, Suai did not let his guard down. Don't be careless. Based on my previous experience fighting him, this guy is like an unkillable cockroach. He might still have a trick up his sleeve. When the smoke cleared, a fiery red Susanoo arm could be seen, wielding the Yata mirror, shielding the Four Tails. You to truly live up to your reputation as the strongest shadow-level awakeners in the Southern District. With the two of you joining forces, you might even be able to trade blows with a super shadow level. It seems I can't hold back anymore either. With that said, you formed a hand seal with one hand. Visual prowess surged wildly. Majestic attire, Susanoo. Immediately, the Four Tails body was rapidly encased in a skeletal structure, as if donning a layer of fiery red armor. The Four Tails was utterly stunned. What is this thing? Why is it different from the one in the Fallen City? Now, it's my turn. As your words fell, the Four Tails gripped the Totsuka blade and slashed viciously at the Eight Tails. The sheer speed left Liu Changshan with absolutely no time to react. He was forced to turn into an octopus tentacle once again, to forcibly evade the damage. Hell stab! One finger nukite. Suai hastily unleashed his strongest attack to assist. But unfortunately for him, it struck directly against the Yata mirror on the Four Tails' shoulder. The damage was completely reflected back at him. At the same time, before he even had a moment to catch his breath, Liu Chang hastily fired another massive tailed beast bomb at you. Seeing this, you didn't panic in the slightest. You raised the Totsuka blade and cleaved it perfectly in half. It detonated harmlessly in mid-air. At this point, Suai and Liu Changshan fell into complete despair. Not only is this guy's defense impenetrable, but even his attack power is completely off the charts. Boss, there's no way we can fight this. I'm afraid only a super shadow level powerhouse would have the strength to battle him. Before the two could think any further, your next wave of attacks arrived. Yasaka Megatama tailed beast bomb. The Crimson Megatama merged flawlessly with the tailed beast bomb, blasting forward instantly with a terrifying aura of destruction. Seeing this, Suai and Liu Changshan couldn't think of any way to counter it. They had no choice but to unleash their ultimate moves once more, desperately attempting to neutralize the unstoppable attack. The exact moment the three powers collided, the entire desert shook violently. The shockwave from the explosion blew away all the awakeners currently fighting on the battlefield. As expected, Only the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is truly suited for majestic attire, Susanoo. Even with the enhancement of the God Tree cells, the side effects of a regular Mangekyo Sharingan are still too severe. When the smoke finally cleared, Liu Changshan had been forcibly beaten back into his human form. He had completely passed out, entirely unconscious. Meanwhile, Suai's entire body was scorched pitch black, lying on the ground on his last breath. At the same time, everyone on the battlefield stopped what they were doing, their eyes collectively turning toward this direction. Within mere seconds, the high-end combatants from both sides converged on the area. Zhao Jing could be seen holding a sealing scroll, looking somewhat weak as he said, "Boss, Liming, I finished that guy off, but my chakra is completely depleted too." Hearing this, Duan Fei let out a strange laugh. "Old man, you really did it. Right now, our shadow level numbers are 6-4. Isn't this a guaranteed win? President Su, it seems my skills are a cut above. The final victory belongs to our Dawn organization." The corners of Suai's mouth curled into a cold sneer. "I never expected to be able to finish you off even while teaming up with Changshan. Right now, the chakra of the top-tier combatants on both sides is practically exhausted, which means the deciding factor for the final victory of this war is the number of foot soldiers each of us has left." As his words fell, everyone standing beside you was stunned, because their chakra was indeed running on fumes. At this moment, the patriarch of the Liu family, who had been silent all this time, laughed disdainfully. "From the very beginning, our strategic objective was to wear you down. As long as you lose the majority of your combat power, the tens of thousands of Anbu operatives behind us can act like a swarming colony of ants, devouring you bit by bit." Luo Lin clutched his wound, his face looking exceptionally grim. "Z-Pin, we're in trouble. Right now, there are only a few dozen members of my Luo family left. The situation with the Lord of the Fallen City is about the same. As for those you brought back with the reanimation jutsu, more than half of them have already been sealed, and the enemy still has about 5,000 Anbu members. In a moment, my Luo family will try our best to hold them off. Find a chance to escape." Hearing this, the heavily injured patriarch on the opposite side let out a cold sneer. "Do you think you can escape today?" As his voice fell, the 5,000 Anbu members swarmed over in a massive dark crowd, surrounding the area completely. Seeing this, Little D immediately furrowed his brows. "Damn it, my current chakra isn't enough to use C3 and C4. Do I have to use Patrick's star?" Before he could take off his Akatsuki cloak, you stopped him directly. "Little D, you underestimate your leader too much. I don't need you to use your own life to cover my retreat." Saying that, you clapped your hands together forcefully. Ito Tensei. Following that, two unique coffins rose from the ground, appearing before Su Ai and the others. "Hehe, you know you won't live much longer, so you're making preparations in advance." Hearing this, a cold sneer curled up at the corner of your mouth. "It seems President Su quite likes these two coffins. Don't worry, I will prepare one for you in the future too." The next moment, the doors of the coffins opened automatically. Two figures slowly walked out of them. This is Yang Badao and Ling Sheng from the Central District. Damn it! The Central District Management Association actually didn't retrieve their remains. Before Suai could recover his senses, Yang Badao and Lin Sheng, at an extremely fast speed, charged toward the Southern District Allied Forces. Lin Sheng was seen stepping on a ninja sword, hovering in midair. Then the Mangekyo in his eyes spun rapidly. Immediately after, all the ninja tools on the battlefield slowly floated into the air. The next second, as he let out a loud shout, countless ninja swords and kunai shot toward the Asakation's camp. And because the Ito Tensei provided almost infinite chakra, Yang Badao directly activated the sixth skill and unleashed countless strikes of morning. Peacock at the Asakation's allied forces. Hehe. President Su. I wonder how long these 5,000 Anbu members of yours can last against a cage-level experts with immortal bodies and infinite chakra. As soon as his voice fell, before Suai could react, The 3 cage-level family patriarchs turned around and ran. They had all heard of this forbidden jutsu, Ito Tensei. The summoned beings could only be dealt with through sealing jutsu, and without the intervention of a cage-level expert. No matter how many pawns tried to seal a cage level, it would just be wishful thinking. Little d, Duen Fei, Zhao Jin, Luoshu. This is the secret seal for the Uchiha Flame Formation Barrier. Head to the 4 directions of the Howling Desert, respectively, and cast this jutsu. Today, not a single person from the association and the 3 major families will escape. Saying that, Little Day summoned a clay bird and took the other 3, flying quickly toward one of the directions. In just tens of seconds, a crimson barrier covered the entire battlefield, and at the exact same time, the 3 patriarchs who had fled ran back. President Su, we ran away on purpose earlier. Now, the enemy has fallen for our scheme of luring the tiger from the mountain. With the 4 of us joining forces, we can definitely kill the 2 of them. Suei looked at Patriarch Liu, who spoke without blushing, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. But he didn't say much. You damn little pie. Now the roles of offense and defense have switched. If you don't remove the barrier, it's 4 against 2. If you remove the barrier, with just this few men of yours, you probably can't make me stay. Hearing this, you completely ignored him, and instead turned your head to grin at the fallen City Lord. City Lord, thank you for your righteous assistance this time. I wonder if you're interested in making a bet with me, to see who kills more people. As soon as your voice fell, the fallen City Lord rushed toward Suai's group of 4 a step ahead of you. Brother Pai, your movements are a bit slow. It looks like I'll definitely win this round. Seeing this, Suei on the opposite side snorted coldly, and directly threw a lightning lariat at him. But to his surprise, the fallen City Lord was as if he had no physical body. Suei actually passed right through his body. Following that, the fallen City Lord ignored Suei and directly breathed out a great fireball technique at the 3 patriarchs. While Suei happened to rush right in front of you, the battlefield was instantly split into 2. President Su, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Immediately after, you used your last trace of visual prowess to activate the Mangekyo again. As a surge of heat flowed through, a crimson skeleton instantly enveloped your entire body. Seeing this, Suai's expression faltered, and he immediately understood that you wanted to decide the victor in one strike. He then forcefully mobilized his remaining chakra, turning it into a lightning release armor. The next second, you both fiercely charged at each other. Your skeleton was instantly shattered by the lightning release, while your punch, wrapped in lava release, completely pierced through Suai's chest. Oh no, Suei was killed by Little Pai. Let's quickly. Patriarch Liu, who had been keeping an eye on you, instantly turned pale with fright. Before he could finish speaking, the fallen City Lord suddenly appeared behind him, and then especially made ninja sword pierced right through his chest. As for the remaining patriarchs of the Ka and Sai families, they no longer had any will to fight. Under the fierce attacks of you and the fallen City Lord, they soon collapsed to the ground as well, and lost their breath. A few hours later, the Southern District Management Association and the 3 major families, totaling over 10,000 awakened, were all completely wiped out. With this, the battle finally came to a close. Little Jin, don't rush to rest just yet. Your work isn't done. Anyone with a bounty of over 1 million on the black market, collect them all. As for your hearts, replace the ones that need replacing. Right, Lu Changshan has the 8 tails inside him. Spare his life. For all other awakened above the Jonin level, prepare a backup of Ito Tensei materials for all of them. Hearing this, Little Jin's eyes instantly lit up, without a single trace of exhaustion remaining. Dragging Gu Kang, Duen Fei, and Little D along, they eagerly ran off to clear the battlefield. After they left, Luo Yi excitedly threw her arms around you. Z-Pai, you did it! You really overthrew the Southern District Management Committee. I knew I chose the right person. I knew you could do it. Hearing this, you awkwardly rubbed your head, blushing involuntarily. Meanwhile, Luo Lin and the Lord of the Fallen City both wore teasing expressions. A grown daughter can't be kept at home. Forget it. It's still better than having her snatched away by some blonde punk. Old Luo, you still dare to yap away over here. Careful, or Brother Pi might just gift you a tailed beast bomb. Teased by those two, Luo Yi instantly flushed red. She fled the scene as if running for her life, rushing off to help Zhao Jing and the others clear the battlefield. You also immediately changed the subject. During this Southern District Ninja World War, if not for your full support, it wouldn't have ended so smoothly. Therefore, I've decided to divide the assets of the management committee and the three major families into 3 portions. They will be distributed equally among the 3 of us. How does that sound? Naturally, Luo Lin and the City Lord had no objections. They grinned and voiced their absolute agreement. Afterwards, you suddenly looked at the Lord of the Fallen City with a smile. City Lord, are you interested in joining our Dawn organization? I have quite a few Sharingan in my possession, you know. Faced with your probing, the City Lord was visibly taken aback. However, he quickly recovered. Brother Pi, stop joking around. The Fallen City still needs me to preside over the big picture. As for the Sharingan and all that, what does that have to do with me? Seeing him play dumb, you simply grinned. Since the City Lord still has his own matters to attend to, we can talk about it later. Either way, the doors of our organization are always open to you. If I'm not mistaken, the talent he awakened should also be the Sharingan. Furthermore, he possesses the Kamui ability. This guy's purpose for helping me is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. The next day, news of the Southern District Management Committee's annihilation spread across the country. Related trending topics instantly dominated the charts on all major platforms. As for the new shot callers of the Southern District, Luo Lin and the Lord of the Fallen City took up the mantle together. One managed the legitimate businesses of the various families, while the other controlled the black market trades of the underground forces. At this moment, in front of the Luo family villa, Luo Yi looked at Zi Pi with profound reluctance. You're leaving again after staying for just 1 day. Can't you stay and spend more time with me? I have more important things to do. Lately, I always feel like there's a pair of eyes watching me from the shadows. My intuition tells me that I must become even stronger to resolve this unknown crisis. With that said, you hurriedly left the Luo family estate with Zhao Jing and the others. Over 10 minutes later, your group strolled through a dense forest. Meanwhile, Duen Fei hadn't stopped grumbling. Hey, boss, where are we going right now? Wouldn't it be great to just stay as local kings in the Southern District? Zhao Jing also gave you a look of confusion. Boss, the gold coins we have right now couldn't be spent in several lifetimes. There's no need to push ourselves so hard anymore. Hearing this, your expression turned serious. Right now, it seems like we've dealt with our greatest enemy, but the appearance of the Lord of the Fallen City makes me vaguely suspect that his strength might not merely be at the cage level, but highly likely at the super cage level. For such a powerhouse to have previously confined himself to the small fallen city, his ambitions must not be underestimated. I wager that the strength of our future enemies will even surpass the super cage level. Duen Fei and the others were all stunned. They had never heard of a concept above the super cage level. Only Gu Kang, tilting his small head, looked at you in confusion. Brother Pi, you've been talking all day. So where exactly are we going next? To the Ryuchi Cave. That place can make us stronger. At this moment, the 5 of you were strolling through the streets of Mu City. Hey, boss. Are you sure the Ryuchi Cave is near Mu City? I wonder how strong I'll be once I learn Sage Mode. Before you could speak, Zhao Jing shot Duen Fei a mocking smirk. With all brawn and no brains like you, are you sure you can even learn Sage Mode? Little De quickly chimed in. That's right, Senior Duen. It feels like you have the worst talent out of all of us. Other than your immortal body, you don't seem to have any other strong points. Hearing this, Duen Fei instantly looked displeased. Hey, boss. Look at them ganging up to isolate me. Boss, you have to back me up. Seeing this, your mouth couldn't help but twitch. It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest first. Also, Duen Fei, as long as you stop annoying them every day. To join that immortal cult of yours, I guarantee they won't gang up to bully you. Over 10 minutes later, your noisy and boisterous group arrived at a very luxurious hotel. Just as you walked through the main doors, a young girl dressed in a waitress uniform walked over, but when she got a clear look at your face, she immediately lit up with pleasant surprise. Z-Pi, long time no see. I didn't expect us to meet again after parting ways at the Fallen City. Seeing this, you also felt a bit surprised. Jiking, why are you here? Could it be that Mu City is your hometown? Mangekyo didn't answer your question. Instead, she looked profoundly curious. Who in our Mu City offended you? For you to bring so many people to beat him up. Hearing this, you couldn't tell whether to laugh or cry. In your mind, is my image really just someone who goes around hacking people to pieces? I just came here to take care of some business. After a brief catch-up, Mangekyo led your group to pre-booked rooms to rest, and didn't charge any fees. The next day, your group followed the route on the map, continuing the search. You soon arrived at the White Snake Ruins, where the hidden Rearkey Cave was located. It seems to be inside this cave. Come on, let's go in together. With that said, the 5 of you slowly walked into the cave. But just as you stepped through the entrance, Xiao Jan and the others were abruptly repelled by a mysterious force. You looked at the glowing scroll in your hand, deep in thought. This scroll must be some kind of token. Only those who hold it are permitted to enter. Since you guys can't get in, head back to Wood City and wait for me. Once I learn it, I'll teach it to you. Hearing this, Kakuzu and the others didn't say much else. After telling you to be careful, they turned and left. Meanwhile, you continued down the passage ahead. About 5 or 6 minutes later, you arrived at a dark, gloomy corridor. There, a young girl was watching you with a cryptic smile. Little brother, what took you so long? I've been waiting for you for ages. Follow me. I'll take you to see Granny Whitesnake. With that, she reached out her fair, delicate hand toward you. Her eyes filled with an unspoken expectation. Hearing this, your brow immediately furrowed. Even Orochimaru couldn't master Sage Mode. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered researching those inferior curse marks. Moreover, this woman didn't seem like a good person. This definitely wasn't going to be that simple. As you were lost in thought, the young girl's extended hand suddenly transformed into a black snake, lunging fiercely toward your neck. In the nick of time, you swiftly activated your blood-red eyes, unleashing Amaterasu. The black flames instantly incinerated the snake. Is this how Rearkey Cave treats its guests? The girl immediately broke into a wide grin. Soon after, her legs began to blur and fade, transforming into a long snake tail. I am the gatekeeper of Rearkey Cave. I am a snake demon. It has been a long time since anyone came here. I just wanted to play a little joke on you. Hearing this, you didn't give her a friendly look. I'm here to find the White Snake Sage and learn Senjutsu. I don't want to play with you, nor do I have the time to mess around. This woman looked like a youthful teenage girl on the outside, but her true age was probably older than Kakuzu's. You absolutely could not underestimate her based on her appearance. If that's the case, then you really have to play with me. Only if you win will you be qualified to see Granny Whitesnake and learn Senjutsu. But if you lose, I'm going to eat you. Hehe, it's been a long time since I've devoured such immense chakra. As soon as she finished speaking, you instantly enveloped your body in the skeletal Susanoo. You threw a heavy, crushing punch straight at her. Slammed hard into the ground, the snake demon immediately revealed a vicious glare. Despicable bastard! You have no martial honor. I will definitely eat you. With that said, her entire body was covered in pale green Senjutsu chakra. Following that, a green energy snake lunged at you. Seeing this, you neither dodged nor evaded. You were extremely confident in your Susanoo's defense. Unexpectedly, the previously indestructible skeletal structure was shattered in an instant. The green energy snake then coiled around you, binding you tightly, and began to endlessly devour your chakra. The snake demon couldn't help but lick her lips in excitement. Hehe, I can finally have a full meal. Stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Soon, you won't feel any pain at all. But right at that moment, you gave her a teasing smile. Have you ever heard of a hat trick? Take a good look at your own situation. In the next second, your body gradually turned ethereal, transforming into a flock of crows that flew away. Meanwhile, the snake demon found herself bound by the green energy snake instead, completely unable to move. Damn it! It's actually a genjutsu. Since when ... As soon as those words left her mouth, a kunai was pressed against her waist. Sorry about that, Miss Snake Demon. It looks like I win. The snake demon dispelled her senjutsu, her eyes full of reluctance. You've passed the trial of Rearkey Cave. I will take you to see Granny White Snake now. Afterward, she briskly led the way forward, while you followed behind at a leisurely pace. Over 10 minutes later, you arrived at a grand hall carved with giant statues. The White Snake Sage before you, however, was not what you had imagined. She actually appeared to be a very elderly woman. Granny, I've brought him. This guy is pretty tough. The White Snake Sage ignored the snake demon, instead fixing her cold eyes intently upon you. Human, congratulations on successfully passing the trial, earning the qualification to learn senjutsu. Hearing this, you immediately cupped your fists and bowed respectfully. After all, the White Snake Sage was absolutely one of the apex powerhouses in the mortal realm. She had to be treated with the utmost respect. However, let me make this clear beforehand. Those who manage to find this place and earn the qualification to learn are not few. But senjutsu energy is exceedingly difficult to control. If you fail, you will turn into a stone statue or be eaten by the lesser demons. Do you see this human named Kabuto behind me? He has already been learning here for over a year and has yet to even grasp the basics. Please guide me, Sage. I am confident I can master this power. As soon as the words fell, the White Snake Sage formed a one-handed seal. Instantly, several streams of energy emerged around you, as white snakes bit into your body all at once. In a mere instant, the excruciating pain forced you down on one knee. A violent, peculiar power had already invaded your body. I have injected natural energy into your body. If you successfully suppress it, you will be qualified to delve deeper into the study of senjutsu. If you cannot suppress it, then this little snake demon girl will get a free meal. The White Snake Sage then slowly left the grand hall. Meanwhile, you remained kneeling on the ground, struggling bitterly. Your legs had already begun to show signs of rapid petrification. Hehe, looks like you can't master natural energy after all. I'll be able to have a hearty meal very soon. You look much more delicious than that guy dough. I'm really looking forward to it. While the snake demon gloated, you were putting up a desperate life or death struggle within your spiritual world. A massive snake made of white energy was glaring covetously at you. Before it, you were nothing more than an ant. Right at that moment, an enormous figure appeared behind you. It was none other than the chakra of the Four Tails, Son Goku. Immediately after, an energy sphere formed from the God Tree cells appeared just in time. In the next second, as if fighting to seize territory within your body, the three streams of energy violently collided. Over 10 minutes later, the snake demon that had been staring at you was suddenly taken aback. Your body, which had already been half petrified, instantly reverted to its original state. Soon after, your body gradually turned a translucent, fiery red. Is this natural energy? I've finally taken the first step toward mastering Sage Mode. You annoying brat. To think you suppressed the natural energy this quickly. You know, that Gaido still hasn't mastered it even now. Hearing this, you ignored the snake demon's complaints. I have completely absorbed the natural energy. Now, I can go find the White Snake Sage to learn senjutsu. Unexpectedly, she flashed you a wicked smile. You have to learn basic senjutsu from me first, before you can go to Granny White Snake to learn top-tier senjutsu. Don't worry, handsome. I can be very gentle. Auntie Snake, cut the crap, and let's just get started. A little over 10 minutes later, the snake demon led you to a gloomy, dimly lit cave. The natural energy here is extremely dense, making it perfect for you to learn senjutsu. So-called senjutsu is simply ninjutsu cast using natural energy. However, its power is several times greater than ordinary ninjutsu. With that said, the snake demon's hands rapidly formed hand seals. Two transparent green snakes manifested behind her. Because we are born as sages, our bodies can directly manipulate natural energy. But since you humans already possess chakra within your bodies, you must therefore fuse your chakra together with the natural energy, and then release it in the form of ninjutsu. However, the moment her voice faded, behind your back, a crimson energy manifestation suddenly emerged. A snake. You learned it just like that. Are you really human? Meanwhile, you looked at her with a calm expression. I've already mastered this technique. Hurry up with the next one. I'm in a rush. Half a month later, the snake demon stared at you in disbelief. I have nothing left to teach you. I'll take you to see Granny now. Shedding your usual aloof demeanor, you grinned at her. Thank you for your guidance during this time, Miss Snake Demon. If you ever want to leave Ryuchi Cave for some fun in the future, just come find me. I'll definitely show you a good time. Hearing this, the Snake Demon instantly beamed with joy. Heh, handsome. You're not so annoying after all. When I get out, I'll definitely come look for you. Following that, under her guidance, you quickly returned to the previous Grand Hall. The White Snake Sage was already waiting there. Just half a month to learn the basics of senjutsu. Your aptitude is far superior to that little guy dude's. How much natural energy can you store now? Hearing this, you said nothing. You directly activated Sage Mode, unleashing all the natural energy within your body. Seeing this, the White Snake Sage was momentarily stunned. You have the greatest talent of any human I have ever seen. The senjutsu of our Ryuchi Cave has two characteristics. First, it comprehensively enhances chakra. Second, it allows for the free manipulation of natural energy. Now, I will teach you advanced senjutsu. Meanwhile, inside Mu City, Duen Fei and the others were wandering the streets out of boredom. Hey, you miser! How much longer do you think the boss is going to train in that place? Passing the days like this is so boring. The leader told us to wait here, so we wait here. Stop complaining. Acting as the group's tour guide, Mangekyo offered a cheerful smile. Since you guys are feeling bored, I'll take you out for some real excitement. Gukang, later on, you can only stand at the door. You're not allowed inside. As her words fell, everyone except Gukang burst into roaring laughter. The atmosphere was extremely cheerful and harmonious. Little did they know, not far away, a dark figure was glaring fixedly at them. The aura of the god tree ... I've finally found it. 1 month later, you stood in the center of the Grand Hall with your palms pressed together. Terrifying waves of energy continuously radiated from your body. Two dragon horns abruptly sprouted from your forehead, and your entire body was enveloped by a surge of crimson natural energy. The characteristic of his Sage Mode isn't a snake, but a dragon. The White Snake Sage was also caught off guard. This brat's talent is simply too unexpected. To think he actually unlocked the highest level of Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode. Form. This pair of dragon horns will drastically increase the time he can maintain Sage Mode. Right at that moment, you flashed a grin at the White Snake Sage and the Snake Demon. Thank you for the guidance, Sage. Otherwise, I could never have mastered it this fast. The White Snake Sage revealed a rare smile. My Ryuchi Cave has nothing left to teach you. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. You may return. Hearing this, you cupped your fists and offered a solemn bow. Then, you turned and walked toward the exit of Ryuchi Cave. But just as you stepped out of the cave, a mass of purple chakra blasted straight toward your face. In the nick of time, you hastily summoned your skeletal armor to defend, neutralizing the attack. Immediately after, a strange-looking man slowly walked out. His eyes possessed a rippled purple pattern, and a single horn protruded from his forehead. Who are you, sir? I don't believe we've crossed paths before. Faced with your question, he remained completely expressionless. A pair of cold eyes constantly emanated chilling visual prowess toward you. The god tree cells are inside your body, aren't they? I've come to retrieve them. Looking at his eyes in this moment, your heart was suddenly filled with surprise. He actually possesses the legendary Rinnegan. Could he be related to the Otsutsuki? Before you could think any further, the peculiar man let out an eerie, disdainful laugh. I am Mushai, the inheritor of the Otsutsuki Clan. Your Sharingan is far too weak before the Rinnegan. So don't resist. Just obediently surrender. So you're merely an Otsutsuki inheritor. With such arrogance, others might mistake you for a true Otsutsuki. Before you could even finish speaking, his figure suddenly appeared right in front of you. A black chakra rod appeared in his hand out of nowhere. With just one strike, he shattered your Susanoo skeleton. At the same time, as you were knocked into the air, your Sharingan spun wildly. Immediately after, streaks of black flames violently erupted, completely engulfing Mushi's body. Yet, he acted as if nothing had happened. The Amaterasu was directly absorbed into his Rinnegan. Your Sharingan is indeed quite impressive. But as I already told you, facing the higher tier Rinnegan, it's no different from a pair of ordinary eyes. With that said, several deep purple chakra cubes hovered in midair and shot toward you at lightning speed. Seeing this, you quickly reactivated your Susanoo skeleton to defend. But in the very next second, Mushai suddenly appeared behind you. A single punch shattered your Susanoo skeleton once again. Vessel of the God Tree Cells, you sure are stubborn. Are you ready to obediently return to the organization with me now? With an expression of pain, you slowly climbed up from the ground. Since you claim to be the inheritor of the Otsutsuki Clan, have you ever heard of the Sage Mode specifically meant to counter you? In the next second, your entire body was enveloped by crimson natural energy. Dragon horns abruptly protruded from your forehead. Sage Art, 5 spirit snakes. Immediately after, 5 crimson spirit snakes instantly attacked Mushai. Cheap tricks. Even if the 3 great sages were here, I would not fear them. Mushai simultaneously launched over a dozen chakra cubes, effortlessly blocking the 5 spirit snakes' attack. Before you could react, he appeared right in front of you once again, gripping your neck. He hoisted you into the air. Stubborn vessel. Wouldn't it have been better to just return to the organization with me from the start? You just had to make me expend extra effort. Right at that moment, you grinned at him. Looking at it now, the Rinnegan isn't all that impressive. Take another look. Behind you. Then, under Mushi's astonished gaze, your body surprisingly scattered into a flock of crows, flying into the sky. At the same time, your fist, enveloped in a dragon shield, violently slammed into Mushi's back. However, he seemed to have seen through everything. A cold sneer curled on his lips. Suddenly, a black rod shot out from his back, directly piercing through your body. Hey, all genjutsu is futile before the Rinnegan. I originally wanted to spare your miserable life. But now, before you take your last breath, I will take the God Tree Cells back. Saying so, Mushai crossed his arms and slowly walked toward you. But immediately after, his pupils shrank drastically, his face filled with disbelief. The body that had just been impaled suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. Damn it, a trap! A shadow clone jutsu, a perfect replica of the main body. At that moment, a figure cloaked in Susanoo appeared behind him. Totsuka Blade, Seal. Facing the sudden ambush, Mushai had absolutely no time to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the Totsuka Blade struck him. To your surprise, Mushi's body was not successfully sealed. Instead, it turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated into the air. Seeing this, you frowned deeply. To think he only sent a clone. He really looks down on me. But from the looks of it, his organization is actively collecting God Tree Cells. Just what is their true objective? Meanwhile, in a pitch-black cave elsewhere, Mushai furiously released the jutsu, controlling his clone. Damn it, he actually destroyed my clone. But since I've already tracked down your whereabouts, you won't be able to escape my grasp. As his words fell, Mushai formed a one-handed seal, and dozens of special white clones materialized out of thin air. Go, find that damn vessel. The God Tree Cells. Bring them back to me. At the same time, you returned to Mu City. You found Zhang Jin and Duen Fei, just as they walked out of a certain club. Hey, boss. You're finally back. I thought you were stuck in Rirki Cave for good. Unlike the unreliable Duan Fei, Zhang Jin steadily reported the situation to you. Xiao and Gukong should be undergoing special training somewhere right now. Duan Fei and I have been busy lately, dispatching people to secure more funding for our little organization. Hearing this, you nodded. How is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki doing? He hasn't kicked the bucket yet, right? It's about time to deal with him. He's still locked up in the basement. Everything is normal so far. With that said, Zhang Jin led you and Duan Fei down toward the basement. Over 10 minutes later, the three of you arrived in the pitch-black basement. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Lu Changshan, was imprisoned inside a massive iron cage. Boss, what do you plan to do with him? Without the Jinchuriki's control, the Eight Tails is very likely to go berserk. Facing Duan Fei's question, you grinned at him. I'm planning to take the Eight Tails. I'm planning to extract the Eight Tails entirely and turn it into the power of our Z organization. Immediately after, your hands rapidly formed hand seals. A for symbols and 8 trigrams mark appeared on the Changshan's abdomen. 8 trigram sealing formula. As you shouted, blackish-purple chakra surged madly from his body, ultimately taking the form of a miniature Eight Tails, Kyuki. The moment it laid eyes on you, the Eight Tails roared furiously. It clearly remembered you, its sworn enemy. However, before it could unleash its might, you activated your Mangekyo Sharingan and instantly placed it under your control. Then, you easily absorbed it into your body, keeping it temporarily to use as a summoned beast. Standing nearby, Duan Fei watched, dumbfounded. Why, you already controlled the Eight Tails? Boss, your genjutsu is way too overpowered. To think you could control a tailed beast this easily. You ignored Duan Fei's blatant flattery. You and Zhao Jing, go immediately and notify ZD and Gu Kang to return. I will wait for you at the abandoned training ground in the suburbs. Over 10 minutes later, the 5 of you gathered at the training ground. However, Zhao Jing and the others were completely baffled. Right now, our Z organization is facing an unprecedented challenge. The enemy seems to be an organization as well. And according to my estimates, every single one of their members is at the super cage level or higher. As your words fell, Zhao Jing and the others did not show any signs of panic. Instead, they all wore expressions of excitement. Leader, are you saying that I'm about to get my hands on a super cage level heart? ZD's eyes similarly lit up. Boss, I'm not just bragging, but below the cage level, I am invincible. Above the cage level, I can at least take them down with me. So far, no super cage has ever witnessed my art. Duan Fei acted even more like a reckless thug. Hey, boss, I'm immortal. Never mind super cage level experts. Even if they are above super cage, I'm not scared. Seeing these guys in such high spirits, the corner of your mouth twitched. It seemed your worrying for them was completely unnecessary, since everyone's desire to fight is so strong. I am very pleased. However, starting today, I am going to teach you a brand new ninjutsu, called the Sage Curse Mark. Once you master it, your strength will experience a comprehensive upgrade. Right now, within the abandoned training ground in the suburbs of Mucheng, Zhao Jing and the other 3 all wore expressions of agony. Because just moments ago, you used the Sage Curse Mark to inject a small amount of natural energy into their bodies. Try hard to control your chakra. Do your best to maintain the balance between the 2 energies. Yet, the moment your voice faded, an earth grudgefish suddenly burst from Zhao Jing's back. With a loud bang, it instantly exploded into countless fragments. Leader, I failed. This damn Sage mode is seriously hard to learn. It actually consumed one of my cage-level hearts. Hearing this, your brows furrowed tightly. Do you want to try again? You still have 4 hearts left to use, anyway. But unexpectedly, Zhao Jing flatly refused. He stated bluntly that powerful cage-level hearts were not easy to collect, and that every single one was extremely precious. Another few minutes later, Duan Fei suddenly knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, looking heavily injured. Hey, boss, did you really master Sage mode? This natural energy is way too violent. In just this short amount of time, it completely destroyed all my internal organs. If I wasn't immortal, I'd definitely be dead right now. Before he could finish speaking, ZD's body also turned into white clay. Immediately following was a violent explosion. When the smoke cleared, ZD's complexion looked just as awful. Boss, I failed too. I didn't expect Sage Mode to be this difficult to learn. Hearing this, although you were slightly disappointed inwardly, you didn't show it. Then, the four of you simultaneously focused your gazes on Gu Kang, who was bitterly holding on. Over 10 minutes later, as there suddenly emerged behind Gu Kang a white-colored energy snake, it signaled that he had successfully crossed the threshold into Sage Mode. Master, I feel so strong right now. I should be able to fight Big Brother Duen to a draw by now. Before you could even speak, Duen Fei looked extremely displeased. Hey, you brat. You let it go to your head just because you learned Sage Mode. Do you want to spar with me? Hearing this, you quickly pulled the two apart. Right now, only Gu Kang has mastered Sage Mode. This isn't enough to boost the overall strength of our Z organization. And the 8 tails in my hands isn't of much use to me personally. Therefore, Duen Fei, Zhao Jing, ZD, which one of you is willing to become the 8 tails Jinchuriki? However, you originally thought they would fight over it, but surprisingly, they all wore uninterested expressions. I already have 4 earth grudgefishes to control. The combat system of a Jinchuriki is completely incompatible with me. Being a Jinchuriki is definitely not bad, but I still prefer to save the spot for the 2 tails, which can enhance the power of my explosions. Or hey, boss, I'm immortal. I don't need a tailed beast protecting me either. Faced with the trio's refusal, you didn't continue discussing it with them. Then Duen Fei will be the 8 tails Jinchuriki. You brag every day about being immortal, but when facing Genjutsu or sealing Jutsu, you're no different from a common mob. The 8 tails is perfect for covering this weakness of yours. Hearing this, Duen Fei scratched his head, looking quite helpless. Boss, did you really have to expose my sore spot in public? Fine, I'll be the 8 tails Jinchuriki then. Afterward, you set up a sealing formula on the ground and summoned the 8 tails who was still trapped in Genjutsu. Meanwhile, Duen Fei crossed his arms, ready to receive it. With the activation of the 8 trigram sealing formula, the 8 tails successfully entered his body. Duen Fei, remember that you must establish a connection with the 8 tails. I can't maintain the Genjutsu for you forever. Hey, boss. I definitely won't let you down. A few hours later, in the forest at the border of Mucheng, you and your group, you were saying your goodbyes to Mangekyo and her sister. Z-Pin, are you really planning to leave? Why don't you stay and hang out for a couple more days? Hearing this, you flashed a grin. I have already achieved my goal for this trip. Besides, I provoked a terrifying enemy. If I stay here any longer, it will only bring you unnecessary trouble. Mangekyo's eyes immediately dimmed, her face filled with disappointment. Right at that moment, several chakra cubes shot toward your group. Seeing this, Zhao Jing immediately released Earth Style to block the attack. However, the moment the Earth Style made contact with the chakra, it was shattered into countless fragments. In the nick of time, Mangekyo summoned a wood style shield, barely blocking the incoming strike. Hey, boss, what's going on? Who dares to cause trouble for our Z organization in the Southern District? Obviously, the enemy I mentioned has arrived. All members of the Z organization immediately entered a combat-ready state. At the same time, dozens of figures completely surrounded you. Their bizarre bodies made it clear at a glance that they were Mushi's people. Boss, these seem to be just low-level clones. But surprisingly, every single one possesses cage-level strength. Hey, boss, this is a bit tricky. Right now, it looks like 7 against 10, which doesn't seem too disadvantageous. But only 4 of us actually have the strength to fight. As those words fell, Gu Kang and the Mangekyo sisters were all taken aback, simultaneously shooting Duen Fei a collective eye roll. Right at that moment, A pale figure slowly materialized. My luck is quite good. To think these two little girls also possess divine tree cells. Perfect. I'll capture all three of you today. As soon as he finished speaking, behind Mangekyo's sister, a spatial rift suddenly opened, directly sucking her into an alternate dimension. Seeing this, you furrowed your brow. It seems your true body came this time. To think you can use space-time ninjutsu. Seeing her sister abducted, Mangekyo could no longer care about anything else. She rapidly formed hand seals, releasing several wooden spikes that shot forward. Seeing this, Mushai let out a mocking laugh. All attacks are useless against me. This is an ability that my trash clones lack. As his words fell, the wooden spikes suddenly froze in midair. In the next second, they vanished completely, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Witnessing this with your own eyes, your pupils violently contracted. What kind of ability is this? How could those wooden spikes disappear out of thin air? Damn this cursed information gap. At this moment, Mushi's face was full of mockery. Stop your stubborn resistance. After all, in the face of Otsutsuki's power, you are no different from ants. Just as he finished speaking, Dwen Fei hefted his massive scythe and bypassed those low-level clones, charging forward aggressively. Seeing this, Mushai curled his lips into a cold sneer. He casually formed a single-handed seal. In the next second, several black chakra rods suddenly materialized, piercing straight through Dwen Fei's body. Mushai didn't even spare a glance at Dwen Fei, who was pinned to the ground, simply walking slowly past him. Hey, another one down. The people in your Z organization are truly trash. Hearing this, you flashed him a grin. Although I still don't know what your mechanics are. I'm afraid you don't know his mechanics either, do you? Suddenly, Mushai let out a miserable shriek, feeling a violent, intense pain erupting from his back. He glanced back, only to see that although Dwen Fei was impaled with black chakra rods, the man acted as if nothing had happened. Hey, do you have any idea how much this hurts? I'm going to sacrifice you, you pointy-headed bastard, to the Divine Lord. As he spoke, a crimson ritual circle suddenly appeared beneath Dwen Fei's feet. A black rod stained with Mushi's blood also appeared in his hand. Then, he violently plunged the black rod into his own body. Seeing this, Mushai was highly perplexed, and didn't make any rash moves for the moment. But in the next second, Mushai first felt a dull, agonizing pain in his abdomen, and then a wound identical to Dwen Fei's actually appeared on him. Damn it, this guy's ability is actually this bizarre. It seems when he gets hurt, I get hurt too. If that's the case, then I'll just seal him away first. Before Mushai could think further, Dwen Fei's second wave of self-inflicted attacks had already arrived. But the instant the black rod was about to pierce his abdomen, it suddenly vanished into thin air. Following that, a cube engraved with sealing runes directly trapped Dwen Fei within it. Once I retrieve those two vessels, I'll come back and properly research you, you bizarre freak. On the other side, watching the entire process, your brows locked tightly. The wooden spikes from earlier, and now the black rods ... How could they disappear without a reason? Could it be an instant, infinite shrinking ability? So that means his power comes from Ishiki Otsutsuki. Before you could think any further, a massive swarm of dark purple chakra cubes shot toward you rapidly. Seeing this, you hastily activated your skeletal armor to block them. Zhao Jing, you guys are no match for him. Help me lure away these annoying cage-level clones, and create an environment where I can fight him one-on-one. Hearing this, Zi Jin and the others did not hesitate for long. They unleashed their ninjutsu at the clones, then rapidly retreated toward the other side of the forest. And those low-intelligence clones were indeed drawn away. Hey, you damn vessel, you sure are confident. To think you actually have the courage to duel me one-on-one. But you completely ignored Mushi's taunts, directly activating Susanoo to prepare for battle. So this is the Susanoo that defeated my clone. Let's see how long you can last against me. Having said that, a massive black energy sphere gathered in front of Mushi's chest, then shot toward you like a falling meteor. Yasaka Magatama. Seeing this, you did not dare to be careless. quickly unleashing one of your strongest killing moves. However, the instant the two were about to collide, the Yasaka Magatama actually vanished instantly once again. The black energy sphere crashed toward you without any resistance. In the nick of time, you quickly summoned the Yata mirror to block, barely managing to intercept the attack. His ability ... It seemed he could take any object in his line of sight and instantly shrink it countless times over. Looking at it this way, it could be considered a watered-down version of Ishiki's power. No wonder he only dared to call himself an inheritor of the Otsutsuki. Is that the Yata mirror, said to be able to block any attack? It seems you have quite a few good things in your possession. A cold glint flashed through the priest's eyes once more. Immediately after, the Yata mirror in your Susanu's hand suddenly vanished into thin air. Heavenly Void Meteor Dragon. A colossal chakra dragon manifested behind the priest, then charged toward you at lightning speed. Seeing this, a cold smirk tugged at the corner of your lips. You raised the Totsuka blade and slashed straight at him and the chakra dragon. It was a completely suicidal, trade blow for blow fighting style. However, the moment the Totsuka blade was about to strike the chakra dragon, it was once again shrunk countless times over and vanished completely. The chakra dragon slammed heavily into your Susanoo. The devastating destructive force instantly kicked up clouds of thick smoke. When the dust settled, you were lying on the ground, covered in wounds, and taking your last breaths. The priest looked down at you with a mocking expression. Once we return to the organization and extract the divine tree cells from your body, I will turn you into my new clone. But before he could finish his sentence, his expression drastically changed. Your body lying on the ground slowly began to fade, eventually turning into a puff of smoke and disappearing entirely. Why don't you take a look behind you? To fall for the shadow clone trick twice. Only a moron like you could manage that. The priest spun around, his face incredibly grim. His Rinnegan grew increasingly cold. Standing opposite him, the recently rescued Dwan Fei stood shoulder to shoulder with you, staring him down with an equally icy glare. The priest glared at you and Dwan Fei, his face filled with rage. You little sewer rat, only knowing how to scurry around. If you have the guts, fight me head on. Hearing this, a cold smirk curved on your lips. Only a brainless idiot would stand completely still and just let you hit them, wouldn't they? Dwan Fei, I'll do my best to hold him off. Hurry up and accelerate the ritual. With that said, you clapped your hands together, instantly activating a sage art. A crimson snake made of nature energy lunged viciously at the priest. Seeing this, the priest didn't use his special ability. Instead, he manifested chakra cubes to block the attack. Your spirits immediately lifted. Could it be that his ability to instantly shrink objects only works on physical items or regular chakra? To test your hypothesis, you raised your hand and fired off another barrage of nature energy blasts. The priest was now burning with anxiety. He knew that Dwan Fei was the key to deciding the outcome of this battle. But faced with your relentless barrage of attacks, he could only continuously summon chakra cubes to defend himself, just as he prepared to manifest black chakra rods to deal with a nuisance like you first. A familiar, agonizing pain suddenly erupted in his abdomen. It turned out Dwan Fei had already restarted his ritual, and instead of stabbing himself slowly like before, he was now plunging the weapon into his own body, over a dozen times a second in a sheer frenzy. In just a matter of seconds, the priest fell to his knees in utter weakness, his abdomen riddled with countless gaping holes. To think I'd be outplayed by you miserable bugs. But I have already sent the intel back to the organization. You won't live much longer either. Dwan Fei wasn't listening to a word he said, continuously letting out crazed, maniacal laughter. Hey, what kind of bullshit are you spouting? This feels absolutely amazing. So damn good. Have you ever experienced the feeling of your heart being pierced? Your granddaddy here will show you some mercy and let you feel how good it is. As soon as his words fell, Dwan Fei prepared to strike the final blow. But you stopped him. Hold on. I still have questions for him. You then slowly walked up to the priest, towering over him, and staring him down intently. Hand over Mangekyo's sister, and maybe I'll grant you a swift death. But the priest couldn't care less. She has already been teleported back to the organization. Don't be so impatient, you little bug. It will be your turn soon enough. Hearing this, without another word, you raised your hand and plunged your blade straight into his chest. You Otsutsuki knockoff. My patience has a limit. Tell me where your organization is. A look of sheer disdain immediately surfaced on the priest's face. You think you can go looking for trouble with our organization? I admit you have some skills, but you barely managed to handle me. And I am only the weakest member of our group. Seeing you stay completely silent, with a solemn expression on your face, the priest's mockery grew even more hysterical. Our organization is right in the West District. Go there if you have the guts. Of course, even if you don't dare to go, our people will still come and wipe you all out. Before he could even finish speaking, you drove your blade directly into his heart, ending his life once and for all. At the exact same time, the cage-level clones that Zhao Jing and the others were fighting vanished into thin air. Is the leader dealt with? Who exactly were those guys? Hearing this, your brows furrowed tightly. Right now, I don't know their origins either. I only know that their organization is in the West District. But one thing is for certain. They came specifically for me and Mangekyo. Before you could finish speaking, Mangekyo looked at you with eyes full of hope. Z-Pin, I'm going to the West District to rescue my sister. Will you come with me? The priest intentionally revealed their headquarters, because he wants us to walk right into a trap. However, rather than passively waiting to be attacked, I prefer to take the initiative. The fact that they are collecting divine tree cells is definitely related to the divine tree itself. Whether it's the divine tree cells or the divine tree, the boost to my visual prowess would be unimaginable. It seems this trip to the West District is inevitable. Hey boss, are we heading to the West District right now? No, I never fight battles unprepared. Xiao Jan, gather the information on the most recently wanted rogue ninjas. See if anyone is suitable to join our group. Mushi has already relayed all of our information back to his base. So, we need a new member to serve as a hidden trump card. Afterward, you ignored Zhao Jin and the others, and slowly walked over to Mushi's remains. The Rinnegan, an eye that surpasses the Sharingan ... How could I just let it go to waste? Since you are offering it to me so sincerely, I will gladly accept it. But just as you prepared to extract it, Mushi's Rinnegan suddenly vanished, turning into ordinary white pupils. It seems the organization behind Mushi is far from ordinary to be able to cast such a jutsu. However, you also unexpectedly sensed the aura of divine tree cells within his body. Without a moment's hesitation, you directly absorbed them into your own body. Immediately, you felt your body overflowing with vitality. If you were to use that form again, the Susanoo would certainly not leave you nearly blind like last time. After you finished doing all of this, Xiao Jen walked up to you with a conflicted expression. Boss, there really is a highly prominent rogue ninja out there right now. His strength is so great that even I probably couldn't defeat him. But I doubt he would agree to join our organization. Hearing this, you were quite intrigued. To think there's a rogue ninja who can earn such high praise from you. What is his background? His name is Lin Shui. He seems to have ties to the Lin family we wiped out. He recently appeared in the Central District for unknown reasons, and without anyone noticing, assassinated multiple half-step cage-level experts. The outside world now calls him Lin Shui of the Body Flicker. At that moment, you instantly froze in place. Could this be the fate of your bond with him? Afterward, you took Lin Shui's wanted poster from Zhao Jin's hand and examined it closely. Rogue Ninja Lin Shui of the Body Flicker has recently been active across the major war zones of the Central District. He poses a massive threat to regional stability. Bounty, 1 billion gold coins. By now, your group had returned to the chaotic Central District. As you strolled down the streets of Yucheng, someone called out, Hey, boss, if we just keep wandering around aimlessly like this, when will we ever find this Lin Shui? You furrowed your brows tightly. I've actually thought about it. We could split up and search in different directions. But our forces would be too scattered. I'm afraid it would give Mushi's organization an opening to strike. Zhao Jin, standing off to the side, immediately chimed in. Leader, why don't we form two-man squads to search? If we run into any sudden danger, we might not have enough time to relay intel through our rings. Your eyes lit up at his words. You hadn't expected Zhao Jin, who rarely spoke up, to be so sharp at a crucial moment. Since that's the case, Zhao Jin, Duan Fei, you two will form the Immortal Squad. Xiao Gukong, you two will form the Aerial Combat Squad. Mangekyo is relatively weak, so she will team up with me. With that settled, no one wasted any more breath. They immediately dashed off in 3 different directions. Meanwhile, inside the White Snake's secret realm just outside Ryuchi Cave, 2 strange figures were whispering to each other. To think that aside from us and the Z organization, there is someone else collecting divine tree cells. The situation has become a bit complicated. The creature with a half-black, half-white body let out a sinister chuckle. City Lord, try looking at it from another angle. Aren't they all essentially gathering them for us? This actually saves us a lot of trouble. Hearing this, the fallen City Lord shrugged helplessly. That guy named Mushi even has the Rinnegan. I'm afraid the people in his organization are not to be trifled with. For now, we can only help the Z organization deal with them first. After that, we'll finish off Xiao Pi and seize all the divine tree cells. The black and white creature rubbed its head and offered an awkward smile. I suppose that's our only option. After all, in terms of top-tier combat power on our side, you're the only one we have, City Lord. As the two conversed, a man in a hooded cloak slowly walked out of Ryuchi Cave. It was none other than Kabuto Yakushi, who had just mastered Senjutsu. Lord White Snake mentioned that someone was causing trouble here. I assume he was talking about you too. The fallen City Lord and his companion were taken aback. They hurriedly waved their hands in denial. But to their surprise, Kabuto gave them absolutely no chance to explain. He raised his hand, firing off a white energy snake. However, the moment the attack made contact with the fallen City Lord, it phased right through his body, dealing no damage whatsoever. Kabuto furrowed his brows at the sight. No physical body? There shouldn't be any ninjutsu capable of doing this. Am I caught in a jinjutsu? Impossible. I already possess a sage body. How could I still fall for a jinjutsu? Meanwhile, the fallen City Lord, who had just been attacked, did not immediately launch a counterattack. Instead, he looked at Kabuto with keen interest. The people causing trouble were just killed by Xiao Pi. You should be quite familiar with him, right? To think you managed to learn the Ryuchi Cave Senjutsu just like he did. Hearing this, Kabuto sensed that he wasn't lying. His expression quickly turned impatient. In that case, get out of here. Today marks my successful re-emergence. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you two off the hook. Before the fallen City Lord could speak, the black and white creature suddenly emerged from the ground. He. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? How dare you show such disrespect to our Lord Wang Wenwang? To their surprise, a cold smirk crept onto Kabuto's lips. Lord Wang Wenwang, are you talking about him? As soon as he spoke, a coffin burst forth from the ground. As the coffin lid swung open, an overwhelmingly imposing ninja slowly revealed himself. The fallen City Lord and his companion froze once more. For a moment, they were utterly speechless. But soon enough, the fallen City Lord finally snapped back to his senses. From now on, you have earned my approval. I wonder if you are interested in joining my Eye of the Moon plan. Hearing this, Yakushi Kabuto revealed a curious expression. The Eye of the Moon plan sounds pretty badass. I will give you 5 minutes. Elaborate. If you fail to satisfy me, you two can wait to be stuffed into a coffin. On the other side, in the Yucheng Forest, Zhao Jin and Duan Fei were covered in wounds, in a bitter standoff with a rogue ninja. Hey miser. We brothers might get wiped out today. This guy's combat IQ is way too high. Zhao Jin's expression was incredibly grim. Since the fight started, only 3 minutes have passed, yet we have been instantly killed twice by him. Let's hope the boss and the others get here quickly. As for those two, the opposing rogue ninja Lin Shui looked equally solemn. One had his heart pierced twice by me. The other had his head chopped off. Yet they are still standing here as if nothing happened. They must have some secret I don't know about. Before Lin Shui could think further, a massive fireball suddenly struck. Duan Fei brandished his scythe in an offensive stance, while Zhao Jin summoned his last two Earth Grudge fish. Behind him, the two formed a pincer formation, clearly intending to use offense as defense. Are they trying to protect that masked guy in the back? That makes sense, it was him who sewed the scythe-wielding guy's head back on. Moreover, when I pierced his heart earlier, two of those monsters shattered as well. In other words, he is the key to breaking this stalemate. At the same time, Duan Fei had already charged in front of Lin Shui. The 3-month lotus in his hand carried terrifying momentum, slashing down viciously. But the scythe phased right through Lin Shui's body, failing to deal any damage. Oh no, it is an illusion. His target is Zhao Jin. Miser dodged quickly. Hearing this, Zhao Jin instantly realized the danger and immediately prepared for evasive maneuvers. Yet Lin Shui's figure had silently materialized behind him, accompanied by the crisp chime of a blade. A short sword pierced straight through his back and heart. Enduring the agonizing pain, Zhao Jin did not dare to counterattack, hurriedly leaping into the air to create distance. Seeing this, Duan Fei's eyes nearly split with rage. This kind of battle that required using his brain left him feeling utterly powerless. Right at that exact moment, the previously illusion-deemed Lin Shui curled his lips into a cold sneer and drove a blade right into Duan Fei's back. In an instant, the body Zhao Jin sewed together minutes ago was cleanly sliced in two. It seems this guy truly is immortal. However, as long as I take you out, he will lose mobility and pose no threat. Hearing this, Zhao Jin's expression darkened to the extreme. I only have 2 hearts left now. This guy's speed is even faster than the boss. Escaping is definitely out of the question. Pity I still had so many gold coins left to earn. As his words fell, Lin Shui charged forward rapidly with his short sword. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin formed hand seals, fully prepared for a desperate last stand. Right at that moment, a massive sphere of molten magma descended from the sky, directly forcing the advancing Lin Shui back. Zhao Jin, am I late? Leave the rest of this battle to me. At this moment, Lin Shui looked at you and Zhao Jin warily. It seems you are their boss. There doesn't seem to be any conflict between us. Why attack me for no reason? Hearing this, you were momentarily stunned and looked at Zhao Jin in confusion for an answer. Seeing this, Zhao Jin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. It is all because of that idiot Duan Fei, who insisted on testing his skills. Who knew this guy would be so fierce? After hearing Zhao Jin's explanation, you finally understood the misunderstanding. Thus you dispelled your skeletal aura and slowly walked up to Lin Shui. They just wanted to play around with you and harbored no ill intent, though you certainly beat them up pretty badly. Hearing this, Lin Shui did not say much else. Seeing that you truly had no intention of fighting, he sheathed his short sword, preparing to turn and leave. I am the leader of the Z organization. Zipin now wishes to invite you to join our Z organization. As his words fell, Lin Shui, who had just turned around, stood frozen, his thoughts momentarily drifting back to the past. He possessed the purest Tong Tree bloodline of the Lin family. At the age of 7, he awakened the 3 Tamo blood Huilai. But what always puzzled him was why his father and his late grandfather were both blind. It wasn't until he accidentally entered the family's lab that he finally found the answer, which also became a haunting agony for the rest of his life. His father, covered in tubes, was laid out on an experimental table. Containers stored blood Huilais exactly like his own. And the usually amiable patriarch Lin Sheng looked at his father with eyes as cold as looking at a test subject. As for his supposedly long-deceased grandfather, he was similarly soaking in a liquid-filled tank. In that instant, pure fury flooded his brain. He stormed furiously into the lab to demand an explanation. Yet what greeted him were Lin Sheng's ruthless demonic claws. In a mere fraction of a second, one of his eyes was snatched away. Lin Shui, since you have seen everything, I will not hide it from you anymore. As you can see, your father and grandfather are both test subjects for the family. And not just them. All of your direct ancestors were as well. Because, who told your lineage to be the only one capable of awakening the blood will I? For the sake of the family's strength, making appropriate sacrifices is inevitable, and your future destiny will be exactly like theirs. After that, he was locked away in a dungeon, beginning a torturous imprisonment of over 10 years. It was only last month that a major upheaval seemingly occurred within the Lin family. His entire clan had been wiped out overnight. By the time he managed to escape in the chaos, he finally learned that all of this was the work of a group known as the Dawn Organization. At this moment, meeting your sincere gaze, Lin Shui's thoughts were pulled back to reality. If you all truly are the Dawn Organization, I am more than willing to join. However, from what I can see right now, you seem a bit weak. How could the likes of you wipe out the Lin family? I suspect you are nothing more than imposters pretending to be the Dawn. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Shui's figure abruptly vanished. An instant later, he appeared behind you, gripping a short sword, and aimed a vicious thrust straight at your kidney. However, the very moment the blade pierced through, your figure suddenly dissipated, scattering into a flock of crows that took to the sky. Before Lin Shui could even react, you pressed a kunai against his waist. It seems your combat experience is lacking. Lin Shui, you lose. But just as you finished speaking, the Lin Shui in front of you vanished in a puff of smoke. Not good, it's a genjutsu too. Sure enough, Lin Shui's true body was already slashing his short sword toward your back. In the nick of time, you hastily drew your kunai to block. With a sharp clash of metal, the two of you fell into a brief deadlock. A few seconds later, you covered your eye and let out a furious roar at Lin Shui. But before you could focus Amaterasu on him, he leapt into the air, putting distance between you. Jin and Duen Fei have already tested your strength. It looks like you were testing our level as well. I wonder if my performance just now was to your satisfaction. If not, I will show you the true power of the Sharingan. As your words fell, your body abruptly entered a full-tailed beast transformation. Instantly, a radiant golden armor covered the four tails, transforming your entire being into a demonic warrior the size of a mountain. Seeing this, Lin Shui's pupils contracted violently. Such terrifying power. He had never seen anything like it. He couldn't help but believe that you truly were the leader of the Dawn Organization. This is the third power of the Sharingan, Susanoo. Combined with a tailed beast, it grants combat power beyond the cage level. As long as you are willing to join the Dawn, I can help you capture a tailed beast, and I will do my best to help you awaken Susanoo. After all, as you know, the hundreds of Sharingan from the Lin family are all in my hands. A look of pure reverence surfaced on Lin Shui's face. Boss Pai, please, put away your divine power. I believe you are the real Dawn Organization. I am willing to join your ranks. Hearing this, a smug smile tugged at the corners of your mouth, instantly dispelling the disguise. You deactivated Susanoo and slowly walked up to him. Welcome to the Dawn Organization. From this moment on, you are the fifth member of the Dawn. Remember, your codename is Paper. Following that, you took out the ring and the red cloud cloak that you had prepared in advance, and solemnly handed them over to Lin Shui. Just then, Jin and Duen Fei, who had just sewn his head back on, walked over. It is my honor to work with you, Jin said. I hope we can make a lot of gold coins together in the future. Hey, you cold-blooded bastard. Want to join my cult of immortality? You can live forever, just like me. Before Lin Shui could answer, a massive clay centipede suddenly descended from the sky. With a violent explosion, a massive cloud of smoke and dust blanketed the area. When the smoke cleared, D slowly walked over, bringing Gukang with him. Looks like this is the new member of our Dawn Organization. Hurry up and call me Senior. Your senior will show you the true art of explosion. Seeing this, you gave Lin Shui an awkward smile. Every member of our Dawn organization has a strong personality. You'll get used to it eventually. Mangekyo also beamed with joy. With Lin Shui joining us, our trip to the West District will definitely go smoothly. Hearing this, Lin Shui shot you a puzzled look. Boss Pi, are we heading to the West District next? There are far more experts there than in the Central District. We're going to rescue Mangekyo's younger sister. We'll be fighting against a mysterious organization. So mentally prepare yourself. I'll explain the details to you on the way. While we're at it, I'll pick out the most suitable Sharingan for you. Soon after, your group geared up and set out, advancing swiftly toward the West District. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the West District Management Council, an Anbu operative rushed frantically into the president's office. President Russa, something terrible has happened. According to intel from the front lines, the Dawn organization has already entered the territory of our West District. The man known as the president, however, remained completely calm. You piece of trash. What are you panicking for? If they come, let them come. The Anbu operative couldn't help but tremble. But the Dawn organization wiped out the entire South District Management Council. Now that they've come to our West District, what if they're here to cause trouble? Hearing this, Russa curled his lips into a cold sneer. The South District Management Council being destroyed was simply because Suai was too weak. Don't lump us together with that bunch of garbage. Besides, someone has already set their sights on them. There's absolutely no need for us to deal with the Dawn organization ourselves. Now get the hell out of here. Stop annoying me. A moment later, a young man stepped out from the shadows. Since the Dawn organization is here, then that guy with the Sharingan must have come as well, right? Russa glanced at him and smiled faintly. The Dawn organization never acts alone, so he has definitely arrived. Why are you already itching to make a move? As those words fell, the young man's pupils suddenly morphed into a sea of blood red. The very reason these eyes of mine exist is to eradicate all Sharingan. Meanwhile, your group was strolling down the streets of Yellowstone City, while the local residents pointed and whispered among themselves. Matching uniforms? Is it another new organization? Why are so many new factions popping up lately? Isn't it because of the influence of that Dawn? They're all deluding themselves, dreaming of becoming the second Dawn organization. But then again, the Z organization is seriously badass. I'd kill to become one of their members. Listening to the crowd's discussions, you felt slightly surprised. You didn't expect Zhao's reputation to have already reached the West District. It seemed keeping a low profile on this trip would be impossible. Duanfei's attitude, however, was the exact opposite of your caution. Hey, boss. It looks like we have quite a few fanboys here in the West District. Can I recruit them into the Immortal God cult? Before you could even speak, Lin Shui patted his shoulder with a beaming smile. Senior Duan, we have a mission here in the West District. If you mess around, do you want me to sever your head and tie it to my belt? Hearing this, Duan Fei felt a sudden chill at the back of his neck, because after their previous battle, Lin Shui had left him with a deep psychological shadow. What a thoroughly obnoxious guy, even worse than a miser. Once I completely tame the 8 tails, I'll beat you so badly even your own mother won't recognize you. While they engaged in their usual bickering, a blonde-haired youth approached with his guards, walking straight up to Mangekyo. Hey there, little lady. Has anyone ever told you that you look exactly like someone? Mangekyo paused, startled. Could he be talking about my sister? Does he know where she is? To her surprise, the blonde youth ran a hand through his hair and flashed a sleazy smirk. You look a lot like the woman of my dreams. How about coming over to my place tonight to explore the mysteries of life? The rest of your group instantly understood. To think you'd run into this kind of trash the moment you arrived in the West District. Hurry up and roll back home. Go explore the mysteries of life with your dog. I don't have the time to waste on you. With that, Mangekyo shot you a glance, signaling that she didn't want any unnecessary trouble. You stinking bitch. You really don't know what's good for you. How dare you disrespect this captain in Yellowstone City? Before his voice faded, the members of the Z organization all mobilized, charging at him with menacing auras. The blonde youth's lips curled into a cold sneer. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he couldn't stop this beauty from falling into my hands. With that, his hands blurred into a series of incantation seals. He spewed out a massive great fireball, instantly incinerating the charging group to ash. Seeing this, Mangekyo immediately let out a terrified scream, her eyes flashing with a peculiar gleam. Hey, little baby, your captain is coming for you. Don't you dare stop screaming. The louder you scream, the more excited I get. Saying so, the blonde youth slowly closed in on Mangekyo, looking as if he wanted to tackle her right there on the street. Right at that moment, Mangekyo finally reached the end of her patience. She stepped forward and delivered a massive slap directly to his face. The blonde youth's mind suddenly reeled. When his vision finally cleared, he realized the person he had pinned down wasn't Mangekyo at all. It was actually the ugliest lackey among his own men. Boss, you were caught in an illusion art. Thank goodness I pulled you out of it in time. Otherwise, neither of us would ever have the face to step outside again. Only then did the blonde youth realize he had fallen for an illusion. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd of onlookers all wore mocking expressions. Hey, Blondie, were you trying to put on a piece of performance art? In broad daylight, who knew you had such bizarre fetishes? Duan Fei's ridicule landed like a heavy sledgehammer, instantly turning his face bright red with humiliation. How dare you use an illusion on me? Do you have any idea that I belong to the Yu family? None of you are leaving Yellowstone City alive today. However, before he could finish his threat, Duan Fei charged forward, hefting his massive scythe. In a single brief exchange, all four of the opposing men were left writhing and wailing on the ground. That's enough, Duan Fei. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. We still have real business to attend to. With that said, your group prepared to step around the men to continue gathering intelligence on the Mu organization. But right at that moment, a furious shout rang out from nearby. Who has the absolute gall to lay a hand on my Yu family's people in Yellowstone City? Turning to look, you saw a young man in a tailored suit, leading over a dozen hidden guards, marching over with an imposing and aggressive swagger. The gawking onlookers instantly recognized their identities. Isn't that the Yu family? The one in front is their eldest young master, Yu Fan. That newcomer group is doomed. Yu Fan is notoriously fiercely protective of his own. Seeing this, Yu frowned slightly, not wanting to provoke conflict immediately upon arriving in the West District. The blonde youth's eyes lit up. He scrambled over to Yu Fan. Young Master Yu, it was the people from this garbage organization. They beat me up. They have absolutely no respect for our Yu family. Yu Fan's gaze first swept over Mangekyo, a look of disdain casually touching the corner of his mouth. But when he saw the rest of you, all wearing identical red cloud robes, he froze dead in his tracks. Red clouds, black robes, Sharingan ... You're from the Z organization. Hearing this, you were also taken aback. You hadn't expected someone in the West District to actually recognize you. That's right, we are the Z organization. The moment the words left your mouth, Yu Fan rushed up to you, his face flushed with excitement. Well, my name is Yu Fan. Brother Pi, I'm your hardcore fan. My dad is a massive fan of yours too. Off to the side, the blonde youth was utterly dumbfounded. These people were actually the legendary Z organization. This was an existence that even the Yu family's patriarch had to grovel before. The very next second, he dropped to his knees, his face completely drained of color. Young Master Yu, I swear I didn't know they were from Z. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared even if you gave me 10,000 times the courage. However, Yu Fan didn't even spare him a glance, instead cautiously observing your expression. When you showed no reaction, he delivered a vicious kick right into the blonde youth. You disgraceful piece of trash. From this moment on, you have absolutely nothing to do with the Yu family. Only then did you speak slowly. This kind of scum who bullies men and oppresses women. I never want to see you in Yellowstone City again. You know what I mean, right? Hearing this, Yu Fan nodded repeatedly with an obsequious smile. By the way, Brother Pi, What brings you all to the West District? You're not planning to wipe out another cage-level clan, are you? His words triggered a sudden flash of inspiration in your mind. Mu's organization was extremely mysterious. Relying solely on your own group to find them could take an eternity. But the intelligence networks of these cage-level clans might just hold some clues. We're really not here to wipe anyone out. I just wanted to ask you something. Is there any mysterious and powerful organization in the West District? One where the members possess at least cage-level strength. Or perhaps their abilities don't quite resemble traditional ninjutsu. Yufan patted the back of his head, looking a bit helpless. We have well over a dozen cage-level factions here in the West District. But I've truly never heard of any experts beyond the cage level. Seeing him rack his brain for answers. You didn't press the issue any further. You were just preparing to lead your group away to search for clues elsewhere, when Yufan suddenly seemed to remember something. Last time, I encountered a strange group called Shadow in Sun Eagle City. They seem to have emerged only recently. I accidentally ran into one of their members once, and all by himself, he managed to counter and kill dozens of Anbu-level experts. Judging by that, Shadow definitely matches the style of Mu's organization. Let's head to Sun Eagle City and have a look first. So, after bidding a friendly farewell to Yufan, your group quickly dashed towards Sun Eagle City. Right now, you were all strolling down the streets of Sun Eagle City. The endless shouts of street vendors echoed all around. It was clearly much more prosperous than Yellowstone City. Hey, boss. Let's split into groups like last time. It'll definitely be much more efficient than sticking together. Faced with Duanfei's suggestion, you didn't quite agree deep down. You could run into members of the Shadow Organization at any moment, and you were well aware of their strength. Compared to Lin Shui, they would only be stronger, not weaker. But before you could even finish speaking, Duan Fei began to chatter away, his face lighting up with excitement. I've already established a deep connection with the Eight Tails. To be exact, it's now a member of the immortal cult too. Even you might not be able to kill me now, boss. You were momentarily stunned by his words. Duanfei's main weaknesses had always been his low battle IQ and his vulnerability to genjutsu. Now that the Eight Tails perfectly covered those flaws, he truly qualified as an all-around perfect fighter. Since that's the case, then we'll split up. Duan Fei, Zhao Jing. You two will remain the immortal duo. Head to Sun Eagle City's black market and look for clues. Lin Shui, you'll pair up with Gu Kang and find a breakthrough among the local family factions. As for ZD and Mangekyo, you to head to the outskirts of the city and see if you can find any traces. Focus primarily on reconnaissance. And remember, do not get dragged into a fight. With those orders given, they quickly split into pairs and darted off in their respective directions while you continued strolling down the street, intending to squeeze some clues out of the local vendors. Soon, you arrived at a breakfast stall. The owner was a man in his 60s. Care for some breakfast, young man? Everything I sell is completely handmade, fresh, and healthy. You grinned at his words. Vendors who initiated conversation were always the easiest to pry information from. While the old man was packing up your food, you casually began to probe. Old man, I've heard there's an organization called Shadow in Sun Eagle City. Do you happen to know where their base is? Or how one might go about finding their members? Hearing this, the vendor's hands noticeably paused. I really have heard of this Shadow organization. But why are you looking for them? Seeing his reaction, you immediately feigned a look of pleasant surprise. I heard they're incredibly strong, so I wanted to see if I had a chance to join them. But as soon as the words left your mouth, the old man's expression gradually grew amused. For the grand leader of the Z organization to want to join our Shadow, now that is quite the novelty. You instantly leapt into the air to put distance between yourselves, immediately activating Susanu's skeletal form. Your cold Mangekyo eyes locked dead onto him. To think that a member of Shadow would actually be right here, disguised as an old breakfast vendor. Under the Sharingan's penetrating gaze, you could clearly see that his body contained a massive amount of god tree cells. It was obvious his status within Shadow was far from low. The old man, a cold sneer tugging at the corner of his mouth, spoke up. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the leader of Shadow, the inheritor of the Otsutsuki lineage, Zon. Immediately following his words, his body underwent a rapid transformation, and a golden eye split open right between his brows. Seeing him lay his cards on the table, you didn't flinch. After all, he was merely an inheritor of the Otsutsuki lineage, not a true Otsutsuki himself. What exactly is Shadow's true goal? To collect God Tree cells and awaken the God Tree itself? Or are you trying to resurrect a true Otsutsuki? Jean's face flickered with genuine surprise. To think you already know this much. It seems that Idiot Mu leaked quite a few secrets. How about you take his place and join our Shadow organization? And if I refuse? Showing him zero respect. You rejected him right then and there. Hearing your response, the mocking look on Jean's face only deepened. You do possess some basis to refuse me. But as for the rest of your Z organization, I'm afraid they lack such capability. At that very moment, in Sun Eagle City's black market, Duen Fei and Zhao Jing had their brows tightly knit, looking as though they were facing down a deadly foe. Standing directly across from them was a hulking brute nearly 3 meters tall, bearing a strange character for tail on his body. I am a member of Shadow, Yin, acting under the orders of leader Zon. I am here to take both your heads. With those words, he swung the massive warhammer in his hands. They charged aggressively toward Zhao Jin and Duen Fei. Duen Fei, it looks like he is from the Shadow organization. ZD, Lin Shui, and the others must have been intercepted as well. They won't be able to support us anytime soon. For this upcoming battle, listen to my commands. But before he could finish speaking, Duen Fei had already hefted his scythe and charged forward. Hey, you miser! Cut the crap! I'll take the vanguard, you just cover me from behind. In this battle, watch how this cult leader carries you. Hearing this, Zhao Jin barked angrily. Idiot! Even so, he had no choice but to immediately summon all of his Earth Grudge Fear threads to provide support. Meanwhile, at a pier in Rying City, Yin Shui and Gu Kang had also entered their combat states. They were in a standoff with a burly man who looked exactly like Yin Shai. Z Kang, stay back in a bit. I can't quite see through our opponent's strength. Hearing this, Gu Kang pouted in defiance. Brother Shui, stop treating me like a child. Aside from Master, I am the only one in the organization who has mastered Sage Mode. With that said, two streaks of white natural energy burst forth in the shape of serpents, coiling around his scimitar like bone spurs. I am Tong Shai, a member of the Shadow organization. Today, I will be the one to claim both of your lives. Letting out a bizarre cackle, Tong Shai charged recklessly toward Lin Shui and Gu Kang like a moving mountain. At the same time, in the silver wasteland on the outskirts of Rying City, ZD and Mangekyo stood panting upon a massive clay bird. The enemy standing across from them was completely different from the other two groups. It was actually a delicate and beautiful young girl. Yeah, I am Yun Shai, a member of the Shadow organization. My strength clearly far exceeds those to single-celled organisms. So why did the leader send me to crush you to soft persimmons? ZD's expression darkened drastically at her words. The woman before him exuded an immense, oppressive pressure. Miss Meng, just do your best to cover me. Flee the moment you see an opening. Find Brother Pai as fast as you can, and bring reinforcements. Meng Jiking did not reply, but her hands had already formed the hand seals for wood release. A cold sneer crept onto Yunshi's lips. Neither of you will be leaving here today. Be good and surrender yourselves to your big sister. Meanwhile, beside a breakfast stall on the streets of Rying City, Yu and Zanshai stood in a tense standoff several meters apart. Zanshai looked as though victory was already in his grasp. By now, all the members of the Z organization should be cornered by my people. Are you truly not going to consider submitting to our Silver organization? If this drags on any longer, I reckon your Z organization will exist in name only. Hearing this, you furrowed your brows. Your cold gaze locked fiercely onto Zanshi's mocking eyes. You people, are nothing but a bunch of cheap knockoffs who stole the power of the Otsutsuki. Yet you act as though you are Otsutsuki yourselves. I trust that my companions will wipe them all out." As soon as the words fell, Zanshai instantly let out a maniacal, twisted laugh. "Then let us see whether your Z organization is superior, or if my silver organization will annihilate all of you." Meanwhile, in the black market of Rying City, Duen Fei swung his massive scythe, charging toward Yanshai with surging killing intent. However, in their very first clash, he was blasted several meters away by Yanshai before he could even react. A giant hammer enveloped in an eerie crimson light came crashing down. In the nick of time, Zhao Jin's for Earthgrudge fear threads simultaneously unleashed ninjutsu to provide cover. Yet Yanshai simply raised a single arm, effortlessly blocking the 4 different elemental attacks. Is this guy a monster? To think he tanked my full-powered strike using only his physical body. His defense feels almost on par with the leader's skeletal armor. Having gained a moment to catch his breath, Duen Fei looked visibly irritated. No matter how astonishing his defense is, he isn't immortal. Let's just carpet bomb him with everything we have. I don't believe we can't take down this big dumb brute. With that said, without waiting for Zhao Jin to reply, Duen Fei hefted his scythe and charged at Yanshai once again. Seeing this, Yanshai curled his lips into a cold sneer. "What a foolish brat. I have no idea how you've managed to survive this long." As his words fell, Duen Fei had already arrived right in front of him. The triple-bladed scythe in his hands was mere inches from Yanshi's neck. However, at that exact moment, a crimson spear materialized out of thin air, piercing straight through Duen Fei's chest. Looking at Duen Fei, who was pinned to the ground and on the verge of death, Yanshai could not help but let out a bizarre laugh that boomed like a roaring train. The Z organization is nothing much after all. The leader truly overestimated you. Standing not far away, Zhao Jin furrowed his brows deeply. The crimson spear that had just appeared out of thin air seemed to be condensed from pure chakra energy. That must be this guy's special ability. Before Zhao Jin could think any further, Yanshai, who had just been standing in front of Duen Fei, abruptly vanished. In the next second, he materialized right in front of Zhao Jin, accompanied by the sonic boom of tearing air. The crimson giant hammer smashed directly toward Zhao Jin's head. Fire release, Zukaku. Wind release, pressure damage. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Jin immediately manipulated the Earthgrudge fear threads to defend himself. But right at that moment, Yanshai formed a one-handed seal, revealing a sinister smile. Instantly, that crimson spear materialized once more, piercing through Zhao Jin's body without meeting any resistance. "Hey, you're at least a bit stronger than that foolish brat. At least you managed to last a few seconds longer. Since the mission is complete, it's time for me to head back." Just as Yanshai was muttering to himself, Duen Fei, who had previously been pinned to the ground, silently appeared behind him. The instant the side descended, it was as if Yanshai had anticipated it all along. He abruptly spun around, sending Duen Fei flying with a single swing of his hammer. "Mushai transmitted the intel about your immortality a long time ago. The only reason I didn't hack you to pieces earlier was because I was worried this tentacle freak would interfere. Did you really think you were some master tactician?" But in the very next second, Yanshai froze on the spot. The body of the Duen Fei he had just sent flying slowly began to fade away, ultimately transforming into a massive octopus tentacle. At the exact same time, a pitch-black tentacle viciously stabbed toward his back, piercing straight through him. Although this attack did not inflict critical damage, the intense pain caused Yanshi's face to flush bright red. He turned around to look. Zhao Jing and Duen Fei looked full of ridicule. The mockery at the corners of their mouths was palpable. Hey, what a joke. The big lug even called me, the cult leader, a fool. Do you know what it means to be played? Damn you. You wasted another one of my hearts. But since I've drawn your blood, the battle is over." Hearing this, Lin Shi felt his mind instantly filled with rage. "You merely scratched me, and you're this smug. Both of you are immortal. Huh? Then I'll chop you into 8 pieces and feed you to the dogs." Just as he was about to launch an attack, Duan Fei and Zhao Jin suddenly swapped positions. Zhao Jin and 3 earthgrudge fishes lined up, blocking the front, while Duan Fei hid behind them holding a blood-stained black rod. Seeing this, Lin Shi suddenly felt something was wrong, and immediately charged forward wielding his giant hammer. He knew that Mushi had fallen to this very technique. At this moment, Duan Fei had already begun the death-controlling possessed blood ritual, wildly stabbing his own kidneys at a rate of over a dozen strikes per second. The intense pain was instantly synchronized onto Yinshi, but it merely slowed his movement speed and didn't completely incapacitate him. This guy simply isn't human. His defense and vitality seem to have no limit. Since that's the case, I'll add more fuel to the fire. As his voice fell, the 3 earthgrudge fishes gathered their strength, condensing the chakra within their bodies, followed by ninjutsu pouring out like a galaxy, instantly submerging a bewildered Duan Fei. As the thick smoke cleared, there wasn't a single intact spot left on Duan Fei's body, and even his abdomen had several gaping holes. Hey, you damn miser! Even though I'm immortal, you didn't have to strike so ruthlessly. Do you know how much it hurts? Hearing this, Zhao Jin scratched his head, pretending not to hear. Even this didn't kill you. It seems you really are immortal. On the other hand, Yinshi wasn't in a much better state than Duan Fei, kneeling on the ground and panting heavily. I really underestimated you. But even if we perish together today, I will still kill both of you. Before he could finish his harsh words, Duan Fei's slumped body suddenly expanded, eventually transforming into the massive 8-tails Gyuki. Following this, a pitch-black-tailed beast bomb condensed and blasted directly toward Yinshi's head. When the smoke cleared, Yinshi completely lost all signs of life. The first clash of the Ziyuying members drew to a close. Duan Fei, recover from your injuries as fast as you can. I will now extract this guy's heart and retrieve his body, while reporting the battle situation to the leader. Meanwhile, far away in Rying City, you and Zhanshi simultaneously received intel on the first battle. Damn it, Yinshi's chakra has vanished. We shouldn't have chosen this trash to inherit the power. But the situation on the other 2 sides should be stable. In contrast to Zhanshi's gloominess, your furrowed brows relaxed significantly. This guy hasn't made a move yet, probably because he isn't confident in taking me down. He's likely planning to regroup with the others and launch a joint siege against me. Unfortunately, you are bound to be disappointed. At the same time, at a certain pier in Rying City, Gukong knelt on one knee covered in wounds. Lin Shui stood beside him with a grim expression, holding a broken blade, while Tongxi opposite them was completely unharmed, standing before them like a towering hill. Stop your dying struggles. In the face of my space-time power, you are too slow. At this moment, Lin Shui helped the heavily injured Gukong up. Xiao Kang, quickly get away from the battlefield. Go find Brother Pin. This guy opposite us. I will hold him off. Unexpectedly, he refused with a stubborn expression. Ever since joining the Z organization, I have never achieved any military merit. This time, I must prove myself. As his voice fell, boundless natural energy erupted around him. Countless white energy snakes burst forth, following a flash of white light. The bone spikes around him transformed into snake bones. It was impressively the sage mode unique to the Shikotsumyaku. Seeing this, Tongxi across from them looked somewhat surprised. A mere Jonin is bursting with cage-level strength. But ultimately, you are still too weak. With that, his figure instantly vanished, and immediately reappeared behind Gukong. But just as Tongxi was about to deliver a fatal punch, several snake bones suddenly drilled out of the ground, locking onto his body at an extreme speed. Seeing this, Tongxi could only temporarily abandon his attack, and immediately release a space-time ninjutsu to teleport away. However, these snake bones acted like maggots on a corpse, drilling out of the ground once more, and attacking him. In merely a few seconds, he was tightly bound by several snake bones, completely unable to move. How is this possible? There can't be a ninjutsu faster than space-time ninjutsu. Faced with Tongshi's disbelief, a sneer curled on Gukong's lips. My ninjutsu really isn't as fast as yours. But I have some bad news for you. The Shikotsu Myaku in Sage mode can automatically lock onto enemies. As Gukong spoke, Lin Shui arrived behind Tongshi with a body flicker, and immediately plunged the broken blade into his chest. The battle is over. No matter how fast you are, you cannot evade Shao Kang's automatic enemy lock. But right at this moment, Tongshi suddenly let out a string of eerie chuckles. Following this, a massive amount of blue steam erupted around him, instantly shattering the snake bones and the broken blade. I didn't expect a little guy like you to be so absurdly resourceful. However, all resourcefulness is like fleeting clouds before absolute power. Don't forget, I am in a major realm several tiers above yours, a super cage level powerhouse. As his words fell, he smashed a heavy punch into Lin Shui's back, sending him flying dozens of meters away. This game of cat and mouse is truly boring. It's about time I head back and report to the boss, as colleague muttered to himself. Lin Shui looked at Gu Kang with a solemn expression. Z Kang, I have an ultimate skill that I can only cast once in a short time. I'm not completely certain it will hit him. Can you lock him down? I just need 1 second. Before Lin Shui could finish speaking, colleague's figure vanished once again. The next second, he abruptly appeared between the two. The giant hammer in his hand was mere meters away from Gu Kang's face. In the nick of time, Gu Kang and Lin Shui leapt into the air simultaneously, barely putting some distance between themselves and colleague. Immediately after, several ancient snakes burst from the ground, rapping toward colleague like lightning. But with just a single heavy swing of his hammer, he smashed the ancient snakes to pieces. Stubborn fools! I already told you. The gap of several major realms cannot be bridged by mere cleverness. Hearing this, Gu Kang actually cracked a grin. You big idiot, I told you it could autolock onto enemies. And you actually believed it? In truth, my ancient snakes just have a wider coverage area. And just now, I expanded the range of the ancient snakes to a 1 kilometer radius. Colleague froze upon hearing this. His eyes widened like brass bells. Immediately after, countless white ancient snakes erupted from the ground, instantly covering the entire battlefield. No matter how colleague swung his giant hammer in resistance, the ancient snake seemed endless, firmly trapping him in place. At the same time, Lin Shui's Mangekyo and 3-Tamo Sharingan spun wildly. A majestic aura rapidly spread from his body. As to trails of bloody tears flowed down, a green Susanoo materialized and enveloped him. Is this the ultimate skill Brother Shui mentioned? Why does it feel so similar to Master Susanoo? As Gu Kang muttered softly to himself, the green Susanoo viciously thrust its long blade forward, piercing cleanly through colleague's chest. In just a few seconds, the green Susanoo dissolved into fading after images, leaving only Lin Shui kneeling on the ground, gasping heavily for air. The side effects of this Susanoo are truly severe. Just a few seconds, and it blinded a 3-Tamo eye. Looks like I'll need to ask Brother Pai for a few more Sharingan later. Meanwhile, as if his body had been entirely hollowed out, Gu Kang collapsed onto the ground unconscious. Seeing this, Lin Shui gave him a helpless smile. Then, he drew a fresh short sword, and slowly walked toward colleague's corpse. Meanwhile, inside Rying City, you synchronized with Zhanshi once again, receiving intel from the second battlefield. Hey, still not making a move. The tables have turned for us now. Zhanshi's eyes nearly split at the seams in rage. Don't tell me you actually think you've won? Yun isn't a fool like Yin or colleague. As long as we extract the God Tree cells from Mangekyo's body, half of our objective will be complete. Hearing this, your brows furrowed tightly. The Yun that Zhanshi mentioned seemed stronger than the other two fronts, and the team of ZD and Mangekyo was exactly your weakest link. On the other side, in the suburbs of Rying City, at the Silver Wasteland, Yun was trapped inside a massive wooden prison, his body tightly bound by clay centipedes. On the other hand, ZD and Mangekyo had no injuries on them at all. yet their faces were covered in despair and fear. At this moment, ZD looked at Mangekyo with a dark expression. I can't see through this guy's ability at all. But one thing is certain. He is definitely not someone we can handle. Find a chance and run. Go find Brother Pi. Hearing this, Mangekyo revealed a helpless expression. Haven't you noticed that the gravity around here is far heavier than anywhere else? My speed is only a tenth of what it usually is. I can't escape at all. While the two were conversing, all around Yun, a massive amount of destructive chakra erupted. As it detonated the clay centipedes, it instantly blasted the wooden prison to pieces. As the smoke cleared, Yun stood before them completely unscathed. Are you talking about the ability of my heaven's domain? I only increased the gravity to 10 times the norm. Can't handle such a tiny amount of gravity? As soon as his voice fell, ZD and Mangekyo felt as though several massive mountains were crushing down upon them. They instantly dropped to their knees, unable to move. It truly surprises me. To think you can withstand 100 times the normal gravity. I can understand the little lady having god tree cells in her. But you punk blonde brat, shouldn't you have been crushed into minced meat? At that exact moment, the ZD in front of Mangekyo slowly reverted into a state of white clay, then turned to ash and quickly dissipated. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of meters in the sky, the real ZD stood atop a seed 2.0 giant dragon, deep in thought. Thank goodness, I used a clay clone to escape the battlefield right from the start. Looking at it this way, his hypergravity domain has a range limit. Since that's the case, I'll just have to try attacking from a distance. His hands rapidly formed hand seals. Immediately, two more Seed 2.0 giant dragons appeared out of thin air, and then dived toward the ground at breakneck speed. When they were about 1 kilometer above the ground, around the two Seed 2.0 giant dragons, crimson shockwave halos abruptly appeared. Their power had actually increased by more than a few dozen times compared to normal. Realizing this in hindsight, it suddenly dawned on ZD. Assuming the mass of an object and its dropping height remain unchanged, the greater the gravity, the faster the object falls. Therefore, the kinetic energy generated upon impact will be much higher. In other words, the Seed 2.0 giant dragons falling within the hypergravity domain had experienced an exponential increase in power. At the same time, sensing the anomaly, Yun paused for a moment. However, he quickly reacted. As his hands formed seals, countless chakra fists materialized out of thin air, launching toward the two Seed 2.0 giant dragons with the speed of lightning. Following a deafening explosion, the scene was instantly blanketed by thick smoke. When the smoke finally cleared, Mangekyo, who was at the edge of the battlefield, his entire body was blasted pitch black, passing out immediately on the spot. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the explosion, Yunshai fell to her knees. Her expression was extremely dark, with not a single piece of intact flesh left on her body. Damn it! To think this edgy blonde punk actually knows physics. He actually magnified the explosion's power by dozens of times. While Yunshai wore a look of utter displeasure, ZD silently appeared on the ground and slowly walked up to her. Hey you old hag, if I said it was just a lucky guess, would you die of anger? It looks like this battle is over. However, Yunshi's expression suddenly turned incredibly mocking. What a naive little boy. If I didn't take a little damage on purpose, how was I supposed to lure you out? The battle is indeed over. As soon as her words fell, a massive amount of healing chakra surged around Yunshi's body, fully restoring her mangled flesh in a mere instant. Seeing this, ZD felt his pupils violently shrink. With a loud shout, two white clay centipedes burst forth from the ground, rapidly wrapping around Yunshi's body. However, with just a single slash of her blade, she sliced both clay centipedes in half at the waist, rendering them complete duds. Hey little brother, it's getting late. It's time to finish you off. Your big sister is in a hurry to report back to the boss. As her words echoed, the surrounding gravity multiplied 100-fold once again. Unable to bear the crushing weight, ZD fell to his knees on the ground. Immediately after, countless chakra fists materialized around Yunshai, raining down like a torrential storm of needles. In the nick of time, ZD's expression hardened, seemingly having made a difficult decision. His body then slowly began to expand, not stopping until it towered over 100 meters high. Yunshai paled in horror at the sight. For the very first time, she genuinely felt the aura of true danger. If she didn't dodge, her life would truly be in fatal peril. Thus she made a prompt decision. With a spatial blink, she appeared beside Mangekyo, rapidly forming hand seals with one hand. She pulled her into a spatial rift alongside herself, vanishing without a trace. At the exact same time, 10,000 meters in the sky, ZD formed a one-handed seal for C for Karura, accompanied by a loud roar. A pitch-black mushroom cloud rapidly rose into the sky. The violent explosion caused the entire wasteland to tremble fiercely. When the smoke finally cleared, ZD plummeted in exhaustion onto the gunpowder-scented earth, unable to move an inch. Meanwhile, Yunshai and Mangekyo were long gone. Damn it, that woman is seriously a pain to deal with. Now she's taken Mangekyo away. I need to hurry back and discuss a countermeasure with Brother Pi. He struggled to climb up from the ground. REPORTING the situation to you through the ring? While limping toward the direction of Rying City. Meanwhile, on the streets of Rying City, Yu and Zanshai synchronized once again. Upon receiving the battle report, Zanshi's originally gloomy expression immediately cleared up into a bright smile. It seems my subordinate is a bit stronger. If you want to save that little bitch, I'll be waiting for you at the Rying Tower in the suburbs tomorrow. Think it over carefully. I won't wait if you're late. With that said, a spatial rift appeared behind Zanshai, before he turned into smoke and completely vanished. Watching Zanshi's departing figure, your expression darkened to the extreme. For now, the only option was to regroup with ZD and the others, and discuss the combat strategy for tomorrow. Right now, in the ruined outskirts of Rying City, your group gathered together with solemn expressions. Brother Pi, I'm sorry. I failed to protect Mangekyo. Meeting ZD's guilt-ridden gaze, your inward disgust for the Shadow Organization reached a boiling point. It's not your fault. That Yunshi's abilities are just too insidious. Even I would likely be caught off guard by the information gap. Before you could finish your sentence, Duen Fei casually slapped ZD on the shoulder. Hey Blondie, you're seriously useless. Just watch how this cult master helps you exact blood for blood tomorrow. Zijin immediately shot Duen Fei an exasperated glare. With that kind of ultimate out damage, and 100-fold gravity domain, I reckon you just get one shot. Meanwhile, Lin Shui curled his lips into a faint smile, and pushed forward the newly recovered Gukang. According to the intels DD sent back, that Yunshai is practically a flawless hexagon warrior. However, Zkang has now developed a crowd control skill with a 100% success rate. As long as we lock her down, I don't believe she can withstand our concentrated fire. Hearing this, Gukang bobbed his little head, his expression completely serious. I have fully mastered the sage mode that Brother Pi taught me. No matter who the opponent is, I am confident I can lock them down for 3 seconds. Right at this moment, you interrupted the group's discussion. From what we've seen so far, the defeated Yinshai, Tongshai, and Mushai should all be lower-ranking members within the Shadow Organization. As for Yunshai and Zanshai, I suspect they can't be completely destroyed. We can only forcefully deal with them using sealing techniques. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions turned incredibly somber. After all, this was no different from having an immortal body. So you all must go all out to provide cover for me. When the time comes, my Totsuka blade will likely be the only thing that threatens them. Afterwards, you handed several 3-Tomo Sharingans to Zishui, and secretly gave him a few instructions. As for the rest of the group, they rested where they were each lost in their own thoughts, working hard to adjust their physical conditions to their peak state. Meanwhile, at the Shadow Organization's stronghold in Rying Tower, Meng Zhiking and Meng Xiaowei were locked inside an iron cell. Xiaowei, how are you holding up? They didn't do anything terrible to you, did they? Meng Xiaowei offered a bitter smile in response. And here I was counting on you to come save me. How did you end up getting caught by them too? Mangekyo looked a little embarrassed when she heard this. As long as we're safe for now, that's all that matters. I believe Xiao Pi and the others won't just abandon us. On the other side of the stronghold, Yun was reporting the detailed situation to Zan. Leader, both of those women have been captured and brought back. When do we make our move? Zan waved his hand nonchalantly. There's no rush. We'll wait until the people from the Z organization arrive tomorrow before making a decision. These two women can still be used as bait. Most importantly, the amount of divine tree cells in their bodies is only average. It is far inferior to that guy named Xiao Pi. He rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. Speaking of which, this Z organization is indeed quite capable. Even their weakest blonde-haired member almost managed to injure me. Tomorrow's battle will probably require a bit more effort. Hearing this, a cold sneer formed on Jean's lips. Those guys are all very interesting, especially that Xiao Pi. If we cannot bring them under our command, then we will wipe them out completely. As soon as his voice faded, Zan rapidly formed hand seals with a single hand. Immediately after, 3 entirely snow-white skeletal remains fell from a spatial rift. What was surprising was that, even though the remains showed no signs of life, the life force they exuded was exceptionally majestic. With a loud shout from Zan, the 3 remains rapidly melted away, and finally transformed into the appearances of Yin, Tong, and Mu. Haha, good thing I held something back. I backed up the cells of these 3 guys ahead of time. Otherwise, tomorrow would have been genuinely troublesome. The newly resurrected Yin and Tong remained silent. Mu, however, looked rather displeased. Leader, why did you wait until now to summon me? I've been dying to go see that Z organization. Jean's expression instantly darkened. Trash, do you have any idea how many divine tree cells you cost the organization? If you cannot achieve any military merit tomorrow, I will send you to the next world all over again. The next day, a continuous drizzle fell from the heavily overcast sky. Your group halted a few hundred meters away from Rying Tower. Hey boss. So the Shadow Organization's lair is in this wretched place. How about I just blast them to pieces with a tailed beast bomb? Hearing this, Xiao Di refused to be outdone. Combined with my C4 Karura, we'll give them a devastating opening strike. Seeing this, you hurriedly interrupted the 2 warmongers. What comes next is a tough battle. Save your chakra. Aside from causing this tower to collapse, your attacks won't serve any other purpose. After speaking, you said no more, and led the group toward Rying Tower. A few minutes later, you arrived at the first floor of Rying Tower. There, Yin and Tong stood before you like small mountains. 2 pairs of eyes stared at you with cold hatred. Want to save those 2 little girls? You'll have to get past us first. Hearing this, you frowned deeply. The resurrection of these 2 caught you completely off guard. Before you could think further, Duen Fei rushed out of the formation with an arrogant expression. Hey boss, take the others and head to the next floor first. The miser and I will handle this floor. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Zhen directly shoved Duen Fei hard against the wall. You bragging liability. Why do you have to drag me into this? Heh, big brother miser. Who told us to have such great chemistry together? Meeting the resolute gazes of Duen Fei and Zhao Jin, you did not say anything else. You immediately led the remaining people past Yin and Tong, and hurried toward the next floor of Rying Tower. Left on the battlefield, Zhao Jin and Duen Fei formed a standoff against Yin and Tong. Hey, you stupid brat. Do you want to experience the pain of being impaled again? Hey, we won't let you get a cheap shot in this time. The only ending left for you today is being beaten to death by me. Afterward, both sides ceased their useless chatter. They rapidly gathered their chakra and charged fiercely at one another. At this moment, Duen Fei swung his side like a whirlwind, taking the lead as he charged toward Yin and Tong. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin leapt into the air, pulling back from the frontal battlefield. He then immediately summoned for Earth Grudge Fear monsters to set up a formation. Following a sharp clash of weapons, Duen Fei was instantly sent flying backward. Before he could adjust his posture in midair, Tong used a spatial blink to appear right behind him, delivering a viciously heavy hammer blow to his back. Just as Duen Fei was smashed into the ground, the attacks from Xiao Jin's for Earth Grudge Fear monsters arrived right on cue. However, Yin merely formed a single hand seal, instantly conjuring several chakra spears to block the assault. When the smoke cleared, Duen Fei was firmly pinned to the ground by chakra spears, while Yin and Tong remained completely unscathed. This guy can't be killed anyway, so let's just leave him pinned here. The remaining one seems to have 5 lives. Let's take him out first. Facing Yin's suggestion, Tong did not say much. After all, he had personally experienced the heaven-defying mechanics of the Z organization's members. Hey, miser, don't worry about me. Unleash all your firepower and blast them to death. Hearing Duen Fei's roar, Zhao Jin smiled helplessly. You really think highly of me? I've really been screwed over by you this time, you idiot. Yet despite his words, he still charged forward rapidly with his 4 Earth Grudge Fear monsters, as if he was already prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Seeing this, Yin and Tong exchanged a smile. Immediately, Tong's figure vanished into thin air. He teleported behind one of the Earth Grudge Fear monsters and smashed it to pieces with a single hammer strike. Meanwhile, Yin once again formed a one-handed seal. Countless crimson chakra spears materialized out of thin air, shooting toward Zhao Jin at lightning speed. In the nick of time, Zhao Jin immediately recalled his Earth Grudge Fear monsters to block. In just a single clash, all of his Earth Grudge Fear monsters were completely wiped out. Hey, without the information gap, you're even weaker than that chatterbox. Tong chimed in agreement, letting out a bizarre laugh like a roaring train, saying you two are indeed pretty weak. Far worse than the 2 I fought before. However, despite being at a disadvantage, Zhao Jin also grinned and fired back. You two fools, take a look behind you. As soon as he spoke, Yinshi and Tongshi felt a chill run down their spines. A majestic power seemed to be slowly rising. Duen Fei, who had been pinned to the ground, was nowhere to be seen. In his place, gathering its strength, was the 8 tails brimming with destructive energy. As a massive-tailed beast bomb burst forth, the entire battlefield was instantly blanketed in thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, Yinshi and Tongshi were kneeling on the ground in a sorry state. Yet there was not a single trace of injury on their bodies. You cunning bastards! To think you'd launch a sneak attack, but in the face of absolute power, all your schemes are futile. As Yinshi's words fell, Tongshi's figure suddenly vanished. In the next second, he appeared directly behind the 8 tails, followed immediately by a devastatingly heavy punch. At the same time, Yinshi's attack was also ready to strike. Dozens of crimson chakra spears poured down in an instant. Facing this pincer attack, Duen Fei had nowhere to hide. He hesitated for merely a fraction of a second, and his body was effortlessly pierced by their combined assault. The severe injuries made it impossible for him to maintain his tailed beast transformation. Falling straight down, he plummeted from the sky and crashed into the ground. Right at that moment, a crimson barrier suddenly rose around them, completely enveloping the entire battlefield. Yinshi and Tongshi were startled, completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Looking closely, the ones who cast the barrier were actually the 4 Earth Grudge spirits that had been destroyed earlier. Simultaneously, Zhao Jin slowly walked into the barrier. His hands rapidly formed hand seals. Immediately after, several black tentacles erupted from the ground, dragging Duen Fei underground and pulling him back to his side. Hey you miser! Could you be any slower? Do you have any idea how badly they beat me up? Faced with Duen Fei's complaints, Zhao Jin chose to completely ignore him, instead locking his gaze onto Yinshi and Tongshi. A barrier, huh? I didn't expect you to do something so foolish. Where exactly does your confidence come from? Don't waste any more words on him. This battle has dragged on long enough. However, Zhao Jin merely let out a cold sneer. Did you really think that after all these episodes, I haven't improved at all? Now, I have already grasped the ultimate profound truth of the Earth Grudge secret technique. As long as I have enough hearts, I alone can annihilate an entire nation. With those words, as Zhaojin rapidly formed hand seals, countless earth grudge spirits were summoned out of thin air. In just a few seconds they packed the entire barrier to the brim. Yinshi and Tongshi instantly panicked, because while the strength of a single earth grudge spirit indeed posed no threat whatsoever, hundreds and thousands of them had now appeared before their eyes. Before the two could think any further, all the earth grudge spirits unleashed 5 elements ninjutsu simultaneously. In an instant, countless dazzling and colorful attacks completely submerged them. When the thick smoke on the battlefield dispersed, Yinshi and Tongshi had been blasted to pieces. Meanwhile, Zhaojin was kneeling on the ground with his body trembling slightly. This move took a massive toll on his body. If Duan Fei hadn't been supporting him, he wouldn't even have had the strength to kneel. Hey miser, you hid that really well. I knew you had an ultimate move. I just didn't expect it to be this ruthless. Hearing this, Zhaojin let out a rare grin. Every member of Z is improving. I can't afford to fall behind. Meanwhile, you led Lin Shui and the others through layers of traps, finally arriving at the second floor of the Rhying Tower. And standing in your way were Yunshi and the previously defeated Mushi. You guys are really slow. If you want to save those 2 little girls, you'll have to get past us first. As soon as those words were spoken, Little D leapt out immediately. Brother Pi, you guys hurry to the next floor. Let me handle this battle. I need to wipe away my previous humiliation. Hearing this, you didn't say much. You simply shot a glance at Lin Shui and Gu Kang, then leapt into the air, dashing swiftly toward the 3rd floor. Back on the battlefield, the 3 members of the Z organization entered a standoff against the 2 from the Yin organization.